You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
Welcome to another day of the SAL, where we're just halfway over the point of our group stage. These next days of groups will come at you very fast if you're slacking, so the importance is high for our teams today. I'm your host, Anne, and today we're joined by two special people on the desk. We're joined by Foxy and Jesse. And Jesse, I think you said yesterday, or you thought at least, that you were going to be released from us for at least a group stage, but you're back. You couldn't miss us.
Yeah, you know, I thought, wow, I had such a great time yesterday casting the SAL. Why not come back and get on the desk, right?
That's what you thought? You thought, wowee? I mean, that's what I'm thinking right now that I get to work the analyst desk with you. Wowee.
Wow. Are we also
exactly.
happy today to be working the SAL? I mean, a good region, it should be giving us good gameplay, especially when we look at the games that we have coming up today. The first one there, however, maybe a little bit of a difficult one, especially for 9Z if we're talking about that one. But then later on in the day, we're saving the best for last year, because Liquid versus Loud is going to be a very good game. And then even that last one, Foxy, if we're looking at FaZe and W7M, surely that's going to be a really good game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially since one more time, W7M is in a position where if they lose, it's not necessarily looking great going into their final week, just because they need to make sure that they can secure as many points as possible. It really is like a neck and neck race right now. So obviously, you know, FaZe is usually the top dogs when it comes to the SAL. So that one will be a close matchup.
Should be. I mean, we're looking at that one as hopefully potentially in overtime. We've seen some closer games yesterday, some really fast ones as well. And then particularly when we look at the first game, right, the 9Z versus NIP. Unfortunately, 9Z was one of those participants in the 7-0 yesterday, but unfortunately for them, they were on the losing side for that one. When we have our eye on the standings as well, like this match could be a very one-sided one, right? We've got the 3rd and NIP going up against the 10s. On the positive side for 9Z, as we said, it can't get any worse than it did yesterday. 2 of their players, though, didn't get any kills, and I think Fox say we determined there are deep-rooted issues on all kinds of fronts in this team, and they need anything they can get from this game today.
Yeah, I think they need anything at all, essentially. You couldn't have said it better myself. Essentially, 9Z, I mean, throughout the stage, it just looks like they have progressed worse and worse. I mean, yesterday was by far their worst showing. Obviously, it's against a good team like W7M, but to get no opening kills, to have 2 players dropping a donut, that means that there's something going severely wrong internally. Yes, strategies can have an effect, but obviously this comes down to just a plain fact of their communication and the understanding of how we're going to play off of each other. What do we need to do? And it just looks like 9Z is in a position where the more they lose, that confidence in each other seems to dwindle way more, and they start to play individually. And obviously at the top level, you cannot play individually, which to me, that's why it screams that they're playing so alone, is just by watching their games and seeing how split up they are. They're not really trying to play on a collective focus.
Yeah, it was really tough. I think yesterday there were some real fundamentals that were missing for 9Z, and that's kind of been the story with them throughout the stage. But yesterday in particular, multiple times missing some flanks, misdroning players around the map, really getting punished hard for some of the aggressive plays that W7M were going for. And again, W7M, really tough team to play against, but 9Z really just didn't show anything yesterday that gives me confidence. So today needs to be a big mental bounce back for them.
It has to be. When we look at the other side, though, or the brighter side at least for NIP, a great result yesterday. 3 points against Liquid. They find themselves in 3rd right now. And I think, you know, Jesse, maybe even in their wildest dreams, could a top 2 be possible?
Top 2 will be tough given how good FaZe and Furia look, but I think if anybody's going to do it, and it's going to be these guys. NIP have been really impressing me this season, honestly, going back even to stage 1. Really, I think that they've been growing throughout this stage as well. They've cemented themselves as the best defensive team in South America so far. They've done a really good job on their defense, but I thought yesterday against Team Liquid, it was their attacks that were really impressing me, specifically Fantasy, going for some really big plays, having some huge moments late round, covering his planter. Not usually a big late round player, of course. He's likes to get in and die basically as soon as possible every single round. But if he does survive to the late round, he can have a huge impact, and he's one of those guys you can never take your eyes off.
Right. One thing I don't want to see from NIP in this matchup, though, is to go into it overconfident, because they need every point they need, especially if they want to get top 2. One of the only other teams that they haven't played a part of the top 4 is FaZe. That will be coming up. So they need to make sure that they're getting these wins against the quote unquote easier teams under their belt. And something that, when you look at NIP and the way that they play, overconfidence is a big factor because they have such great individual players like Fantasy. So obviously, if they can just come in, have a very clean win, you know, potentially another 7-0 for 9Z, something along the lines of that, that would look very good for NIP's resume going into the future games, potentially making top 2.
For the sake of 9Z, you hope that's not the case. So another 0-7, that'd be a very tough and difficult week for them. But it's just a best of 1. Of course, 7 rounds is what you need to win that series. Let's have a look at the map feature as well to see where the series takes us to. The last time round, it was played out on Bank. NIP took that game at 7-3. That was in the first stage of the SAL. 9Z banned that map out, but we're going to a lair instead, Foxy. We've seen so much lair in the SAL so far.
Yeah, I like the pick, honestly, from 9Z, just because I wouldn't have wanted to take NIP to a bank, to a cafe, to a border, one of those smaller maps that's going to amplify their over aggression. So going to lair, where it's a lot more spread out, a lot more ground to cover, good call. But on the same front, we know 9Z has a clear issue with their front line and their back line. I mean, Will and Vincent just have not been able to back up or make a difference with the rest of their team. So obviously, going to a map like Lair, their attacks will need to be very important. But in my opinion, NIP, any map you go to, you have to be the confident team going into it.
Yeah, I don't think NIP would be too upset no matter where they go, but they will be especially happy going here to Lair, one of their most comfortable maps. They've played it 5 times this season, and while they've only won it 3 of those 5 times, both losses were really close overtime games, first to Liquid in Stage 1 and then to G2 back at EWC. So even the games where NIP lose on this map have been really competitive versus some of the best teams in the world. They should be feeling pretty comfortable for this relatively simple game versus 9Z.
All right, well, how comfortable can NIP be on this map, and what can 9Z do? We'll go and find out with Exatroika and Lynx.
Thank you very much, Anne. And Ollie, it is sad to say, as much 9Z, I don't know, shilling, coping that I've done this stage, we have to re-enter the SAL coming after what was unequivocally not only their worst performance in the league so far, but arguably one of the worst performances of any team in the league so far. So sad to say, with NIP on the rise and 9Z kind of seeming to fall off in very recent history, I don't know if this is going to be a long game.
Long game, Stage 2 2025. It isn't really something that's been going hand in hand, has it?
No, was it?
Throughout any of the regions that we've been working. Yeah, it's been ridiculous. Especially considering Stage 1 did not take us to the last week to get a 7-0 or something like that in Stage 1. I remember, like, it wasn't a frequent occurrence, but...
Last week in NA or SAL?
NAL. I'm sure it took us a while to get a 7-1. Or maybe it was a while to get a full overtime. I can't remember which way around it was, but the games certainly weren't this one-sided last stage.
It took, actually, coincidental. In NAL, it took us until Playday 6 to get our first 7-0, but that was our only 7-0 of the whole stage. That was when M80 lost to Cruelty, then the next day 7-0'd OXG on Skyscraper.
Ah.
Bit of a weird weekend, that. Then again, kind of like, that was a weird weekend, but if that had happened in this iteration of the NAL, I'd have been like, oh, you know, that's kind of, that's odd. Then I'd move on.
Yeah. You never know. Weird things do sometimes happen. NIP versus 9Z, as the desk have said, NIP definitely a team that's on the up and up, and one that I really enjoy watching right now. And to see them start off on the attack is a little bit of a treat. There's nothing really shocking in the bans. We've got a couple of shield bans. We've got Clash and Arcade on the flip side. With a nice early bit of pressure in toward Ops. Fancy can start to try and get that wall open. There's a fair bit of denial that the defenders are going to be bringing, but for the meantime, they are fairly well tucked up, not needing to expose themselves too much. And really, this part of the round is just for NIP to get themselves set up, open up these lines of sights, and try and herd these defenders back and toward that site just a little bit to compress them and condense them somewhat.
The idea that Blackbeard has. Impact goes out, try and stave off that push. Great reaction by Cons. Excellent take of top black between the bathroom, or top black, excuse me, I'm not on Skyscraper. Top rocket between the Blackbeard and the Deimos. Now with half the round to go on an opening pick, next target will be this Azami. Unfortunately, hates losing his support on Rocket. Stairs, Fancy might, I was about to say, rotate over to maybe take some of that pressure off. But it's a dual push right now, focused on the two most isolated players, the Azami on one side, and in this case, the Bandit, who is a much easier target. 1 HP. Hates himself just rotates over, uses that second nade. They've not fully cleared out the A site yet. Vicente around the corner, who Hates was so focused on earlier, can do double duty at the moment, rotating to whatever side of the push he needs to at any given time. Out of Kibas, so can't block off this entrance. They can give a lot of information to Joe on where to place these toxic canisters. Still, as the Bees go out, NIP, who gains so much of that early lead based off control and on the manpower, now struggling to find any bit of success. Hates even rotating back over to the bathroom side, pushing in through display. But with the kills 9Z have acquired, they might successfully shut NIP out of the first round on Lair. Pino in 1v2. Sees the Azami, can't land the shots, and as Vicente gets a second bite at the apple, it tastes oh so sweet. 9Z with their first round in 2 days.
Not the best take there from NIP. And they ticked a lot of things off on the list. They were able to get very early ops pressure. They were able to get the opening pick. They secured the kill on the Bandit. They were never able to deal with that electrification on the wall, and that kind of didn't give them the angle to just hop in and try and get a plant off. Maybe needing a touch more focus on that hard breach for that top floor to give themselves a little bit more space to work in. Quite an uncharacteristic start there for NIP, a team that has been impressing us multiple times, showing that they've really started to get it together on attack, giving a little bit of their own brand and letting their sort of personality show through a little bit. A little bit strange to see them struggling there. I mean, attack isn't the side that they are most known for, and they're certainly still working on that, but they've got a very decent plant percentage, around a 35% plant percentage, so you'd be expecting them to be able to work to that win condition to get in the plant down. 85% opening conversion rate as well. Kind of uncharacteristic. 9Z, they'll take anything they can get at the moment, and they will be going down toward the basement. And look at what they have got in store for us here. They got the Scopus, they got the Vigil. They are going to be roaming and running ragged up in that mid floor. NIP are going for something. I mean, this lineup wouldn't have looked out of place attacking that top floor, but it kind of looks a little bit out of place attacking this basement because there's no soft destruction.
Yeah, that is the one odd thing. I mean, there are the breach charges, but aside from that, like, you typically will see at least a ram, if not two soft breachers, taking the vertical here. It's not going to telegraph a horizontal take to 9Z, of course, but certainly will to us. A lineup chock full of utility means that losing anybody is going to take something key off the board, and Wizard just getting one shot by the Boss G. Lose those Bs. Oh my god. Joe is not happy with the results of this weekend. He is looking to try and change 9Z's fortune. Finds 2 kills with 1 mag of that Boss G, and now Khan's on low health. I mean, it was always going to be difficult without the presence of any vertical destruction aside from these breach charges. But now a lateral take in a 3v4 when Vicente could still just teleport back to the site is not looking good.
Pates doesn't really have the time to just continue to watch this angle, and even though he had the heads up there and was able to get a couple of body shots in, it wasn't enough to land the finishing blow. Vicente shutting him down, and this round is going to end fairly quickly in 9Z's favor, unless Fancy and Cons can cook up something magical. Cons, a little bit low as well, sitting around 30 HP. Fancy, I'm assuming he's got the 612, given that he's got the pistol out. It isn't going to matter. The UMP is going to see to it that he falls. Cons will find his second kill of this round. And Lynx, I'm no expert, but there's a good chance that they will be impactless.
I would say you've got a good idea there. However, if 9Z defenders are going to keep giving Cons 1v1s, he's still low HP, so they could win it, but this is a one-shot, headshot kind of game, and this diffuser might go down without anybody contesting. Thankfully, Vicente spots him just around the cabinet. There'll be no more kills for Cons, and they will, in fact, be impactless. 2 defenses in a row for 9Z. 5-0 for Vicente so far. And if we're going to see more of this from 9Z, I'm not saying they'll win the game, but NIP don't seem to have a good answer for these aggressive players.
It would have been a very 9Z way to lose a round. Just getting aced by Cons. But they didn't. Look, I don't know what all the fuss is about this team right now. We had Fox, we had Jesse, giving it the big one in the pre-show.
Nice 2 rounds.
9Z are a great team.
Now you start to sound like me.
That's not a good thing.
All right. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What the hell? Where did that come from?
Sorry.
It's uncalled for, especially on our favorite bomb site.
It is, isn't it?
You really just like this site and Exposition Piano, Rebirth of the Solus.
Yeah, really. Like, we barely see any Solus, and then all these specific sites. I mean, it's because they know that a plant is like the win condition, right?
Attackers have located a bomb.
And they also know that, you know, they're playing retake or denying from the vert, so it makes sense. But like, the one thing I find ironic about that is like, you don't see a Solus on like kitchen dining on Chalet.
No.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
You don't see a whole lot of Solus anyway. I think Solus is quite nice for this because I understand that there's a lot of shotguns because we've got double SAS, we've got the Tachanka, we might even have Joe playing a shotgun, honestly. He's got the, oh no, he's got the Scorpion. But it's the angles that are held up on that top floor. All of them lend themselves to just hiding around the corner with a shotgun and peeking out and just pumping people as they come by. So it's kind of like, it feels like the full package, really. That and the fact that you get a BP.
He's got, certainly has a decent kit, and at least for direct applicability to sites like this, you can, very understandable why you'd want to bring that Solus. I mean, sometimes a more conservative defense of this side will only have 4 people up top with 1 on site. All 5 up at the moment. 9Z are like, all right, we know you're going to go for the plant. That's totally fine. But we're just going to do a pseudo R6 room defense and see how you like it. Especially with all the denial they have. We got C4s, Shumikas, and smoke canisters. We could drop onto the attack from above. The attack's always in a difficult position where do you buy into it and try to clear, or do you try and somehow dodge it from below? Each solution oftentimes seems imperfect. You can see NIP here. We know what their solution is, or what their attempt at one will be. They're trying to find a way to push some of these defenders back and either push them back to side or take them down in the protest, but NIP's R6 room attack kind of fell to pieces when they were holding similar positions as they are right now. So as all the utilities going out and the Dokeby calls start ringing these phones, how are NIP going to follow up based off this utility dump? The Blackbeard again struggling to find an entry point. He gets hit by a timing from Vicente. Tuku retaking into office. Another time that NIP looked to secure control of R6 room and it completely falls apart. More successful than the first round, though. At least here it's a 3v3 with NIP constantly fighting back against these gunfights, against this utility. They secure an advantage as well, and it seems this entire round is going to be won or lost on the top floor. Hates in the 1v2, secures 50%, and as the flashbang goes out, the Thermite looks to wrap around. Joe knows the win con is run away as fast as you can. As his Hates recovers that diffuser and drops down. He's going to have to put that diffuser down at some point, and that's when you need to either force him off or completely take him down entirely. Both players spot each other. Ella and the Thermite trying to find just the tightest angle. And Hates is the one who finds it first. NIP with their first, yet it still comes in a 1vx.
Joe's really thrown that round. There's no way that you should be losing 1 versus 1. So little time left on the clock. You just don't peek. Just wait for him to plant. You've got to force Hates to do something there. As soon as you expose yourself, you give Hates that opportunity. And he's able to grasp it with both hands. Very weird attack. We didn't get Bunk's wall open, which is a little bit strange. Typically, yes, you will go for that kind of a top floor clear. It was a very heavy commit from NIP, and they went in through upside, which again isn't too unusual. But the fact that they didn't get the wall open downstairs, that was where things got a little bit weird. Typically, that's where you'd leave the diffuser or somebody would be there ready to pop in and get that plant down. Fortunately, it was recoverable on that top floor, and Hates could start the baiting process with Joe. But NIP good for a round on the 3rd choice site. It did look a lot better in clearing that top floor. They were able to very quickly remove people and focus everyone into that R6 room and start to pinch and push from there. Haven't really seen too much different in the lineup this time on the side of NIP, but some key favorites that were fairly successful in round 1 have disappeared. We've actually gone for a Legion and a Mirror this time. We've also got the Tuberal to try and deny getting those walls open. The Bandit worked exceptionally well for 9Z. And I'm kind of surprised to not see them run that again. But instead, it looks like they're going to try and rely on the Tuberal and just make sure that they can slow the roll, at least, of NIP getting that wall open. Because, I mean, for me, getting the wall open was the biggest trouble for NIP. I would have firmed the Bandit and played that again in conjunction with the Tuberal like they did in round number 1.
That could prove to be a bit of an issue, but then again, I mean, also the push-up rocket kind of was a big problem for NIP as well, or at least everything after the initial success that they got at the top of the stairs. 9Z might just thinking that, hey, let's just let's just shore things up a little bit on the other side, and maybe there's no way they can win the round. They struggle to open the breach with these Zoto canisters. And you look at what they have, they've got the ace. So it could be some nice hard breaching. You'll have to dedicate one of those Selmas to our 6 wall. You'll also have to dedicate one of them, well, likely to the other wall on the opposite side facing ops. And as you can see right here, also just the ops wall itself. Those breaches might get open, but you are at least going to waste time. NIP have struggled enough breaking through the initial stalemate that the lost utility, whilst could become an issue, still might not be based off the issues NIP have had.
A couple of Vulcan canisters getting popped out there, Joe. Gonna have to rotate out of storage at some point. Can't afford to play there. Cons is tasked with watching the flank onto that sky bridge. Pino. A nice bit of info on the drone there as well. Nade's getting ready to be sent in. Eights. Surely not far off a hop in. I wonder if he knows about the player top rocket. Fancy will be there to take Vicente down. Will's actually just backed up and got himself into quite a good position right now. Playing those top rocket stairs. He's got a great eye on that storage and still kind of commands that 90 area, which really you'd have hoped would have been taken by now.
Really would have, but while Will's position succeeds, he's losing support around him. Now an attacker's got control of bathroom, and he's suffering pressure from ops. Oh my god! Spots the feed and tracks up perfectly. Will's a one-man army on top rocket at the moment, and is really the only thing going 9Z's way right now. Tuku and Khan's trade. Finally, Joe starts getting active. And that arguably should have been an NIP round, but Will just decided that it was not going to be so. Pino can recover the diffuser, start putting this diffuser down at least. Got his pick of the sites. So that 2-man retake will come soon enough. On flashbang as well to give an advantage in those gunfights. Another advantage will be Joe and Will, both reduced HP. Joe in particular so low. Not a single toxic canister used in the process, by the way. So the flash will go out. As Pino looks to isolate just a 1v1, but Will doesn't go left or right. He goes up, finds a new way out of this situation. 9Z looking very strong on these defenses.
Can't really blame Pino there. I mean, there's loads of places to plant, but none of them are very good. There's always going to be too much for you to have to check. No control of rocket stairs. It's typically somewhere where you will see somebody walk up rocket stairs. NIP have got no pressure below. They're not running Buck. They're not running Deimos. Great operators to get in below and start to disrupt the players in sight. Remove positions like behind desk. Take care of smoke spots. Take care of mirror windows. And then have that player rotate up rocket stairs at a later point in the round. It assists with the player hopping into storage. Typically, you can't jump into storage unless you've taken rocket stairs. Hates was the one playing storage window on the Blackbeard. He wasn't able to jump in because they didn't know the status of storage. You can't jump in and be expected to challenge 90 degrees to your left straight away. It's an unwinnable angle. NIP leaving a real big vulnerability there on their attack. 2 rounds in a row as well that we've seen them attack that site. And they've done some things really well. But when you watch a team that is very good at attacking Lair top floor, and I would throw SR into that mix, Shopify Rebellion, they will have somebody playing below. Spoit will be in below, on the Deimos, on the Buck, making that vert happen, and then with that rotation up rocket stairs, stopping anybody from controlling that 90. You need to control that 90 corridor if you're going to be playing inside of, even if you're going to be playing inside of ops and trying to affect onto the breach and the main door into sight. And it's been a big vulnerability from NIP for both of the times we've seen them attack that top floor site. We won't see it again now in regulation, as it will be locked out for the remainder of this first phase by 9Z. And a tactical timeout has been used by NIP in an attempt to steady what has been a fairly wobbly ship. Now, this is a lineup that I can get behind, Lynx. Soft breach aplenty. This should be very straightforward. Get in, get some map control, give Fancy some targets for the death mark, and start to swing that hammer and send those boogie drones out.
I'm perfectly fine with it. Only criticism, no Sledge M59. Not making use of the shotgun and the machine pistol. Come on, Hates.
He's old school.
I appreciate it. the L85, contrary to how the gun works in real life, which is a very famously bad gun, L85 in Siege, quite reliable. At least I feel it is. Also, we have a Maestro. You and I actually think mentioned literally on Friday that we hadn't seen a lot of Maestro this stage, so get some of those evil eyes. I can appreciate everything going on here. But how will NIP try to get fancy set up with these Deathmark tractors, or get him into a position to use that AK or the Vendetta? First Oakby call goes out. Sadly for NIP, most of them just turn off the phones immediately, and there's no follow-up to that bit of information, or potential information that could have been gathered by NIP. That's alright. At least, while you'd like to maybe find some impact from that, you still get control of the second floor. You get the peace of mind that you can put down these boogie drones, start putting down these cluster charges. You got to keep a lid on the flanks, of course, but NIP do get the initial bit of map control they want in the early game.
Will forced into using some toxic canisters quite quickly. Never a bad thing. These blue stairs that lead into bunker are a very key portion of the site, and if that's where he's going to choose to make his stand, so be it. There is plenty of information for 9Z right now, and a plan isn't going to be too easy to come across. Be able to deal with that castle barricade with the nade. Cons has got the diffuser, so he's the player that we need to keep an eye on right now. It will be down to him to try and get that kit down. Will spend the last of his utility before Fancy comes knocking at his door. Nade sent down. Fancy having to work his own vert here, though, so he's not able to force him down effectively with that nade. Really needs somebody else doubling up with him right now. He's really trying to be in two places at once. With a flood of smokes, that's almost certainly the plank going down for Cons.
Just creeping in, and no toxic canisters wasted, no Shumikas being sent out. The coverage might fall, but that diffuser is down successfully in a 5v5. Cons backing up, keeping Vicente at bay. Does have time to get hates if he wants to, but smartly anticipates the follow-up. The Goyo not letting any ground slip away, wanting to keep the pressure on these attackers. It's a 4v4 with hates on the floor, and yeah, I don't know how 9Z can find a way in. Nitro goes down, NIP holding on to things quite nicely. A very good trade. It's still a 2v1 now with Wizard and hates on the floor. But Pino's got that vert. Does he have a line on Joe, who's already halfway down, who falls off of his own accord? Might have been able to stick it, all things considered, but the uncertainty strikes him and gives NIP their second.
It's the second time we've seen Joe bottle it tonight, really showing that, I don't want to say inexperience, but lack of veteran leadership on the team and confidence to just make the play. I feel like there's a world where he completes that disable there, and Pino's just sort of left sat with a gun in his hand on that top floor going, probably should have done something about that. Scrappy round, but around for NIP, and around where they get the diffuser down, which is much more within their wheelhouse of how they like to attack. They were successful last time we saw them attack this site as well, so you would expect a 3-3 split out of this, which, I mean, for Lair, no one's going to grumble at that.
No.
I think it's just maybe that there have been some bigger opportunities here tonight for NIP. But 9Z have stood fairly tall, considering what we are used to expecting from them so far this stage, and it's been nice to see them contend a little bit harder. I feel like they've had some good ideas.
5 seconds left before
They've certainly brought a little bit of adaptation in as well. Slightly different lineup here again as to when we last saw this in round 3. It was a little bit more trap focused with an Ella, a bit more plant focused with a Solus, and a bit more denial focused with a Tachanka. We've got rid of 3 of those elements instead for maybe a little bit of surety with the castle barricade, something else for NIP to burn through. Recognizing, hey, NIP aren't going for the plants all the time at the moment, but already they are changing tact, opening up that bunks wall straight away. And whereas we saw 5 players go up to clear the vert, so far, everyone in and around that mid-level.
Big first kill for NIP. A 5v4 this early on will be a lot of security going forward, especially if they start picking up issues. I will say, 5 out of 6 opening kills now, and they're fighting tooth and nail for an even half is not exactly the best sign for NIP. But a lot of those opening kills came very late in the game. 30 seconds, a minute remaining here. Not even 30 seconds into the round, or barely so. It is a little bit of a better position, at least. NIP starting to just lay down some more utility, control these flanks. Those tracks specifically to try and cut off any support to the upstairs. Roam via green stairs. Oh, but hates. Looking to catch a swing, catches a few bullets instead. Nitro evens things up. Just what the hell? I don't know what the plan was there. The Pinot puts a stop to it right quick. Wizard 2. Will, not long for this world. Everyone from NIP wants a piece of the action. It's the man that we've criticized a couple times now, Joe, in a 1vx. But if he loses this one, I'm not going to blame him too much. 1v4 is never something you should count on. And I'd be very thankful for that 3-3 half.
Where was this NIP all series long? They've had 2 really good attacking rounds there to close out this first phase. And you just wonder, how are you not able to do that from the start? It wasn't anything incredibly complicated. It was just good siege, good trades, and better teamwork. I don't think that they sat there quaking in their boots at the prospect of 9Z attacking. But it could certainly have been a more handsome scoreline for them. As it stands, a 3-3 half. They'll take it. 9Z now with a tough job on their hands. Double denial ban from NIP, just trying to make things as complicated as possible for a team that, let's be honest, with the lowest attacking win rate in the league, we aren't expecting too much out of these attacks from 9Z, especially on a map like Lair. 21% attacking win percentage. I mean, 14% plants. Just doesn't look great, does it?
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
It's a shame because some of the brighter spots that 9Z had last stage, as I've mentioned, were actually their attacks in games against Furia, for example, on Bank, where even though they lost it, 1, they pushed it 8-6, and 2, had some really well-coordinated executes and post-plants that we see glimpses of every now and then, and yet just the amount of distance between 9Z at their best and 9Z at their worst is unfathomable. And their attacks so far have, to your point, been consistent, but at least on the opposite side of the spectrum from where we would like to see them, and where we'd have liked to see them improve upon their success as much as they had in stage 1. Now we have our 6 room here. As 9Z sticks some of those attackers, we have a shield entering the fray, the ROU projector, so I imagine we'll see an execute over on op side would be my guess, typically where we see those ROU projectors get thrown. Let's be fair, with NIP not running at Tachanka, if they're a little too aggressive with those C4s, a lot of the denial is going to fall on Pinot's shoulders.
Yeah, Pinot's going to have a bit of work cut out from here, isn't he? He's going to have to pace these canisters out quite nicely. 3 C4s to fall back onto, though, if required. It's certainly not the end of the world. Will, doing a very thorough job of clearing out that sky bridge. Joe with a bit of a flank drone set up below as well. Already I'm liking this setup from 9Z at the moment because Joe's got plenty of drones that he can flick now underneath. So if he's able to get himself in and get some information, mirror windows should be disappeared. Power positions should be opened up on the floor. It's going to take him a little bit longer because he's doing it himself. He's not got an active drone at his feet, but that's fine. The rest of the team's going to be working on their objectives at the same time as well. Vicente can start to think about getting this wall open. Already moving up for control of 90, but what a pre-place from Fancy.
Just tosses it over top, lands right at Vicente's feet, but Will looking to keep up the pressure, bring some pain to Fancy on the top of Rocket Stairs. Another C4 meets its mark, though. This utility, the only bit of success for NIP so far is when 9Z have tried to take the position, it's succeeded. Both Wizard and Fancy landing some very important bits of utility to keep 9Z at bay. And with Will being put to 1 HP by that final blast, Joe also quite low. It's going to be a difficult proposition to get into sight. Sure, you don't have to worry about the toxic canisters. And I was about to say, You're going to really hope Joe can make use of these vertical angles, either to push some of the defenders into the attack, or in that case, just take one down entirely. Deathmark tracker and smoke canisters, smoke grenades as well, probably the 3 most important bits of utility remaining for 9Z. Can block off these angles. They'll still dedicate time to firing some shots up from below. Will thinking he finds a gap, ends up being a little ahead of the play. Drops the diffuser down by himself. Tuku also going for a solo push. I think that was a bit of a misclick from Joe, unfortunately, as the nerves starting to get to the Deimos. He's had a lot of success in this round so far, but in the 3v3, 9Z start to lose the plot. Then IP should be able to take the lead for the first time this game.
So difficult there because I think Joe's done everything that you could have asked from him.
Agreed.
He's got him below, he's got a kill, he's moved defenders around. There was still a blitz and another player on that top floor, and they're unable to capitalize when they've got information. They've got and I know the blitz is low, but they've still got a blitz shield, and they're not able to try and pick one of those players off. From a strategic point of view, that round is fairly well put together from 9Z. I think it has everything that you would look for in a successful round. The execution left a little bit to be desired. NIP were very good with those nitros. 2 nitros in basically the same spot. That's planned. That's, people are expecting players to be in that position, and bang, first nitro comes out from Fancy. Good reaction from 9Z to just aggressively push through and grab the trade, but then boom, the second nitro comes out. I think it was from Pino. Much better stuff there from NIP. But overall, good strategy from 9Z, and I think you run that attack enough, and it's not going to take long for them to start seeing results with it. Just so happens that they weren't successful there, and as such, we will be moving on to the basement level.
5 seconds left before insertion.
They've shown a ability there to attack onto that top floor. Let's see what they can do on the basement. Again, can't argue with the lineup. It's very similar to stuff that we were seeing NIP bring. Got the ram, got the sledge. It might even be a sledge shotgun, so it could actually be better links because Will's got the little machine pistol in the drone right now. I'm waiting with bated breath to see if that's the shotgun or not.
Also, I don't know if you feel this way too. That machine pistol is really satisfying to watch.
It is.
There's just some weapons in this game that are just like so much fun to watch. Like, the reload animation sucks, but the M4, also one of my favorite guns to watch. I think it's just the sound. But that and the machine pistol, well, in this case, the machine pistol, I've quickly,
Oh, he's got the L8.
Boo.
Big boo.
Big boo, indeed. Weapon I could, give or take, or don't really care that much about is Fancy with, Skobos' AR. But I like this position, at least. Playing aggressively behind the mirror window, can swing out, fire some shots behind these soft walls, and of course, just recall back to Fountain whenever he wants to. Assuming it is somewhere inside of the site. Khan's also providing some support over by Staircase. 9Z going very slow in this clear, and it's a shame to say, quite individually. Fox highlighted their poor communication on the desk earlier, and it seems with one guy walking in on the roam clear by himself, it seems that some of those communication issues might not have been fully solved.
This needed to be a full clear, really, from the start. I don't think you can just go in on the mid floor. You've got mirror windows that you're going up against. You're always going to be disadvantaged. I think it needs to be a full clear. And that's going to really hurt him. Will eventually pick the kill up onto Fancy. You could argue that he's done his job, given that he's burnt nearly 2 minutes of time. Brilliant C4 from Hates. Oh, Will, you have just been tracked through the floor, my friend. A lot of the vertical destruction gone now. Only one boogie drone left. Chance from Joe from above to get something done here. It's annoying me that he's not shooting that mute jammer.
Okay, I was like, please.
Thank you.
It does not take that long.
Just for the viewers, more than anything else. Like, great, if you can play with that disruption on your screen, fantastic, but as a viewer, I don't want to see it.
Ooh, clutch Banshee right there. Barricade breaks open, reveals that Vicente's pushing in behind it. That'll clue the defenders in to what Gambit and 9Z are trying to pull. But then again, with how low things are, 15 seconds remaining, they know the push is coming soon. It's not going to be a matter of if, but when. And so, as Vicente moves in, there's at least one kill, yet NIP retaining a strong advantage. He's hitting some nasty shots. We'll give him credit for those. But no credit for a round victory, as even with a third tempting him. Khan still remains at 1 HP. NIP widened their lead by another.
Starting to see some of the weaknesses in this 9Z attack. In that when there are... I don't even want to say unorthodox mini-games, because playing a Scopos and some mirror windows on the mid-floor for a basement defense, it's not groundbreaking, it's not revolutionary, but it's a little mini-game that you've got to solve, and you've got to be very quick in your decision of how you're going to solve it. I think 9Z just taking a little bit long there and probably choosing the wrong option. I would have preferred a full clear. I think if you start sledging open the ceiling above Fancy, he's very quickly going to drop off back onto site. He might stay and contend for a little bit, but it's nowhere near as effective as he wanted to be in that position. But if you're going to go at him horizontally, he's got all the advantage in the world because it is all set up around them. 9Z taking their tactical timeout, not wanting to give NIP that chance. They need to bring 2 rounds back to draw it level right now. So far, since NIP have started winning rounds, they have looked fantastic. Previous one was their 4th in a row. And as you mentioned earlier, Lynx, opening pick has been very one-sided. 9Z achieving the opening kill in only 1 round.
And like I said earlier, we'll give him credit for that.
Deploying shield.
But it seemed
What, the
like
one round?
Well, no, the 2 that they recovered despite being down 4v5.
Okay, yeah.
Bomb located.
However, we only made it that far,
10 seconds left.
and now that 9Z have switched to the attack, the wheels seem to be falling off the train. Or the car? The wagon?
Attackers are heading out
I don't
to
know.
defuse a bomb.
Things are looking good, is the point I'm making. Oh, hey, also, interesting point. No Solus on this Bunks briefing defense. That's a shame. Denying us the joy of watching that Specchio scanner. However, to that point, by the way, I do see the Sens and the Capital, which usually indicates that a team is probably just going to try to brute force it through the middle floor, and I do always find those interesting. So shout out 9Z for that.
This is 9Z, though. They can bring that, and they may still go for something else.
Well, in the way I'm imagining it right now, it's going perfectly.
Well, they're certainly not rushing into anything, which is always a good thing. Joe, just going to place his track stingers down. We'll have Fancy to deal with at the other side of Skybridge. Deployable shield as well, so there is going to be a little bit of work that needs to be done right now. At least 9Z feel that that's the call of the day. Hates. He's patient on those rocket stairs. He might see a bit of success. Ooh. Joe put down to half. 1 TCSG shot lands there from Fancy. Currently on 6 and 7. Oh, deleted. Brilliant swing from Joe.
There's number 2. With the 5v4, just brute forcing it through the site might be a little bit easier of a situation. Cons is in a real pickle right now. Those ROU projectors and those smoke bolts are starting to burn in 9Z's back pocket. You want to get active. But by the same token, the longer you give NIP to reset and there's defenders up top to hold on, they're going to be ready for this execute. Plus, Wizard on the Warden can look through a lot of these tricks. You need to have an answer for it, and with no glass on the board, that means one defender can peek through and the attackers cannot. Those smoke screens could hurt just as much as they aid. Khan's tagged up by the para, losing a lot more health. Hates now wrapping around, gets one, not the second. Big reaction by Nitro. NIP getting aggressive when they maybe don't otherwise need to. But they have taken down the Capital in the process, and for an Azami, that's a good trade. Khan's just firing through the shots, doesn't even need to see through the ROU projector. They don't block bullets. Vicenne will learn that lesson oh so painfully Joe and Will now trying to do double duty and have it both ways. Will looking down below, and Joe with 10 seconds remaining, trying to find kills upstairs. It's going to be a 6-3. Wizards signifies that with 2 blasts of the M5. And 9Z lose this round on time, and NIP go up 6-3.
Slowly but surely, NIP getting it done despite the lineup brought by 9Z. We never really saw it used in all of its glory. Again, just struggling to get past kind of basic roamers. Going to be our last chance now. That timeout not good for a round. Another round of bans coming in. I don't think it really matters what you remove if you're an IP. Maybe get rid of a Deimos. Yeah. Been the best performing operator, hasn't it, really? Joe has done good work on Deimos so far. It's going to be by no means a crutch. It's just going to be an annoyance, I think. The clash. We haven't seen a clash yet from NIP, so not necessarily a wasted ban. But again, what do you do? What do you get rid of? I think both options are going to be quite difficult. Of course, getting rid of that Deimos is going to force Joe onto the book, so he's still going to do a similar job and still going to path in a very similar way. The book is more of a hit and hope strategy than the pinpoint accuracy that you can often find with a Deimos. But again, some changes on the side of NIP. They've opted for the Chichanka this time. Fancy with those mirror windows. You would expect these walls to get opened fairly easily, given that pretty much all the denial has been removed. You've got rid of the bandit, you've got rid of the Cade. No mute, no two brow. So nothing to delay those walls getting open. 9Z should have a fairly easy time of things with that. But as we've seen, it's not as if they've got that full level of coordination to really make it happen just yet.
We've been waiting to see that coordination for quite a few playdays now, and it still seems to elude us. They find themselves at the bottom of the standings again, and so far with a worse record than they had in Stage 1. Need to win 3 rounds in a row to secure just 1 point out of the day and be there first. And if they lose, they go down 0-6, and all of those being regulation losses. Now, to be fair, Black Dragons aren't doing all that much better, but the one victory they have is over 9Z. A team that seemed not necessarily extremely promising in Stage 1, but at least seemed to have something, is still leaving us with a lot to be desired. First minute in, we haven't seen anything yet. Joe, confident, having won that duel on green stairs just 1 round prior. Looks to try his luck again in that same position. It'll be quite a while before we see anything from 9Z, just because they still have a lot of defense to cut through.
They're also quite slow as a team, aren't they? They really don't rush into too much, which I guess is a good characteristic. Pino going to get put under a little bit of pressure right now. Is able to send the Toxic Babe canister out just to stop anyone from pushing in initially. Stops the pinch from 9Z. But it isn't going to remove all of that pressure. Some real nice long Shumikas getting sent through as well there. Sense Wall. I mean, I don't know who that gives the advantage to, really. That's a maze of a sense wall right now. Either player just pops out of that and it's just a straight 50-50 who's got the better reaction time. NIP dug in at the moment, not looking to give anything away. Will. Seems like he doesn't really know which way to go at the moment. Pino has utilized all of his smokes, though. So we are only down to those Shumika launchers, but those Sense ROUs, they're going to work both ways, and Pino is allowed to just aggress up a little bit, take a few pop shots.
He can play further on the back line as well, leave the hard work to Fancy, who's still got that C4, who's probably, I was about to say, waiting for someone to push up so he can throw it down. Will scare the attack more than it does any damage. But the entire round has been focused on Newbridge, and 9Z have not been able to move 1 single inch. Wizard, Pino, Cons, everyone deciding to get active, save for just a couple NIP defenders. Wizard, unfortunately, will remain silent for round 10. But NIP, business as usual. Once they get to that second half, they don't drop a single round, and it looks easy.
Basically a flawless there to finish it for NIP, only losing Wizard right at the bitter end. It's the expected outcome. 9Z did have some nice things to show us there, and I think it's important to credit that when we see it. Some of those attacks, you could see the vision behind it. You could see the strategy. Is there still some work to do? Absolutely. And I think that that is just, that's all you can really say about 9Z. We're not expecting them to come out here and to win games necessarily. We'd be crazy to, based off the siege that we've seen them play, but as long as they can keep making some slow and continued improvements, then it's fine by me. But NIP with a very expected outcome today. We're going to cut to a very short commercial break. After that, we'll be back with our desk and to get ourselves set up for game number 2, which will be ENX versus Furia.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
And our first game of the day ends in a 7-3 for NIP. Good points on the board. 3 go their way. And the more threes we get, because that locks them further into that 3rd position on the leaderboard. We should be speaking to them as well. And yesterday we spoke to Cons. He said it should probably be Pino. And we will probably have Pino joining us for the interview as well. There he is. Good afternoon. Congratulations on the 3 points. As we said, you're locking in 3rd position right now. That must be a pretty good feeling.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. We are pretty happy with the results we are getting. Like it's better than the first split, and we are hoping to get to maybe the 1st and 2nd place.
Great. Yeah. Honestly, it looks like you guys are in shape for that. I just wanted to know, obviously, when you guys are going up against a team like 9Z, do you guys prepare any differently for a team that you know you should beat as opposed to a team that is an equal match for you guys?
Yeah, I think the preparation is the same for every team. Like for some teams, we have different maps more comfortably. I think that's the most difference, the map pool. So we take each game very seriously. Every point is important. So the game today, we start the game a little slow. It was hard. Like the comms was not the best. So we had a pause. We talk about it, and we came back with more hype, more energy. Yeah. So we need to don't make this mistake again.
You closed out the game extremely strongly, Pino. Congrats on the win. I was curious to ask you a little bit about the operator bans at the start of the game. You chose to ban out the Clash rather than banning out the Bandit on the attacking side. Can you talk about why you made that decision here against 9Z?
Yeah, we had some plans to deal with the Bandit, and we know that they use Clash a lot and they are very good with it, and we thought about it, and that could be hard for us. So yeah, it was better, and yeah, it went well.
All right, Pino, as you said yourself already, you know, maybe top 2 even is a possibility for us that would really give you that bye going into playoffs and a big advantage for the international events possibly as well. Then is there anything that you're focusing on in these next few weeks to really try and lock in the top 2? Also, given that you still have to play against FaZe.
Yeah, it's always the main goal to be in the top 1, top 2. It's a huge advantage, and yeah, we have this matchup against FaZe that will be directly for the standings, and yeah, maybe they can lose 1 or 2.
All right, well, we'll see how that game goes. I believe it's somewhere further up in the stage. You still have a lot of time to prepare for that one and the games that you've got coming next week. So thank you so much for your time and good luck with the games next week.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from them, and especially about that timeout. I think that was the main important thing that I was so happy to hear from Pino in what happened with NIP, because yeah, they had a slower start to this game, and that timeout really helped them savage that first half. Attack on Lair to be able to finish that in 3-3 is very good for them, I guess we could say. And yeah, making sure they fix those comms if they're not going too well at the beginning, I think that shows good quality and depth in a team, Foxy, where they're able to fix these issues on the go.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a side of NIP that we haven't really seen, which is one that's trying to be a lot more mental, I'd say, because I feel like NIP's always been a team that struggled mentally. So obviously him saying that they're taking every team, you know, not trying to get ahead of themselves. They're taking every team as the same, you know, every point matters. It's a very humble thing for him to say. And then also him noticing that they had issues early on. Let's try to figure it out and fix it in the moment. Because obviously a lot of players in this situation would just say, hey, we're on lair attack. It's going to happen for you to lose 2-3 attack. So obviously for them to not get stressed out by that, take the time out and then completely bounce back, I think obviously shows a lot of growth in NIP.
Yeah, it was good after that attack timeout to see them getting maybe a little bit more confident in the early round and really winning those entries. We started to see, I think in the first 2 rounds, Vicente especially starting to pop off. I believe he had 6 kills after the first 3 rounds. So he was really finding a lot of good value, playing some Boss G, Vigil and all that in the early game. But then after the attack timeout, it all went back towards NIP. Fantasy between rounds 3 and 8 had 5 opening picks in 6 rounds. So he completely took over that opening game, that early game, started completely dominating, did lose 1 opening engagement, as you can see on the stats there. It might have been bottom of his team in terms of rating, but still had a huge performance for the squad. Everybody pitching in for NIP to get this big win. And then, of course, on that second half, you've got the best defensive team in the league versus the worst attacking team on the league. Tough they couldn't even find that 1 attack, because it could have made it a little bit more of a close game, but I mean, we kind of got the expected results in the second half.
Yeah, when we're looking at the MVP for this series as well, it's not the player we always see, I guess, at the top of the standings for the team. But for the size of Hay, it's a very good job from his side. Flawless on the entry because he got one of those. A good KD, a very decent cost with the scoreline of the game. Just overall, an impressive performance. I think, Jesse, maybe you would have wanted to see a different player there, a player that you're personally very fond of, but still for Hay, this is really good.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I'm a big fan of Hates as well, you know, and I thought he also did play really well today. He had some great movement, I think, on defense. That Bunk's briefing defense, usually the hardest one for the defenders to win, but he had some really good rotations on that round to make sure it was a solid victory for NIP. So I think Hates deserved as much as anybody. Again, this was a real team effort for NIP. I didn't feel like anybody hard carried this match, but Hates played really well, deserved the MVP.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned that. A team effort. I feel like everybody on the team has their own role. Hate specifically seems like the glue that NIP, you know, has obviously needed, because they have players that are able to get the entry. They have players that are able to play on that support. And I feel like he plays two sides of a different coin when it comes to attack and defense. Him being the, you know, entering in with the shields, getting that information on attack, to then flipping to pretty much holding positions and being the main roamer on the team, or one of the main roamers or position holders on the team. Obviously, he brings a lot to the communication of the team and being able to feed information. So he's been doing a great job for NIP so far.
And especially when we hear that maybe the communication hasn't been the easiest, at least at the start of the game, and this is really good for the sides of Hates. Now, when we look at the standings after this first game, it does lock Ninjas in Pajamas further into that third position. As we said, equal in points but FaZe, of course, still have to play later on in the day. Now, even if they don't make it to the top two, that is their objective for this stage, being third could still be really good, because when you get third, your first matchup in the playoffs will be against the sixth team in the standings, and as you can see on the right side of your screen, that still is a very heavily fought contest of what team is really going to be that last one going into the playoffs. We got Lowe's and Liquid and ENX both on 3 points, or on 6 points, sorry. So there's really a big battle to be fought in there, and ENX, especially when we look at this next game, that could be huge for them, right? They have to go up against Furia. Not the easiest game at all, because Furia, as you can see at the top of your screen, is the only unbeaten team so far in the league. So, you know, if you're in ENX shoes right now, I don't think you want to be there. It's a difficult game. But when we look at them from yesterday, though, getting those much-needed points with a 7-5 was very good. And I know, Jesse, I think you just really want to talk about a specific player on that roster, because Bach had an absolute life game.
Yeah, Bach Zera played so well yesterday for ENX. He really impressed me, specifically with the way he was playing kind of forward positions with the smoke on defense. It was another game on layer, actually, that they played yesterday, and he loved playing in that storage position on the top floor. I just thought he was getting so much good value, both in terms of when he was using the Toxic Babes, able to stall out the enemy team quite well, and then also just excellent play with the shotgun SMG-11 combo. It's worth repeating again, he is currently the youngest player in the South America League, came into this team for Stage 1 as a rookie, and in Stage 1, he was their best player. He was the MVP on this squad, despite some of the struggles that they had as a team. Coming into yesterday, he was the worst player on the team, -17, but after that performance, he's really bounced back, brought that to a -6 now in the previous matchup. So really starting to turn the stage around for him, and that could honestly make the entire difference for ENX.
It could. I feel like ENX's standings right now in their matches, it looks worse than it actually is. I feel like this team has shown us a lot to be able to hold on to. Great players. We can see them slowly trying to improve. I mean, obviously they played Lair in yesterday's matchup. They played Lair in their first matchup against FaZe and got absolutely smoked on it. So for them to be able to take a map that they lost during the regular stage, work on it, feel confident enough to bring it out another time, and then find success on it, obviously, I think it says a lot for their team inner workings and how they're able to assess and grow. So obviously, I think that's a good step forward in the right direction for ENX. Same thing goes for their map play. I feel like they find success on maps where they can have success with their shields. I think a little bit more time for them to be able to grow as a team is only going to get them better and better throughout the stage.
It's the kind of growth you want to see from a team, especially within one stage. Very impressive. And if you look at last stage, them finishing 9th, they're already on a much better trajectory for this stage here. But especially when you look at the group stage last time around, their opponent, Furia, is also having a much better trajectory, because they are the only unbeaten team so far in the SAL stage 2. Whereas last stage, they only finished 4th in the group stage. A absolute barn burner yesterday against FaZe, but they did come out victorious out of that game. I think they probably could have even gotten 3rd points, and I feel like the team agrees on that one. But in general, Foxy, this team just looks incredible.
Yeah, I think the last time that we interviewed Igor, essentially him just saying that they haven't won anything since Reload, so obviously they need to be in high gear. I feel like this is a completely different Furia that we're seeing in this regular stage. Usually when it comes to the regular stage, it's almost an assumption that they're going to make the next event. So for them, I feel like this is more of a statement stage for them to not only make it to Munich, but have a successful and dominant SAL stage to pretty much finish. And obviously everybody is playing all together. The team as a cohesive unit has been firing on all cylinders and playing strategically like you would see them play at a major. They've been doing at home. And I think it goes without saying, you know, having 2 players within the top 3 of the whole SAL, I mean, you can't go without mentioning that. Though JV92 and KZ have just been phenomenal. Specifically JV92, this guy's almost perfect. I've never seen an event where he isn't the top player at an event. So obviously for him, he's been just amazing to watch.
Yeah, JV's been playing. I think he's playing some of the best Siege of his entire career yesterday. I stand by that. He entered that game against FaZe with a greater than 2.0 KDR. That has slightly dipped, as you can see now. 61/32 gets us to a 191. But even still, JV has been absolutely lights out. All of Furia, though, do really work well as a team. I thought their attacks yesterday were really nice against FaZe Clan, as they have been all stage long. Sometimes you against FaZe, you expect it to be a bit more slow, a bit more passive on the defense, but FaZe brought a completely new style to Furia yesterday, playing hyper aggressive. And while it did catch them off guard once or twice, Furia were very quick to adapt to that. And so that's going to be something that it's going to be really tough for ENX today. No matter what style of defense you want to play against a team like Furia, they're going to be able to read into you and change their play style based on what you bring.
That's the most important thing on the side of Furia, though. And I'm glad you mentioned JV92 because we have a little comparison with JV92 from stage 1 and JV92 from stage 2. I said it yesterday. I think it's been a JV92 party so far over in this stage. Absolutely insane stats, as you were already saying. And just being this really staple for his team, this fundamental part that really has been helping them get these best of ones on the board, Jesse, that they already say they don't really like.
Yeah, it's crazy how well he's been doing, honestly. Just as an individual, I feel like he's been stepping up massively for winning the gunfights that are required of him. You see a bit of the change in roles on attack here, too. Habana, the most played operator in stage 1. Damos, the most played operator in stage 2. That really kind of has enabled him to start taking a little bit more of an aggressive stance on the offensive side. We're still seeing other players play the Damos as well. It's KZ's most played op, too. But I think just getting him into more of those aggressive situations has given him a lot more opportunity to shine on this team.
Yeah, the role swap is definitely beneficial for him just in his play style. I mean, he's so consistent. And obviously, when I look at all the stats for all of the entries, he currently leads when it comes to entries. He's 12-1 for entries, which is pretty insane that out of all the times, every single map, he's getting that opening kill a majority of the time. He's never at risk of giving himself up. So it just goes to show that the impact of him playing that secondary support last stage and previously in his career has shown him when he needs to pull out, when he needs to play safe. So he is almost a perfect hybrid of being that Damos or being that, you know, secondary entry that can find those opening kills because he doesn't over push the limits.
That's definitely something we're seeing from him so far in the stage. Now, one more thing, we have the information on the teams. We need to know what map we're going to as well. And the main thing for Furia is that they can't get complacent for this one, because when we look at last stage, ENX actually took them down 7-4 on Skyscraper last time around. Furia do not want to go to that one. It seems like we're going back to Lair. Jesse, what is it with all these teams in the SAL just willing to play Lair, 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 and Lair?
It's a great map for South Americans, apparently, and if they love it, why not keep running it back? Great map for both these teams again. I do think ENX played really well on this map yesterday, Bach popping off in particular on that defensive side, but Furia, they will not be afraid of a performance like that. 2 plays already in this stage, a 7-2 victory over Los, a 7-1 victory over Black Dragons, perhaps a 7-0 coming up here against ENX. It would certainly complete their trajectory on this map, but in any case, this should be a good game. Both teams quite confident on Lair.
I think this will be a wake-up call for ENX, in my opinion. Obviously, you can be happy about going to Lair just because it's a comfortable map. We have seen them be able to improve it, dictating yesterday against their win against Black Dragons, but you're going to the same map that you already have 2 VODs on against Furia, arguably the best team in the world. So I just don't think it's going to be an easy time for ENX at all, but obviously, you know, whatever they can show to us, if they can just at least keep it close, I think that goes without saying that that's improvement regardless. That being said, Furia, I think this just comes down to an experience difference, because Furia obviously is going to have their preparation, they're going to have their strats ready and counter strats ready, so it puts ENX in a very difficult position that they will have to be able to practice on the fly with trying to play with their whole playbook being exposed. And that's something in the NAL that we have, that a lot of the newer teams to the league still are having struggles adapting to that experience curve, playing against a top team that's been around the block for a while.
Sounds like a very tough task ahead for ENX, especially if we see how many times Furia have already played this map. I mean, there's so much footage on what they will or could potentially do on this map too. We'll bring in our casters as well, because for the first time today, we actually get to speak to them as well. We're joined by Exatroika and Lynx. Now, from you two, I would love to hear anything that ENX could potentially do, or hopefully do, you've seen these two teams a lot, which could find a gap in the defense potentially for Furia.
Boxera.
It's a difficult question.
I know. Gap in the defense of Furia. Let's think about that. I mean, I think, as you said, and obviously there's the benefit of quite a lot of tape out on Furia, but then again, how good is that tape? Because we see them be able to show us very different looks across a game, across even the same half. You know, we can see 5 or 6 different ways of attacking each different bomb site from Furia, because they are just that versatile. So I think there's nothing really that you could pinpoint it down to. You're going to need big individual performances, I think.
And to that point, I think a lot of the times when we see gaps on Furia's defenses, it's always the kind that are created by Furia's overconfidence. I mean, it was Furia ENX last stage that we saw a massive box 0 performance brought about by Furia overextending quite heavily on Skyscraper in setups they didn't need to. Furia are a team that love the confidence and love, like, the energy and the momentum, but it often can go to their heads sometimes. And so I think, like, it's not the most comforting for ENX, but, like, Furia have shown, against this team specifically, that they can get overconfident and push too far on the defense when they don't otherwise have to. And maybe that's not something you can control necessarily, but it's something Furia have done pretty consistently over their 2-year history. Just a shame that they also happen to be the best team in the world, so...
All right, well, thank you, Lynx. I knew I could bet on you having at least something positive for the likes of ENX to hopefully find something here. Yes, this is an important thing for Furia, right? We talked about their risk assessment a lot so far in these best of ones. It's been something that's been costing them a lot, especially when we look at the last stage. So this time around with stage 2, it's going to be oh so important to have that down to the wire if they want to be able to finish first or second in the group stage. The main question will be, can ENX find those gaps in the defense, or will Furia just be too strong on lair? Let's go and find out.
Well, let's get stuck into it. It's something that these two teams have in common, Links, as opposed to us already playing Lair once tonight. Lair has been quite a fan favorite for Furia so far this stage, but they've also both played Black Dragons on this map. Furia, of course, beating Black Dragons 7-1, and ENX playing against Black Dragons yesterday on this very map. And ENX good for the result as well, so you can see why there's maybe a little bit of recent confidence on this map of Lair, but is recent confidence really going to cut it when you're going up against a team that is as comprehensive as Furia?
Yeah, that's the ultimate issue for me, right? Is that, sure, ENX yesterday have a really good result against Black Dragons on this map. Boxera in particular is a really good performance. He was instrumental in the last time I recall ENX beating Furia. But at the same time, Furia just beat FaZe yesterday. And FaZe are, more often than not, their main competition in Brazil. So, with Furia not dropping a single series so far this stage, last stage, KZ was basically the only one dragging Furia over the line. This time, JV92 is a whole, like, 14, 15 EPS above KZ to be the #1 player in the league. This is not Furia of stage 1, who were seeming like they were going through a weird little bit of either identity or personal crisis, and just a lot of players really struggling to have impact, including JV92. That's not the Furia this stage. Everyone, aside from Nade, is above 100 EPS. Everyone looks confident. JV92, as Jesse pointed out, is playing Deimos, which is scary as all hell. I don't know. It's just a hard situation where I do like ENX. I like Boxera in particular, as I've said many times, but, like, in the form Furia are in right now, if they're doing well in SAL group stage, every other team is in bad shape.
I heard that JV92 was on a bit of a personal vendetta because there was a commentator that called him forgettable. And I think ever since that moment, they've made it like their whole stage's mission to just overperform.
Okay. We need to add some context to this statement. Just to be clear, I called JV92 forgettable for like 3 rounds, and I didn't even mean it as like he was bad. I was like, oh yeah, JV92's like got 6 kills so far, and I don't remember a single one. I didn't even mean that as an insult. I meant like, hey, look, this man is just like, this man's not going for the glory. He's just putting in the work, chipping away at it, getting a kill every round, and I respect that. And ever since then, oh, Link says JV92 was forgettable. Link said JV92 didn't have an impact.
I think maybe it was lost in translation, obviously, because it was spoken in English, and then he's translated that into Portuguese. So I think there was something there that's maybe. But I was speaking to them last night, and that is
that's what the reason. Saying.
Yeah, that's the reason for the glow up. So I guess we kind of blame you or we thank you, depending on which side of, depending on, I guess, who Furia is playing against and whatever preference you've got in terms of team supporting.
He really, I said that, it was like the next round, he started getting 3Ks. Like, whether I meant to or not, he did take it personally. And you know what? If it's going to fuel this performance, I'll keep saying stuff like that. Because when JV92 is performing well, Siege as a game is more fun to watch. And Furia games in particular are that much more fun as well. It's Nade, though, lowest rated player. That's not really a problem when the rest of your team is doing so well. Who gets the first pick onto Angels? The Azami on a roam taken out early. That's not great. Things only get worse as KZ decides to get active. Looked back to the last layer game where not ENX, excuse me, but where 9Z were taking ages to clear out a roam. Furia walk in, take 2 fights, and that's the roam done in a minute.
Very effective, isn't it? They can immediately start to move forward now. Hertz is just baiting for someone here. Oh, please don't give him this, Mitrix. Ooh. I mean, if I'm Mitrix, I'm going, why is he watching that at this point? They're 5 versus 3, and I can't just peek out of a window. Mitrix is going to die right now. Guaranteed. You can't keep peeking that, Mitrix. You've got to, like, stop. That's not a gunfight to take.
Especially as the flashbang's coming in behind him. Furia's like, yeah, we know you're there. We know what you're trying to do. Bach does take down JV92. Well, perhaps that'll be the rivalry of this series. If it is, I can tell you it is going to be really entertaining, no matter the result. But neither defender in a particularly good position right now, as when the utility goes through, Furia just sprint into sight. Herds clotheslines Mitrix. Sat stuck looking the wrong way. Fox 2 kills so far will likely be impactless as the diffuser goes down. Nade and KZ retreat to their positions while Fellapox continue providing information as to the Warden's location. Nade, we don't need to do all that. We don't need to start swinging. Just calm down. We got, what, 18 seconds left before Bogzera doesn't even have a chance to get this counter defuse on time. We're all good. This will be the first round for Furia, looking quite good in the attack out the gate, which we would hope for a team that has the record they do.
Furia fighting over that last kill there. Felipox not happy that Bogzera was just trying to hide away and pick players off. He was like, no, I'm playing the Blitz. You might be the Warden, but I'm still just going to rush you down. KZ to collect. Furia looking very good, as we have come to expect. It can always be a mixed bag, and I think SAL in general is a region where teams, I mean, all the way back to sort of 2020, 2021, I remember teams that would would underperform in the regular group stage, and because of the way that the playoffs worked, they knew that they could do that, because as soon as the best of 3s come around, they switch it on and bam, 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 and they'll make whatever event it is that they wanted to make at the end. And they just have they give you kind of a tough time as a fan watching during the regular stage, because you're like, well, no, they're better than this. But for Furia to be this good in the stage, it can only be a good sign of what is to come out of this roster, as their sights will firmly be set on Munich and making that major. With the way that they're playing at the moment, I would put them up against a lot of good teams internationally.
Probably every team internationally, to be honest with you. Not saying they're guaranteed to win every matchup, but like, Furia in this form, like we said, if they're pulling this out in group stage, assuming playoffs is anything like this, it's going to be a scary time to face Furia in the server. Unless it's some weird situation where all of a sudden Furia, who've had a trend for 2 years, flip-flop. It's like, actually, we only do well in group stage, but now we just shake in the big matches. I don't think that's going to be the case, by the way, but that'd be funny.
Imagine developing a shake as Furia after the circumstances that they won SI in.
Can you imagine developing a shake after winning like 4 international events, beating FaZe in the domestic league last stage? It's like, wait, guys, what if we don't win? Which, like, hey, you know, human beings are weird. Our emotions can sometimes take over, but I don't see that happening for Furia. Especially Angel still thinks he's that guy and can quick peek Ops door. Opening pick 2 rounds in a row has been the Azami, and Angels both times. Mitrix is like, hey, I've got a shield, maybe I can do better. Then immediately goes, why would I do this? This is a bad idea, and then backs up. ENX have completely lost the early round, unfortunately, and will have to try and look to the mid to late game as a way to fight back.
You should be able to do something with Mitrix on this clash. I mean, they can at least be body checking different areas like storage and in towards storage window. Just ensuring that no one's allowed to walk up or walk in. JV doesn't really want to take that head-to-head with the clash, as there's no real good outcome for it. Herd's looking to try and make a little bit of space elsewhere. Our 6 room being held down by Bok right now as well. The good thing about Furia is, or something to note, is that if you think they're stalling out, you've just got to give them a little bit more time, because very often it is the prep that goes into the execute and the final setup. They'd fall into Bok. It might not be going as planned this time. Felipox is primed and ready to jump into display window, but he needs something else to be going on to give him the cover to allow him to do that.
Furia running into that obstacle could prove to be a problem. They always tend to find these gaps, but Florio and Sexy Cake both ready for it. Flash 2 stunning Felipox's walk-up rocket. Herds just finding the left side of Sexy Cake's head. Takes a lot of HP to get that done, and Furia still struggling for solutions. With an even harder problem to solve, 1v3 that will not likely find any success for Felipox. ENX do fight back very quickly, able to win a defense on our 6 room.
Playing around the clash really well there as well. They'd lost the opening pick and was still able to convert that round. Salvage that round, should we say. Mitrix on the clash really being the solid win condition there, because there were just areas of the map that Furia never had an idea or a real good way of taking control of. Display window, storage. You've got a clash in and around those areas. They are really compact spaces, and it can be very difficult to try and hop in, and especially if you're going to try and get a pinch off onto the clash. If there's a little bit of support in the area, which there was for ENX, it can be extremely difficult to do so. Hats off to the clash play as well, because there's a lot of hard floors in and around those areas, so you're going to be fairly safe even if Furia do go below, which is something that they didn't do, by the way, which I was kind of surprised about. Obviously the Deimos has been banned, but there's nothing to stop him from using the book. ENX coming up with a good response. And as such, they will be defending this top floor again, but the bomb site will be lower. Bomb site in toward that mid floor level. And this is usually where we will see Furia go for their Sens Capital combination. Furia typically quite confident with just a half clear when attacking this site. Will look to get the plant down. JV92 should go and open up that exterior wall very early. There's nothing stopping him from being able to do that. There is a mirror, so if there is a mirror window placed on the wall, it could be a little bit tricky. And especially given that it's the thermite that has been chosen, but as we can see, Nade, he scoped it out for us. It is all clear and good to go. Ooh, good opener. That's the smoke down straight away.
What I was going to say that having players with like really great gun skills kind of a cheat code when attacking this site, because normally the super 50-50 strat are just like, we're gonna bring smokes and brute force it and ignore the vert is like always pretty hard. But if you just have like, I don't know, Herds, KZ, and JV92, it's probably like 20% easier than the other team. Well, now it's 20% easier because you got an opening pick, and now Furia can just do what they were going to do anyway with a 5v4. I'd hate to be Sexy Cake right now, being the guy that's got to hold down sight when Herds is thinking about finding a gap on the middle floor. You have a long time to decide where they want to put this IQ in or where they want to just start pushing in general. Losing that smoke's going to be a problem. Can't drop them through the hatch or even stall out the push on the top floor anymore. Got 2 C4s for Angel and Florio, but aside from that, probably a lot of this plant denial is going to come down to this Mitrix on this Solus.
Fleapox's patience right now, just waiting for those drones to come through. As soon as the drone rounds the corner, bam is there. That's the teamwork that we love to see with Furia.
I've not seen that before. Ollie, have you seen somebody on Buck go below to take down the one player inside of the site before? Because I don't think I have. Furia coming up with some new inventive solutions, and we don't even see a plant attempt on basement. It is a slaughter of ENX. From the bottom, middle, and the top of layer, every single side of the map is Furia's.
I just love the way that Furia see the game. Dealing with the player on site by going below with the book. Genius. Drone work. Just the general team. I mean, Fleapox is in that position for maybe 10, 15 seconds. Just patiently waiting. Yeah, you could start to rip open the floor and go a little bit early, but you lose the element of surprise there. And as soon as the drone rounds the corner, it's yes, he's there. And bam, 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 that skeleton key sings. At the same time, a collapsing on that top floor. The side player really is just kind of anchoring and waiting for the top floor to eventually come under pressure, have to drop off or die, and then start to deny the plant and really operate in the site. It's just kind of a bit of a guarantee. It's seen as a fairly easy position to play until later on where it does get quite stressful. Furia just making short work of everything top through bottom right there. A very comprehensive push for the mid floor. They'll move downstairs to the basement now.
So, Angels has failed to do work in the early round twice now, Ollie. Do we think the Vigil switch is going to make it happen?
5 seconds to go.
Will a looser roam be the solution?
I don't know if a looser roam is the solution, but if maybe he's just feeling a Boss G round, then fair enough, because we know what the Boss G can be a difference maker in a round, can't it?
Hey, was it Will or Joe who got 2 kills with their last layer game?
Might have been Joe actually had a fairly good game for the terrible way that he played a couple of 1 versus 1s. But a generally decent game aside from that.
XK gets clipped in the leg 30 seconds into the round. Not a whole lot to write home about, but just a little bit of a message from Furia that they're always watching. It's going to be a standard full clear by Furia with the presence of the Sledge and the Ram. They want to get that vert, investing quite heavily in it in their operator lineup. So we will see if Florio and Angel specifically has what it takes to stand tall against these Furia attackers. Because, well, at least we know, they don't yet, but we know that Furia are coming for them. And they've already started setting up cutoffs and worked themselves into positions to open up this vert.
Angels still playing loose. There's a lot of attention at the moment from Furia. Full top floor flank. I mean, there's no drone on this. There is a drone in reception. Nades watching. And security hallway. So there's a good chance that he'll get the Vigil signal on the drone, but it isn't going to help them locate the Vigil any further, and you could just be mistaken for assuming that the Vigil is downstairs. I think a lot hinges on Angels and the success that he sees out there, especially with players like Herds already committing in toward lockers. The good line onto the site, already trying to catch players that are getting forced around because of this vert. Nade goes through. Wall's going to get Selma'd open next to him. Toxic Babe's now used it around the minute mark. Still not bad. You can see Angels dipping back into his scanner there as well. The ER7 cloaking device, but boom, he's dealt with by Fleapox. That roam is not going to work out this time.
Herds, who's been doing the classic Herds thing of just waiting at the door to the site for ages, waiting to see if a gap arises. It's a gunfight with Sexy Cake instead, and now as Fellapox decides to get a double kill from the Vert, that gives that IQ the perfect way into A site. Holding a very clean line on the rotations in between. Bach on the other side, spotted from not one, but two, but three angles. Gets shots from all of them, and Furia uncontested so far on Lair.
I don't want to say that it's looking easy for Furia, but they are
looking easy for Furia.
Yeah, they are just going through the motions right now. There is nothing that is too much trouble. And ENX are trying to throw some fairly decent obstacles in their way. I don't hate the Vigil going for that sort of late play. I think you know that Furia are going to get good control early. You tried to roam previously when you attempted this site and it didn't work. So a deeper, later roam seems like a better option. Furia are just aware of it. I'd love to have seen that kill that Fleepox got. I don't know if it was on a drone or if there was a bit of information that Nade was able to glean, because he was flicking the drones when the ER7 cloak was active. So they may have had an inkling as to where it was going to be coming from. The positioning from Furia so far has been, as you would expect, second to none. Back upstairs to Master and R6 for round 5. ENX really struggling for answers right now. The only thing that's worked for them is that clash on this top floor. And if there's one thing we know about this Furia roster, is that they are more than willing and more than capable of adapting round to round. I very much doubt that they are going to let that clash be a problem this time. We've already seen a bit of a change in the lineup. KZ's going to be bringing the Zofia this time. Nothing to deal with it directly vertically. I think recognizing that the clash can just find some pockets of safety to stand on, so Vert isn't always going to be the way to go.
10 seconds left.
They are going to have to deal with Mitrix, as that was the big undoing of round number 2.
5 seconds left. Loading new mag. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
So Zofia locked in by KZ, but Ollie pointed out as one potential solution for the clash. Interesting switch to the Aurora by Nade. Those doors can kind of go in a lot of different places on these sites, so it doesn't exactly kind of lock you into one style of execute as it does for some other ones in the game. I am intrigued by Sexy Cake bringing that Solus in much the traditional way that Solus used to be brought. Normally we see it nowadays, as Ollie and I talked about in the last game, of you, whereas you, well, hold on, let me reset because I almost started doing the talking point out of order. Solus used to be brought down below, and you hold first floor when you're defending a second floor site to try to deny the plant that way. Nowadays, it's more second floor, you know, stopping a plant onto the first. Sexy Cake bringing it in that initial focus, but playing down below is going to be a lot trickier now that you're in a disadvantage. Angels, by the way, has been the opening pick 4 out of the 5 rounds we've played so far. He's always been the most aggressively positioned defender, and each time, whether it's at the beginning or the late round, he has been the first to fall in every round except round 3.
That was such a good way of dealing with the player outside of Ops as well. With KZ below, Zofia in hand, like lifeline ready to use, and then boom, the kill comes through straight away. Like as soon as the shots start getting fired, the lifeline's exploding on the floor, and Angels is just dead. What that also does is, because the floor's now open, it stops Mitrix from being able to push up as aggressively and control Ops. So already a little bit more restricted in the ground that Clash can operate in. Very quickly now, we see Furia being able to open the wall into Master. Herds. The exterior wall open as well, and a great line on that mirror window. He's not afraid of challenging onto that. Oh, Mitrix caught out on the air jab as well. The air jab, a brilliant tool to use to try and gain advantage on the clash. JV is going to be the one opting to try and do that. Gets a chance, at least puts him down low, but Sexy Cake with some vertical play of his own. He'll find himself 2 for his troubles. Not the best 5 seconds there for Furia. Not only has JV let the clash slit the net, but they've also lost 2 bodies.
Sexy Cake, arguably the most 2 important kills of this round, has completely shifted Furia's fortunes. These smokes adding insult to injury. because Nade wants to commit, use those doors to enable and execute over on op side, but there's the Shumikas. Never mind, just the toxic canister. Ooh, great foresight by Boxera. That's the exact kind of play Herds would want to make in a situation like this. ENX are ready for it, and now Nade in a really tricky spot. Should be taken down. Was the defuse? No, never mind. ENX let it go down successfully. I don't know how much info Nade is working with. Doubt he can find a great position for these roar doors either. But you can see how concerned they are with the presence over by bathroom. Instead, it's Nade over by ops. A lot of time running down. Bach will throw out a smoke, but Nade can still peek in through the breach. Can nail down Boxera if the pre-fire doesn't land. Incredible prescience by Bach, not only with that pre-fire, but anticipating the backstab from Herds, making good on the performance we saw yesterday.
Top floor continuing to elude Furia there. It was definitely a little bit closer. Having actually gotten the plant down this time, but still in a 1 versus 2 for Nade. Sexy Cake. He's been that loose player for ENX. You think of Sexy Cake, and in my mind, I just can't, and it's because that's when I started watching, and that's for the longest time where he was. I just can't shake the thought of him as being the solid support for Liquid. And unfortunately, players that stay on rosters for a long time doing the same thing, they kind of get typecast a little bit into that sort of category. But you forget that on this ENX roster, he's actually quite an aggressive roamer. And he will go for some of these more risky plays. And the risk paying off in round number 5. A double kill, which certainly assisted ENX coming away with the round there. JV did have a bit of a moment in the sun, but as was the last time that we saw him play Lair in the first half, was fairly quiet, and it was really the second half where he started to ramp up, and that performance became a lot more toward what we're expecting with his current scoreline and stats line. But it's going to be the final round on the attack at the moment for Furia. Back to that mid floor. Now, there was a very early opening pick, and Furia seemed to do a lot of the work from outside last time. Got a slightly different setup to deal with here and now. Still going to be a couple of mirror windows kicking around, but Herds is certainly wasting no time. Already into ops, already with the wall open. Ash charge sent through as well. Got a nice little flank drone on Rocket, which you can now rotate round. Already knocking on the door of Master.
Knocking on the door to Master, also looking over towards the New Bridge side. Classic Furia attack. Station somebody at every single one of these entrances and see where the defense is weakest. Nade will run into the most successful player for ENX in the past 2 days, though. Playing the operator that is always meant to control the hallway. SMG-11 and shotgun, perfect kit for these kinds of engagements. That pistol's good. Nade's good, too. But dealing with that smoke is always easier said than done. ENX with their first opening pick of the half so far, coming at exactly the right time. Great shot by Herds. Everything generally going ENX's way as while Nade gets that kill, he works himself into a really tricky position with a nice pre-fire. Takes down his immediate attacker, Herds, one of his own around the corner. It's been a very hectic take of the top floor, but ENX and Sexy Cake specifically, the master of these vertical angles. 3 of his kills coming from below up to the top. But 1 bullet of HP? What's quicker? A shotgun or Herds with the R4C? Now's the ultimate test if you were curious in finding out. Herds looking to land that pre-fire. Ash charge in hand. What is the game here? Throwing in the middle of the floor. Just knows where his target is. Neither one able to get a shot on the other. He hits the prone, but does Sexy Cake hear it? Still quick peeking back and forth. A duel if there's ever been one before. Herds now going for the full rotate, indecisive as to where he wants to end up. Spotted on the default camera. Big info for Sexy Cake, who's deciding where to play himself. Remains inside of the site. The smart decision here. As with a barricade in Herds' way, he telegraphs the exact rotation he wanted to pull off. Sexy Cake fires some shots. Lets him know that I know you're there, yet Herds makes it across in time. Takes refuge behind the pillar. Looking to force this Ash off the plant. No C4 to do it. Herds does it of his own accord, but with the shotgun around the corner, still no shots landing. Surely something's gotta give! It's attempt number 9, it feels like, as Herds with another pre-fire gets the 1 bullet required to get a 4-2 half.
I feel like Herds really milked that. I think he could have done that a lot sooner and a lot more effectively. But fair play. You can't underestimate that shotgun. In a 1 versus 1, when those angles are very tight and close, he made a great decision. Rotate around, make it more of an SMG-11 engagement. Just puts you in a much better position. It just levels the score, levels the playing field back down to being evens because you've both got ARs at distance, or both got automatic weapons at distance, as opposed to going up against that shotgun. We'll know how devastating it can be. A lot of 1 versus 1s this game so far. Really hasn't been so clear cut, has it? So 1v1 clutch for Herds. Close out round number 6. It does put Furia with an advantage going into the turn of the half. ENX, 40% attacker win rate. Again, not something that they're particularly known for. Their attacks have been fairly weak on the whole. So with a difficult map like Lair ahead of them and a deficit straight out of the gate, it is not going to be easy. Double denial banned by ENX. I believe we have a shield banned by Furia.
Bomb located by attackers. You can stop worrying about grenades now.
Yeah, shielding the Ying.
Double hard breach now, not all that shocking. Feel like it's pretty common on any map. The moment you have like exterior walls with a decent amount of focus, it feels like the hard breach style always gets banned. Like Lair, Night Haven, Clubhouse.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
I'd say those are the main 3 that I could think of off the top of my head. That it feels like, you know, with the exterior walls, like over in A site, for example, or on Night Haven over in like IT, Clubhouse, Plat Wall, and Jacuzzi. Kind of hard to counter. Also stops you from getting in the building.
Shield going out.
There you go. There's some analysis on the most common, one of the most common bans in the game.
Great job.
I thought it was all right.
That's what we're here for.
Quite literally, it's what we. That's what we're both here for. Like, we get paid to do that. You know what Hertz gets paid to do? Go 10 and 3.
I'm gonna download one of these VODs one day and just watch it from Herds' POV.
I have done that before. Let me tell you, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's fun watching somebody who's just got an instinct for timing. Like, I don't know how he does it sometimes. Like, you can see the thought process, but there's just sometimes where he just makes a decision, and I'm like, if you decided to push in on half a second on either side of when you did, it would have been a lot closer, and yet somehow you just knew. It's like the curse of being smart enough to know how somebody did something, yet also not good enough to ever do it yourself.
Does look like a little bit of a confused take right now for BNX.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
Mitrix
I'm not really
is wanting
quite sure.
to walk up Rocket, but I mean, there's not too much that he's going to be able to do. KZ's fairly happy with where he is right now. Yeah, it'd be nice if he could move, but JB's going to free that right up for him. Angels will find his second kill of the game. KZ eventually dealt with, but a lot of time has been soaked up on those rocket stairs.
Well, a lot of times, so... Ooh, okay, hold on. That might have been an opportunity for the 4v3 there, and that really opens things up. But it's been a really confused take overall, as you said. We were on Ops for the first minute, then Rocket for the second minute. We found one kill in the process, but lost our Capitao solo hopping into bathroom. ENX still not at any particularly good solutions for this problem, which, to be fair, we've seen a lot of teams tonight, even Furia as well, really struggle with these top Rocket takes. NIP, then 9Z, then Furia, now ENX, all having a lot of trouble pushing beyond this staircase. So while it's ENX suffering the problem, it's one certainly not unique to them tonight so far. It's especially more difficult when Herds is hitting shots like that. The 416, not a gun that's forgiving on the recoil. It's good for one, but then the ENX good for the second two. So how are Nade and Felipox going to hold on for just 6 more seconds? Felipox telegraphing the position with that LMG. Matrix working his way in to get this diffuser down. Surely they've got the coverage to do so. Furia are long on angles at the moment, unfortunately. Great shot by Felipox. Nade traded out, sadly. And this Tachanka fighting for his life inside the site. ENX spent a long time figuring it out. They try every single entrance. And the third time's the charm.
Eventually managing to get it done under the cover of the Blackbeard. The Capital paying the price there, not able to... I mean, the utility usage was great. It really cut off the player at the top of Rocket. But ENX, a confused take, but one that works out in the end. Maybe you look back at that with hindsight and go, they were just poking and prodding for the best possible angle. And when they found it, they fully committed to it. Not many teams, as you mentioned, Lynx, have won that top floor site tonight. Yet ENX have done so in their first round on the attack. Best way possible that they could have started things here. They now only trail by 1 round. They can move on to attacking this basement site. Rorador's at least hovered for the time being from Florio. It really does seem like a good map for Rora. A lot of teams will play Rora on specific sites, but at least on labs, you kind of get it. You can kind of play it on all 3, honestly.
5 seconds to insertion.
Deimos on a Twitch switched in at the last second. Angels giving himself the best chance on the Finker.
He's pissed about this 2 and 7.
Yeah, he needs to do something about that.
2 and
I
7.
mean, that opening pick has been dreadful for him, hasn't it? 1, 2, 3. He's died 4 times on the opening pick.
Hey, to be fair, 2 of those came in rounds that ENX won, so like, at least you've got that, I guess. JV92 got a procs in pocket for when the nade goes through. I love that from him. He said, "Oh, you got the Banshee?" No, you didn't. It's been a bit of a forgettable JV92 performance.
It actually has. For someone that's at the top of the pops in terms of leaderboard, forgettable is a great way of describing it.
It has actually been a rather top-heavy game for Furia at the moment. Not to say the other players are doing bad, but definitely has been Herds leading the way in a lot of these rounds.
I think Nade's had a good game.
Nade has had a good game, but Casey, by the way, knows with the game being played here. There's clearly recognition. Oh my god! Wow, Angels fries KZ. Good night. That's a hell of a way to make an entry back into the game. 3 and 7 King. He's just one tapping his ghost at this point. But Herds likes a challenge. That's the shock drone. Herds 90 HP, but he'll back up after that.
I think that's worthy of a call out.
I lied. Why would Herds fall back? I don't know if he needs to be doing that, by the way. I know he's ratting, but they are in sub and they've got the door.
I think the ratting's fine at this point because whilst, yeah, ENX have got the opening pick, what else have they really done? They've not got any soft breach, so they're not going to be trying to get in and take mid-floor. They really are just fighting to try and dislodge these players, and Herds is doing a really good job of harassing and wasting time. Felipox at the top of these blue stairs. Some unfortunate timing with his utility there. He'll pop the gas, but it's just too late. Chanky Shumika launches from Nade now relied on to try and ensure that that bunker is safe. Mitrix can take a little bit of damage through that. Those Shumikas are only going to be good for so long, and players, if they're full HP, and especially with a Finker Stim, can just push straight through them.
Knew that Finka announcing her presence. Texas Cake tagged up a little bit, but dodges the C4, so let's still hold on to life for the time being. Another very, very late ENX execute down to 8 seconds remaining. Nade tagged up quite nice, but Herds holding the off angle. Gets the first. Who's getting in to put this diffuser down? Are we going to have time? Bogzera right at the red zone. And ENX just controlling the pace enough to move us into the post and evade the biggest bit of danger. Bogzera down on the fall off as with Herds having a castle barricade behind him. Is able to rotate out effectively. Mitrix is ready for it though. Downs the Aurora. but he's got this shield. Just be careful. Keep that shield up. You don't need to fight. Just waste time. Goes to knock him down! He flips around, exposes his head, and gives Herds all 5.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen. He flips the entire wrong way.
His sensitivity looked a little too high.
Even Herds is looking at it like pulling a little face. A little pursed lip, sort of. That shouldn't have happened. Oh dear, oh dear. Thrown round from ENX in a game where they've been fairly competitive.
These attacks have not been perfect, but they've been good enough.
They've played a good game, considerable for the game that's in front of them. I think they're playing fine. That would have been 4-5.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
They've already been successful on this top floor once. Maybe they could have done that again. A little bit of a missed opportunity. Herds has definitely got the team in his back pocket tonight, though. 16-4 right now.
10 seconds to go.
Just a little clean ace as well. 16-4.
5 seconds to insertion.
What, 3K? And
3K
an
in
ace at
round
this point?
6. Yeah. Ace in round 8.
To defuse a bomb.
It ain't nothing.
All in a day's work. Light work from Herds. That was also 1vx, by the way, that Bunk's briefing round. Without a... It is worth noting, without Herds getting active like that, without that 3K, the 1v1, without that ace, it's 5-3 ENX. Gotta point it out. So far, only site ENX have won on both sides is R6 room, which is where we're going back to, so maybe 5-4 in the cards.
Herds clearly brimming with confidence right now.
I wouldn't want to peek him in this position.
I mean, we typically don't see players do too well playing too far up in ops. And currently that's exactly where he is. Oh, okay, it's Herds. And JV92 joins in on the fun. JV's like, yep, I'll keep you safe, don't worry. Still a player on the upside down rappel.
We just didn't need to do that.
Well, I think KZ thought that the troll time was sanctioned, but it definitely wasn't just yet.
Hey, with momentum like that, you can forgive a man for getting overconfident. Oh, Herds, of course. Herds does not need to be doing this. I just want this to be clear. Herds does not need to be doing all this. Literally has a Kiba, could put it on the window or the door and fall back. Is Herds going to do that? No. Half the round to go, and he's trying to look for more. Makes the wise decision, by the way. Backs up. Play inside of office for the remainder.
I mean, the round should be dead and buried from this point. There's no heart breach from ENX. They're going to be left pushing single doors and windows. With a smoke, Goyo canisters in play. It's going to be too straightforward to make that happen. They will take control of ops, and Bot can start to walk his way up these rocket stairs.
I'm reloading.
We're not going to have any alternate angles of attack. Herds and Nade pretty low right now, though. 45 seconds, and there's still a bit of attacker utility floating around that they can try and use. Particularly, they've got a lot of nades. They should be able to dislodge some of these players.
Herds just registering a hit for the brief second there. Oh, but Nade, yeah. Oh, he lives? God is on Herd's side. Never mind. Bogzera decided to intervene. One well-placed shot from below puts an end to the menace. Good grenade usage for ENX, but again, an execute coming really low on time. To this attack's credit, they've been good at finding these late-round gunfights and winning important moments. Bellapox gets the better of them here, and that downside is, when you're not winning them, you've got no cushion to fall back on. ENX lose on time. Furia move up to match point.
Got to credit ENX there because they did the best that they could with the tools that they had. I mentioned they had 3 nades, and that was really their win condition. They had to make something happen. They got a kill onto Herds with one of them. That's great. They weren't able to make the second one work. And again, you're still going to be pushing through that single doorway, given that you've lost your hard breach in the opening, 30 seconds? So it was always going to be a very difficult round for ENX to try and salvage, and they maybe would have done better by pivoting into a slightly different take, given that they didn't have the ideal tools for the job for that sort of front-sided ops push. However, Furia were able to stand firm and put themselves onto map point right now. We get a bandit and a smoke ban.
Rest of the gang up top.
It's usually the winning formula, isn't it? I mean, Nate could play upstairs, to be fair.
That's what I was gonna say. I actually don't think you'd want the clash below.
Practice care and caution. Only when the mission calls for it.
See, this is the thing, is like, because Nade might be good to below, because he's got the shield for protection. He can also, like, plant it and take a fight if he wants, but also, like, no, do you want like, herds below? Just to, like, you know, he's hot right now, and he's winning every fight, so that way if somebody tries to get aggressive and push in, you've got him there.
Shield deployed.
I mean, there's the other argument of, do they need anyone below just yet? With the hatch open, they could very quickly drop for that. The NX should be getting this exterior wall open, though. There's not going to be too much stopping them. The clash is going to be the problem. We've already seen how well it has worked for ENX. Actually going to be KZ on the site. Got a good little early warning system around him with those FNATs. Nade can just sort of harass on this long Skybridge angle. I mean, that's probably the worst thing that you could look down Skybridge and see is going to be a clash shield.
The human drone.
It's just horrible, isn't it?
Off. F not activated.
See the information relayed in real time. Nade calling out that there's not any presence there right now, so KZ flicks off those F-Knots, turns on a couple others closer to home. Calculations being run by ENX, though. Firebolt pulled out, likely going to try to deal with that clash. And if there's anybody downstairs at bottom green window, Nade might be in a very tricky position. Out goes the utility, and yeah, there we go. Really well-coordinated pinch. Fire to push her back, and instead of shooting, they just push her into the pipe and blow it up. Really great usage of that, and I have to imagine Furia could be popping that pipe next time they run this strat.
Furia do still have good control upstairs. They've got the shotguns to make a little bit more vert if they feel like they need it, but with that breach open, there is always the risk and vulnerability that you're just going to get smoked off. JV is going to be playing the Warden, so should be able to see through that. Be an aggressive play from KZ here as well. There is going to be a BP on the site. Brilliant pick there from KZ. Oh, he makes it 2. Not quite the highlight reel. Eventually shut down, but time enough for Sexy Cake to recover the diffuser. Maybe try and execute this plant.
JV92 has unfortunately been rendered obsolete as KZ takes down the only two smoke operators for the attack. The JV doesn't have to worry about turning on those glasses anymore. Herds and Fellow Box, both with C4s, they can just drop from above. Angels thinks he's found a way in. He'll spot one on the hatch very briefly. Finds an important fight as JV92 gets the kill just before, but again, low on time with angles galore. Fogzera works his way into the bunks, and can Furia just find the angle, whittling him down? Oh, Angels in the clutch! Catches it right at the last second and saves the game for ENX. Bach will remain on that diffuser, spotted and downed, but his number was called much early on. And is Angels have it in him, or is he number 19, marked for death against Herds? Half the time's gone. Well-timed flash as Herds peeks in. C4 sent out, but he pushes in deep! From 0-4 on the entry to bailing ENX out, Angels coming in with the clutch.
Brilliant play from Angels. I love the aggression and the calculation to push in instead of just wait for that C4 and play passively on the breach. The second time tonight that we've seen members of Furia caught with a piece of utility in their hand as opposed to a gun at the worst possible moment. That's just siege timing for you. But ENX doing a really good job of knowing when to aggress. In a way, I do kind of want to question the angle that was chosen to try and stop the plant from going down, because there was pixels in between the bars. And when you're trying to tap fire a Vector or something like that, I mean, anything's going to be difficult. I do wonder if Furia could have just gotten a slightly better angle to deny that diffuser going down in the first place. A lot of the hard work had been done. You'd mentioned there that the Sens and the Capital both removed, so they had full visibility as to where that was going down. That wasn't the problem. And a plank going down with 2 people still left upstairs.
5 seconds
A
left.
bold round from ENX, but they're going to have to be bold if they want a win or some points here tonight against Furia. 6-4. Downstairs we go.
Can't you just let this one slide for old times?
Has been a successful attacking round previously for Furia. Another round where we saw Angels involved in that opening engagement. This time he actually got the kill.
Oh.
Oh dear.
KZ not a big fan of what Angels pulled in the previous round. Gotta feel bad for him on that one. Here's what the plan here is, because normally you see the shield by the door and it indicates a rush, but then you normally see the Nook by the door and it indicates a lurk. When you have
They're canceling one another out.
Yeah, when you have the Nook and the Monty next to each other, I'm like, what the hell are we doing here? Oh my god, the Gershma and JB92 prone behind this desk. Oh, this could be nasty. Oh! Wow, JB92 has been found out. Floorboards ripped open above him and blended up on the middle. KZ now looking to drop back, but Bach, oh my god, passive flank watch? What the hell am I watching? ENX getting crazy with it too. Mitrix with a pistol inside of the site, just holding on as things are still close. No Angel to fly in and bail them out. It's got to be Mitrix, and now it's got to be Bach Zera. Only player positive for ENX so far. Instrumental in the game yesterday, putting so much damage into Herds, but not enough to write home about. Great clutch from Angels in round 10, but the inevitable still arrives. Furia close out the game 7-4.
And with that final kill, Herds secures his 20th kill of the series. An incredible performance from him. And without him, I don't know where Furia would have been today, because ENX were coming up with some really nice strategies there, both on the attack and the defense, to try and deal with the game that Furia were putting in front of them. I think it's very clear to see that Furia have played a lot of Lair so far this stage, because a lot of things were being very well calculated and dealt with by the side of ENX. But on the day, all it takes is for one player to pop off. And fortunately for Furia, that was Herds. We're going to cut to a short break. After that, we'll be back with our desk winners interview and to set us up for match number 3.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
and a 7-4 for Furia as our second game of the day. They remain the only unbeaten team so far inside SAL Stage 2, and therefore we get to speak to them as well. I'm very glad to have Philippox on the line to ask him some questions, to hear his opinion about that game as well. Good afternoon. Congratulations on yet another 3 points, the only unbeaten team, and it seems like Philippox lair is starting to become you guys' domain.
Yeah, first of all, hello guys, good afternoon. Yeah, we played 3 lairs and 3 banks this season, and we are playing really well this map. And yeah, now we are qualified already, so we are going to keep playing lair and banks. Should not show any more maps.
Well, I mean, when it's such a strong map, there's no reason to play anything else too, right? Philippox, congratulations on the big win today. Congratulations on qualifying. We're still seeing some new stuff come out from you guys, though, on this lair map. I know specifically on the bunk spawn site, you went below today and went into the basement on the buck. I don't believe I've seen another team pull off a strategy like that. Can you talk a little bit about that play and why you decided to run it?
Yeah, so we have a play that we want to plant on the bomb side, a really common play. But we knew that Sexy Cake likes to play on that reinforcement. And then Igor, our coach, told us before the game to get the buck and get that pixel that I would kill him. So I did that and got the kill, and easy kill.
Nice.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, you guys are looking absolutely amazing. I wanted to ask a question. Why do you feel like they took you to lair today? I know lair is a very common map in the SAL, but obviously with you guys being so good at it, why do you feel like they let that map go through?
I think their map was a little bit limited, so they can't afford to like choose the map, to be honest. And I think that their lair is not that bad. They won against Black Dragons yesterday, so I think they are confident on that map. And then I think that's why they chose that.
Well, Philippox, I think it's a quite known thing that you and the team have not liked the best of ones so much before, but how are you feeling about them now? I mean, we can clearly see that the risk assessment on the team is a lot better. It's easier for you guys to win out these best of ones because you're not always getting over aggressive. How is the sentiment regarding the best of ones at the moment?
Yeah, we are playing really well. I think we're playing more. My dad told me that we were playing more serious, but it's not like that. It's not like we were playing trolling the other games last season. But I think we kind of are playing a little bit more serious, like, but not in that way. Like, I think more disciplined is the word, like not throwing advantage rounds and stuff like that. And it's a BO1, so if you throw one round, it can already cost a lot on the end of the match. So I think that's the main reason why we are playing way better the BO1s.
Yeah, we can definitely see that. It's been working out wonders for you guys. As we said, the only unbeaten team so far. And once again, a big congratulations on the 3 points and qualifying to the playoffs as well. Thank you for your time, Philippox, and we'll probably speak to you again next week.
Thank you. See you guys.
All right, sometimes dads know best when it comes down to the playstyle and things that they've been observing from the game. Love to hear that from Philippox over at the interview there. But just again, when we're looking at Furia, I mean, that 4-2 split after their attack, quite impressive already to begin with. A little bit of small blips on their own defenses, and I thought that, okay, maybe ENX have found these gaps that we were talking about in the pre-show. And then Hers just casually drops an ace on them. You know, he drops a 20 bomb in the end as well. These players are just individually on another level, Jesse.
Yeah, it really feels like we got to see prime Herds come out today. It felt like he got a little annoyed, a little angry at this team on the second half and took things into his own hands. Kind of scrappy, I would say, on the defensive side. It didn't always start off really strong for Furia, so they had to make some kind of bold plays to regain man advantages in a lot of those defensive rounds. But when you're so confident in those high-pressure situations, when you've got so much experience, you're not going to shake in those moments. This is a team that have been at the biggest stages and the biggest moments, the most difficult spots a Siege player could possibly be in. They're playing ENX in a group stage. They're going to be on their game in these clutch spots. So huge shout out to Herds this game, but I really do think everybody else also having good games too. Nade, I thought, started really strong for Fury on those first couple of rounds, but no doubt who the MVP will be at this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do agree with what Philippox was saying. He was saying that his dad, said that they were playing a little bit harder. I mean, I do feel like it really is a mentality thing that we've been noticing from Furia. Obviously, whenever they make to a major event, it looks like a different beast, a shark that smells blood. And when it comes to the SAL, it's almost, you know, they're just playing their reps. They know, like, even if they don't give it their best, they're going to make the events. But it really does feel like a statement, and you can see it in their play. I mean, on a map like Lair, it's so difficult to find openings, be able to attack, get that opening kill. But it seemed like Furia did a really good job at isolating. Damn, 20 kills, sorry. Herds really just absolutely went nuke. I think they did a really good job in their attack wins when they would get that opening kill, like being able to isolate individuals, understanding where ENX was going to be. And that's what we were talking about when it comes to the experience difference, that ENX is going back to this map. They just played it. I mean, Felipox even said in the interview, like, oh, they're a good team. They played it yesterday against Black Dragons. Like, yeah, they watched the footage. So they understood exactly the areas where they could isolate those ones and get those opening picks. I think Angel was, you know, one of those players that was suffering from those opening picks a little bit too much. And on the side of ENX, I think that was their biggest issue. I wouldn't be upset about it. Like I said, they kept it close. I do think it just came down to an experience issue, always having to change things just a little bit from game to game, because the better teams will be watching and they'll know where they can take advantage of it.
Yeah, and I mean, and keep in mind the things we said about Furia and the 2 maps they've played. They've only played Lair and Bank. Who knows what else they'll have in their drawer full of strats and maps and everything once we do get to the playoffs and once we get in those best of 3 territories. The fact they can currently be unbeaten in this group stage and have only shown us 2 maps is bizarre. I can't get to that with my mind. It's absolutely incredible for this team. And what's even more incredible, I guess, in this game was Hertz. I mean, we talked about the 20 bomb, but then also to have 100% cost in a game that ended up being 7-4, even in those 4 rounds that your team lost, you still have done something to contribute to your team potentially winning the round. So effective, lethal in every single round is just, it's beyond the words, Foxy. Like, who's going to stop this player at what point?
Definitely nobody on ENX. We'll have to see when we get to the next game. You know, someone on that team could be able to figure out Furia and figure out Herds. But obviously, to do it on the support flex, especially in his defensive rounds, he was so impactful. Even the rounds where, you know, he was in a 1v2 or a 1v3, every single round was still winnable if Herds was alive, and just being able to hold his position. I feel like it comes down to the strategy, setting him up. He understands exactly where everyone can be, what his limitations are, and that just comes from practice. And obviously he's put in those situations to succeed, and obviously he wasn't missing the shots today. So, you know, I don't think there was really anything ENX could have done other than, you know, maybe if they were able to hit the shot on him. But yeah, I think he was set up for success.
Pretty much no team in the world, I think, that can handle Herds when he's playing at his best. One of the most individually talented players, I think, in all of Rainbow Six Siege. 65% headshot percentage in this game. Not a stat that people really talk about very often, but that would be below average for Herds, who's averaging 70% this stage. Not a single other player in the server is even breaking 60 on average. So I think that just kind of is a good example of how damn good this guy is at clicking heads. Today was no different.
It was on another level, and again, when we look at the standings as well, this puts Furia at the very top, 17 points. And as Felipox said, you know, the first team to be qualified to those playoffs, it's not just that they won. The top 2 spot is something they want to keep, and there will be other hunters on the prey for that. When we look to our next matchup, though, I'm not so sure if that's going to be top 2 contenders, but especially for the top 6, we're looking at a team like Black Dragons and Lowe's. Lowe's currently sitting way better for that top 6, but when I think of this matchup, I find it really difficult to predict what kind of matchup we're going to get from this, because we're either going to get a good game from either of these 2 teams, or it's going to be a very tough battle this game, and potentially even the watch. With the struggles that we have seen from a team like Black Dragons and the stuff they have been showing us so far, this certainly isn't going to be an easy one. Yesterday wasn't either. A tough day at the office, just another game that they don't get any points from. The 5-7 is great, but you don't get anything out of that pushes you further towards the top 6. So when we look at this team, Foxy, they're going to have a serious lock-in for these last 4 days of the playoffs, of the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely needed it. It's a situation when you look at Black Dragons at how could they have fallen from gray so hard compared from stage 1, where we were kind of impressed. We liked what we saw out of them. We liked, you know, the newer players like Machina being able to pop off and the comfortability that this team has, but it kind of just looks like their spirits have been broken. The more that they lose, the more confidence they lose. And I think it's very, very apparent when you look at players like Machina. I mean, he's currently the worst rated player on his team, which is not something that we thought we would be saying when we first saw him join the league. Obviously, we thought he would be, you know, a potential next Fantasy, or, you know, after last game, a potential next Herds, a player that was able to single-handedly carry a match for his team. But I feel like on his entry roles, the way the team is set up around him, it's been very difficult to be able to give him the support that he needs to be able to succeed. And he's just been struggling in this new stage, essentially. And so I feel like because he's been struggling, the rest of Black Dragons aren't able to get those opening kills. They're not able to get the position that they need because they're not focusing enough on setting him up in the first place.
This team befuddles me, man. I feel like individually, I rate all these players so highly. I think Ask is an incredible player and extremely experienced around the board. Hornet has shown some really great games in the past. Machina, I think, played so well in Tier 2 and was really excited to come onto this roster. But then, so far this stage, they've just looked absolutely limp. Through 5 games, they've only planted twice. They have the worst defending win rate in the league. They have the worst entry in the league. They went 2 and 10 on entries in their last game yesterday. I mean, there's some real serious problems that this team is facing, and it doesn't just seem to be in one area. All around the game, it just feels like this team is not able to put the pieces together, which is shocking given how good I think these players are.
Yeah, and there's a way we can compare a player on this roster as well, specifically with what they've done last stage. Having been with Liquid last stage and now joining Black Dragons, we talked about how this was a big opportunity for Ass to really flourish again, right? I mean, that Liquid move wasn't for him. He was with Black Dragons 2 years before that, now back on familiar territory with this roster. It's been better for his stats personally, but then it comes back down to the, I guess, never-ending debate at this point, Foxy. This team just having too many support players, because Ass technically is a support player as well, but we're looking at him to step up and do things for his team because the others aren't really doing it at all times.
I mean, he also has the most experience coming from the rest of the roster, so you look to him to be that leader, to be that guidance when it comes to being the support. But I agree. I mean, it's not the same way as FaZe having, you know, 4 slower players and then Cyber. This team has 4 slower players, but they're not actively setting up for executes or defenses while Machina is getting those opening kills or finding some type of way inside of the building. And that's why I say I feel like they have all the supports, but they're not doing enough. They're not focusing on just themselves. They're not helping Machina get into the building to find some type of opening for them. And it just looks like Machina's left on an island on his own, playing his own game, where he's just isolated from the rest of the team. And they don't have another player that's going to be able to make decisions to get them an advantage. They don't have that secondary entry who's going to be opening stuff up. So they're in a position where who's going to step up? They need somebody to be able to be that leader in the entry room.
We're looking at their opponents for today. On the side of Los, yesterday was just an upsetting result. I mean, that 4-7 against Loud was definitely not something that they wanted to. I think this team just had such a good start at the stage, but they can't get these results consistently. And if we look at that for the long run, Jesse, if they can't get these consistent games and points on the board, it's going to hurt them in the long end.
Certainly, and I think Los, this is a very much a must-win game for them to try to get back up into that playoff spot in the standings. They had a good start to the stage. They had a good start to the game even yesterday when they did walk away with the loss. I thought their defenses were very strong up until the point that Clash got banned. We always talk about Arthur as this big shield guy who loves to play the offensive shields. He was rocking some of the defensive shields yesterday, but as soon as it got banned, they lost every single defensive round, and the game just kind of fell apart for Los at that point. It really does feel like this is a team that has flashes of brilliance, that have some moments where they look really well coordinated. They can have big individual plays too. We saw that round 1 ace from Kurtz in the last map, but then there's no consistency. After Kurtz gets an ace in round 1, what happens? He doesn't get a single kill for the next 5 rounds. So this is a team that I really think have some strong moments, but it's all about nailing that down 100% of the time.
Yeah, I feel like Los has a very big issue with inconsistency. Depending on the day, you know, we'll see some players do well or do their job, and I think that's the biggest issue is players, since they were in the NAL, you know, players like Legacy and Arthur and various, they have their struggles when it comes to game by game, and I feel like it really boils down to confidence. When they're playing against a team that they believe that they can beat, wow, looks like a completely different team. But when they play against a team that, you know, is arguably better, arguably on the top of the leaderboards, it looks like the nerves strike them. And I think that's the biggest downfall for Los, is just working on that consistency to make sure that they're just not giving away the easy kills, especially against teams that, you know, yeah, might be higher up on the standings. They just need to play less mentally and just focus on their own game.
I want to have a look at the map feature to see where the series will be taking us to, because especially in the last stage, it was a pretty close game. The series was played out on Cafe Dostoevsky. Los actually ended up winning that game, and Black Dragons are having none of that for this game around. It seems like instead of that, we'll be heading to Chalet, and I feel like we haven't seen this map so much yet this stage, Jesse. So how do we feel about this map for these two teams?
Yeah, I think it's the first Chalet that we've seen all stage in the SAL, so exciting to see it on the board. You know, it's not been a very common map for Los. They have played it twice this season technically, but once was in the Challenger Series, and then the other was in Copa Sudamericana. So they've only played this map against Tier 2 opponents. We haven't really gotten to see them play it up against Tier 1 opponents here in the South American League. Black Dragons, they played it a lot in Stage 1, but this is a very different team from the Black Dragons of Stage 1. They've swapped out 2 players. They're performing a lot worse overall. And the last time BD played this map, they got 7-0'd by Team Liquid. So I wouldn't say it's a super confident map for both teams. If anything, it's an opportunity to show some new stuff that you haven't really revealed in the past.
Yeah, I'm curious for Los if they're going to be really crutching and relying on those shields, because I feel like it's a double-edged sword. Yes, it'll be able to help them get into the building, but this is a very big roam map. I feel like Chalet's won when it comes off of your roamers. So I'm definitely going to be looking at Machina for Black Dragons to have one of those games where we see the life out of him. As for Los, I mean, they really just want to focus on their consistency. If they can just make sure that they're all playing together, not worrying too much about anything besides the entry, the push, playing off of each other and focusing on those executes, I want to see good fundamentals from Los.
All right, then just really quickly, I want to hear from the two of you, the team that's going to win it, starting with you, Foxy.
The team that's going to win it? Wow. I feel like I could tell you easily who's going to win after I watch the first round, but I'm going to be saying, I don't know. I have this feeling. I think Black Dragons is going to turn up because they will feel confident against a team like Los. And I'm hoping for Machina to do good.
Quickly, I'll say Los will take the win here.
Ooh, all right, let's go and find out then. Who shall it be? Will it be Black Dragons or Los? Let's go to Chalet and we'll find out.
I have to say, Ollie, I mean, just like... I'm in a weird situation where I want both teams to win, but I am not excited for either team to win.
Why not?
Because I feel like I've been waiting for Los to show up for so long. And I feel like for this stage, I've been waiting for Black Dragons to show up for so long. Because sure, Ask might be a new player, but he's been on Black Dragons before. He's played with some of these players before. He's been good with Black Dragons before. And so, like, I want them to improve to make good on that promise, but both have been so inconsistent. Even if they win here, is it going to mean anything next weekend?
I think you're asking for a lot.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
I'm just looking this as game 3, and it's Black Dragons versus Los.
Just game
3. It's game 3. We're, you know, this is the midway point of the day. We're on a different map. We're on a map we don't always get. I'm just grateful.
Jammer
I
ready.
do like Chalet.
We've had a Malusi ban. We never see a Malusi ban.
Oh my
I
God,
got some gratitude for that, you know?
Sorry, I literally was drinking my water, just like looking at different aspects of the screen. I hear Lucy ban. I'm like, wait, what?
5 seconds left before insertion.
Double shield ban from Black Dragons. Los starting off on the attack. Arthur, very keen shield player. So I would expect to see some Blackbeard before it is almost inevitably banned later on in this phase. Black Dragons starting off on the defense. They're going to be taking us downstairs to kitchen. Usually requires a good firm hold of this top floor. Ask already getting himself into a little bit of bother. Happy to place a deployable shield down there and really make a little bit of a stand. Just let Kurtz know that, hey, that's where I'm going to be playing. It isn't going to be so easy just to walk on in. And you may be better off going for a little bit more of a full clear.
Just a little peek on the miracle for the brief moment right there. You playing all the way over on top blue. Player, by the way, we'd like to see get activated this game, Dark Eyes, who has actually been quite a fun player to watch for Los so far this stage. Over on the library side in particular, could be an explosive entry if Los can get him activated properly. Taking a long time to drone to get the information first, which I'm never going to complain about, especially this early in the game. Walking to spots that Twitch drone, player who gave us a lot of fireworks in stage 1, but as the desk mentioned, has sort of fallen off into obscurity inside of stage 2. Black Dragon's defenders retreat. No engagements to be had in the first half of the round. Looks like we're going to be for a slow affair this go around.
Definitely not got the pace of ENX versus Furia, but it's a very different map. What a swing from Miracle. Great trade from Loss as well. Dark immediately there to take advantage. Ooh, misses out on the second though. Really the man of the moment on the trades as he got a couple of points of damage into Rare, but didn't stop Rare from taking Arthur down. And Rare can now turn his attention. Dark slips into sight, but immediately met by Maquina. It all leaves a lot for poor old Legacy to do. I don't think he got the memo.
Well, better get a day late and a dollar short than miss the memo entirely, I suppose. Won't be taking us for an outside tactical timeout for half the round, and that much I can appreciate. Black Dragons, I mean, it's not like they were just holding their positions. Miracle obviously swinging inside a mudroom. We also have Rare kind of running around the middle floor below, but there's like a general idea of a setup on the site, and then you just have 2 to 3 players kind of moving around the other side, getting slippy with it. And he really seems to throw Los for a loop, as the only kill they get is the one. Miracle kind of put himself in a tricky position. Walking out of mudroom, you don't really have a lot to go, so it was an easy trade for Dark Eyes to find. Everything after that was, well, everything after that was a little problematic, to say the least. Barn Games is the next choice for Black Dragons. We had a bit of a weird defender-sided chalet in NAL last stage. See if we get it here, as we're only 1 round in. But if we start seeing Black Dragons pick up wins on Bar Games and another side afterwards, those might find themselves in a really tricky position.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I think we've seen one other chalet game so far in SAL this stage.
It was ENX Liquid.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Sorry.
That was the game, wasn't it?
Yeah. Sorry.
That was the game that made us lose our heads. It was when Liquid were pulling out some really strange attacks.
Oh, yeah!
I remember now.
Oh, my God. I had buried that game deep within the recesses of my mind.
Yeah, let's not manifest that.
Please don't.
I'm happy with what we've just seen, and I will happily see more of that. Lost just needing to tighten things up a little bit there. The trade game was fantastic, but they really just couldn't pin certain players down. I think more specifically, it was a good round from Dark and less from everyone else, but this round's certainly going to be a lot quicker.
Gonna be a lot quicker as the glass goes down. Dark Eyes with a shotgun rips open the barricade in front of him. No kill actually goes down. Instead, it's 2 C4 is successful for Black Dragons. Doesn't stop the defuse, but it will put the fear of God into Los. Dark Eyes is prone outside a mudroom window, shotgun in hand, clutching it for dear life. Nice air jab gives Legacy that first. It's a winnable 3v5 or 3v4 now for Los, given the positions and the utility. Dark Eyes can swing around, light Ask up if he wants to. Instead, that's Kurtz's decision on the coverage. Ooh, Ask hops up with a good trade. TCSG very useful there, but with Wamai and the Sentry on low HP, easy pickings for both remaining attackers. Los answer Black Dragons round with one of their own in the post plant.
Nice bit of speed being injected into this chalet game. We saw a very slow round 1. Round 2 was a little bit blink and you miss it. Nice use of the utility to really enable that execute as well. And Lost didn't go for something too minimalistic either. It wasn't as if it was just a jump in through big window. They had pressure inside of mud. They had somebody upstairs watching in through library. All the key components were, you know, big ticks in boxes for how you would approach attacking that site. And yet Lost managed to perform it all in synergy with one another. Brilliant stuff there, and it's going to leave Black Dragons just doubting themselves now in subsequent rounds of, is it going to be a bit quicker, is it going to be a little bit slower? Go to the basement for round 3. No denial banned. It's a strange thing to not see any denial being brought. Black Dragons really surrendering those walls to the mercy of Loss's hard breachers.
5 seconds to go.
And instead opting for something a little bit more roam-centered. We'll have a mirror window played upstairs inside a dining. And that's going to allow Ask to just float around. He will have placed his Goyo canisters and can pretty much do whatever he wants for the foreseeable. It's actually all the way upstairs at the moment, as him and Horner Tower just still doing a little bit of site prep, or a little bit of building prep, should we say. We've even got reinforced walls upstairs. So they're really looking to roam quite deep right now.
Yeah. Ask has always been a pretty dedicated roamer, it feels like, on these rosters, or at least can be. He's ready to hold off site if need be. He's typically just been pretty flexible, all things considered, but when he lurks or when he roams, boy, does he commit. Looks like things are going to be pretty quick, by the way. We have the normal shield dance outside of the door. The anticipatory shuffle, if you want to call it that. Like, all right, I'm waiting for the call, waiting for the fire to go down, then I'm going to sprint into sight. Now, that's the play. I'm a little nervous of what the follow-up's going to be. Another Vulcan pack pop. This Miracle's like, no, I'm not dealing with this yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Arthur
Early
broke glass and kicked his
exchanges.
shield.
Reloading!
Red's still allowed to play inside a dining right now. Legacy and Arthur both rocking shields as well, so pushing out a roam game shouldn't be the most difficult thing in the world. The longer that this lingers on for, the worse it's going to be. The hatch is, of course, open for Rare to be able to drop off at a moment's notice. Should start to get pushed now, but I feel with how much he's already wasted, he's going to be happy to challenge it. I'm not sure if he was hoping or intending on hopping up there. They have been punished.
It's unfortunate on that C4. Just getting caught on the lip of that door. Los with the advantage. 4v3 and both shields still alive. Not only is the roam clear successful, albeit coming a little late, they've got good shield. They've got good operators. There we go. For the late game. Starting to run out of time. Especially with one C4. That was... Rare's had that C4 out of his pocket for quite a long time. Kind of crazy that's been there. But Miracle, still with one in pocket. Only 20 seconds remaining. You're only pushing through a doorway or the breach. If Miracle creeps up, maybe out of blue, it could land right at the feet of either of these entrances and do a lot of damage to Legacy or Arthur. Instead, both players able to land some nice shots. There's that C4. Detonating the Blackbeard with 5 seconds to go. Dark Eyes looks to commit with the plant. Miracle taking the lengthy rotation that should give Dark Eyes the opportunity to fall off, but Miracle almost dying and absolutely saved by the bell.
I don't know what it is about these players and coming off the plant with no time left and hopping up and hoping to get the kill. That was definitely one of the closest occasions that we've seen of it. Dark Eyes frightfully close to confirming that final kill. With a round that really required every single second of it. We are getting pulled left, right, and center here. With Black Dragons versus Lost, we're seeing slow rounds, we're seeing super quick rounds, and almost painfully slow rounds where quite straightforward, simple roam games are causing a lot of disruption for the attackers. Back upstairs to Master.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Next round of bans, of course, coming in, and of course the Blackbeard has been removed. Loss, very much a shield team. Strange bans for the defenders, though. We've got the Fenrir removed this time. Like Malusi and a Fenrir ban? We don't really get treated to that all too often, but I suppose we are in Chalet where the rules are a little bit different.
Traps in general are very annoying. It's just like
10 seconds to go.
typically stuff that gets prioritized like in a zombie in a castle, or bandit in a cade. But it's kind of like, I feel like if you were to go through, especially depending on the map, like operators that are in like the 4th or 5th position, I imagine trap operators probably start creeping up there. Like Fenrir is probably something that in an ideal world you'd like not to deal with, but is never going to be the priority. Same with Malusi. And especially on Chalet, you're not really going to be running a lot of hard breach denial, save for like the basement site anyway. That makes sense. I like it. Dark Eye's running the Amaru, by the way. Combined with the Candelas and this being a master bedroom defense, I have to believe we're contemplating, or if not a rush, a very quick execute through one of those windows, perhaps the bedroom one. Ask riding around the corner. Ooh, misses his opportunity. And Arthur gives him a look-see in response, and Ask is paid for shoving his face where it does not belong.
For a map that's so easy to punish that kind of aggression on, kind of surprising to see Black Dragons consistently giving it over. Putting themselves into harm's way. Candelas for Makwina. Second set doesn't catch him, but feeling the need to rotate back down to site now, but he's not going to get past Ivy window.
Ooh, it seems like this is going to be a quick one. Every single player from Los falling. Rare finds one hopping in the window behind, and Los decided to end things in a matter of 10 to 15 seconds. Dark Eye's pumped up after that, tying the game with passion.
Loss are bringing excellent pace in tonight. They're taking the time where they need to, and they're speeding things up and really putting the pressure onto Black Dragons when it's needed. It's a brilliant way to match the defense of Black Dragons, because let's be honest, Black Dragons are playing a fairly offensive, defensive game. Very much shoving their face up against windows, trying to take early advantages. That doesn't always work on Chalet. We always speak of Chalet as one of these maps where attackers have so many options at getting kills from outside to in. I don't understand where that's a thing. You then see people aggressively pushing windows when you know that you're just going to get punished. Back in the day, a great team at attacking this map was Team Liquid, and they were fantastic at picking off players left, right, and center by just disrupting them with a bit of drone work. Black Dragons really seem to be putting themselves in harm's way consistently at the moment. An even game going into round number 5, and quite a hefty 6-pick from Loss as well. Is a looser roam the order of the day? Makwina certainly thinks so. Going to be rocking an old vigil with the boss G. That doesn't speak to some early round aggression. I don't really know what does.
Oh! Rare's ready for it, but it's not preparation that gets him that kill. It's luck more than anything. I think we said it for Legacy. Going down could easily have gotten the kill there. But Black Dragons come away with the 5v4, and they're all the better for it this time. Boss G aggressive on the roam, as Ali pointed out, could still give Black Dragons some leeway to bring the fight to Los, which, whether that's advisable or not, I have to imagine they'll do anyway. You could still see Miracle holding over by blue stairs where he was before. Rare still moving about down below, but it is the side after all. It's the rest of the team that are extending. But a minute in, 5v4, Dokubi call used to no effect whatsoever. Can't be feeling much better if you're Black Dragons.
Yeah, Rare's a little bit low, but they'll take the man count advantage for the time being. Loss having one of their slower rounds of the two styles that we've seen displayed so far. Big window being open now as well. Just gives Hornet out something extra to worry about. He's still got a C4 ripped and ready. There's a good chance he'll get this out onto Solar. Capital Fire comes in. He's got no choice but to send it, whether it was the right decision or not. It will, in fact, be shot. That's going to allow the players to start rappelling in and take control of these Solar stairs. Brilliant position now. They can dip down into Trophy. But the job isn't done. You can't just be on Solar stairs and expect advantage there. Another Dokubi call, trying to displace these players on the top floor or gain any advantage they can as Furious looks through from Trophy into sight. He's got hard ping information. He's just trying to force the defender to move.
Trying to force them to move, and yet Black Dragons are immovable at the moment. Machina sitting inside of the site. Uses the Boss G with that long angled bottom solar. Takes the head off the third of Los's fallen teammates. Not much that Black Dragons can do at this point. Smoke for the hop-in. Kurtz on the lurk. Shut down with just 2 Boss G shots. The 1 kill acquired is impactless. Black Dragons guarantee an even half on the defense.
Good recovery. Black Dragons hold firm. I think Lost were just a little bit confused in what they wanted to take there, and they didn't see the same early advantages that we've seen them have in previous rounds. It's strange that it's the mid-floor sort of kitchen dining site that we see them struggle on, though, because they've had good attacks onto bar gaming, they've had good attacks onto that top floor. The kitchen has been the solid site throughout for Black Dragons, winning it twice. Round number 6. We are going to be going back to bar. This is, of course, where we saw the quick round previously. Doubt that we'll see a similar quick round come from Lost, but Black Dragons always need to be aware of that. And it looks, at least as in their lineup, they have considered it with the addition of the Warden this time. But they can't cut any corners, and they have to set up this top floor accordingly. Something that I really liked that we saw a couple of times, Lynx, was the Aurora doors being used for this top floor when you go for more of like a solar master-sided clear. I don't know if it's just because we haven't seen a lot of Chalet, but we've not really seen too much of that.
No, we haven't. And I think, to be fair, I think part of the reason it probably is Aurora doors, one of those things that sound great in theory, and often can be very good in theory, but they can be very difficult to work around if you aren't well practiced in that strategy. So if you're throwing the doors on, say, like, you know, let's say you want to hop into library and like put something on the door there and then flood in, you're funneling yourself just as much as you're blocking out the defense. And so I think it's just one of those things you have to be very particular about using, and I think an ROU projector gives a similar result, albeit without any of like the complications.
Kurtz waiting to try and punish some over-aggression. The diffuser getting juggled outside of bar. Kurtz is locked into this angle. Is he really expecting someone to jump out? I know Black Dragons have put the face up against windows, but jumping out's a whole new ball game. Arthur's primed and ready for his little hopping through mud as well, with the Yin Candelas underneath the door, the 612 shotgun to burst it open. It feels as though Lost aren't really committing to too much aside from what we saw them do last time. You just better hope that Black Dragons are ready in this instance. Hornetar's got a really tough job to play inside a library there. If the Sense ROUs come out, it's always a good indicator that the attack are probing for a response.
Not often we see a defender, or in this case Hornet, stay that long in this position, and it usually ends up biting them. But maybe he can waste more time, maybe he can find something. As utility goes out, great play by Arthur. Deals with blue stairs from below, an unorthodox solution, not uncommon, but one we rarely see. Used to great effect here. And now we know that it's basically a 5v2 on site. One player up in mezzanine. Arthur tries to take the fight with that angle, but Machina going huge. A one-man army on top of mezzanine at the moment while Legacy trades him out. That still makes things very problematic because there's still Hornet trapped inside of library. He's been stuck the whole time. Kurt's been holding this angle to shut down the Wamai for that very reason. The Hornet locks eyes onto the player outside office balcony. And now has his mind on Dark Eyes' position on library balc. 417 will reveal the hop into the fireplace single. Smoke to cover the cross. But Diffuser's a world away. No hope for recovery. Oh, but he sees him! Hornet Crouch walking through sight, completely oblivious to the oncoming threat. Tie game at the swap.
Gotta feel bad for Hornet there because he's done all of the hard work, hasn't he? He's got the flashy kills. He's been able to hold it down on site. He's played in library for the entire round. Like, that position in library is a nightmare to play. Gets a great kill onto the player on new balc. Kurtz. Ash, who've been watching the flank, as you mentioned, for the entirety of the round. And then it kind of feels like he gives himself up a little bit soft there at the end. Dark Eye's getting some really good timing. He started off the attacking phase strong and has certainly finished it strong as well there. Salvaging an even 3-3 split for loss as they head into their defense side. It's going to be one of the closer games we've had today, Lynx.
Well, let's hold on before we say that. It was a 3-3 half for 9Z and IP, and we know how that game ended.
Yeah, but I think the writing was on the wall for that one.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think you're
Black
correct.
Dragons at least have a 41% attacking win percentage. They actually have a worse defender win percentage. So if anything, they should be better on the attack.
Statistically, as we know, are fantastic predictors in Rainbow Six. Well, they are, depending on the situation. For example, NIP game earlier, best team on defense. Yeah, that was the takeaway I had.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
What have you seen? What have you spotted?
No, he just got a Solus again.
Oh. I thought it was going to be... I mean, I saw the Solus and I was like, no, surely that isn't it.
Really?
Surely you've seen something more. Maybe the Frost.
Yeah, Frost. Oh my god! There's bear mats on a master bedroom office defense? Holy. We're getting crazy. Whoa! But we've seen we've seen a lot of Solus today, but oh, we almost saw very little Solus in that round. Wait, how's this Solus got away if Mock... Alright, we're just gonna move past that.
Furious hasn't actually got a single kill this game either. Not the best pause to be in. Arthur. I'm sure I like this tucked position. He seems very vulnerable right now. As soon as that castle barricade goes, he's droned. Oh, no. Surely doesn't get another. Finally. Rare puts an end to him there. That one just all felt a little bit out of sync. Black Dragon's tearing through this top floor, though. I mean, is there anything to stop Ask from getting in and putting this diffuser down? He's only in bathroom.
No, I don't think so. All the ROU projectors are down, interestingly enough. Shots are fired out in turn. Finds the way through. Gets behind the bed. I mean, this round's going to end before we even get the opportunity for a kill. It's Ask. It's Ask, in fact, to prioritize the frag over the plant. We've all been there. Especially when they're swinging you immediately to your right. Good for one attack so far. And I have to say, I was initially a little confused. Not confused in like, this is wrong, but confused in like, We're just like right in solar immediately, because of the castle barricades. Got a guy sitting up close on one of the barricades. This could be big, or it could be impactless. And to be honest, it kind of was the latter. He got one kill, but then Rare immediately was like, oh wait, if this guy's dead close, and the castle barricade's gone, and I've got Ask right by bathroom, I can just walk up into the site. And that's exactly what happened.
Was he dead close or dead close? Just trying to clarify.
No, it's perfectly fair clarification. He was dead close, and then he became dead close.
Right, understandable. Thanks for clarifying.
Why do you do this to me? I will say you've been light on the rage bait today.
I don't know. I just kind of throw it in every now and then.
There's some nights where you go thick on it, though.
I'm in a good mood today.
And you know what the annoying thing is? It works every time. It's like, I know it's coming. I know what you're doing. It's like, I can't stop myself. I watch the neurons firing in my brain. It's like, now you're not in control anymore.
Curtis was again looking for a little bit of action early outside of that window. He was the culprit spawn peeking in the previous round. Lost definitely not wanting to give passage to the building for free to Black Dragons at the moment. and quite a different ideology in terms of setup. Whereas we saw Black Dragons defend this site, they brought no denial whatsoever. No Mute, no Tubarão, no Bandit. We have all three right now from Loss. And a bit of a roam with a mirror placed upstairs inside a dining. Dark Eyes just playing inside of Short, gaming hallway. You've got Furious playing upstairs as well. There's quite a lot for Black Dragons to get through here. Oh, great kill from Kurtz. Patience eventually rewarded. And he's happy enough to drop back off that.
Patience very much rewarded. And now, I was about to say, Legacy and Kurtz 1-2, they could just fall back immediately. Got that kill, no need. Still probably have Furious hold dining for a long time. Not only denies the vertical, but also just make sure that anybody moving around the middle floor has to worry about some shots being fired through the dining wall. Dark Eyes does like his engagements, though, so he might feel inclined to push back up the staircase. It's very standard protocol at this point for the defense. 4 on site, 1 remaining with a minute to go. And unfortunately for Black Dragons, they continue to burn more time and seem a world away from an execute. I don't think anything is going to be pierced unless Miracle can get this 1v1.
He's going to have to be a little bit more active than this as well if he wants to get it. Oh, or not. Maybe he's just patient. But Furious is 0 and 8 right now.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I think we've overcooked. We have overcooked, and we're starting to burn. Legacy looking for a frag around the corner. Might try to pop the extinguisher to stun Ask's walk up. Los begin a comeback as they've let Black Dragon slip into the site. A 4v5 choked and now a 2v4 attempted. 2 C4s go out. Surely 1 hits. They barely even tickle Rare. He can get back into that spot, no problem, but Hornet swinging? This round has changed hands 3 times. And Rare's thinking, how the hell have I been hung out to dry? Los finally learned the meaning of discipline and clutch a round that they started out leading.
I feel like Rare has been sold there for pennies on the dollar.
Up the river.
Like, the plant was going down. I see the C4 get ripped. And we go off the POV, and I'm not even mad. I'm just like, yeah, he's dead. Like, sure, there's only one place you're going to send that C4, and it's just behind the cabinet to the bottom of main stairs, exactly where the plant's going down. Both C4s miss. And Black Dragons just continue to peek instead of just cover. A round that started so well, that spiraled out of control very, very quickly. Loss have found some success. Finally on, well, I say finally, it's only been a couple of rounds, but on this defensive side. 2 versus 3. A decent recovery from them there.
2 versus 4. Be specific.
Was it 2v4?
Oh, trust me, it was a 2v4. I remember Ask getting that double on Library Stairs, and I'll remember it for the rest of the game.
10 seconds left.
There's a seller's market. I'll give you this for a 4v5. Okay, I'll give you this 2v4. How about 1v2?
I mean, you're haggling and you do like the reverse negotiation.
Yeah.
I tell you, I'll give you 75. No, I'll give you 80. I'll give you 80.
No, it'd be the seller selling. It's like, hey, listen, I'm selling it for 30. Actually, 20. And then Los were like, actually, 25. 4-4, yeah. Yeah.
Tie game.
Various no kills.
A 0 and 8 still. I mean, that's impressive.
I mean, listen. Okay, obviously that was a funny joke I tried to do, which never really works. But the rest of his team is doing well. Sometimes you're gonna have a bad game. Not a big deal. The rest of the team is picking up the slack. We can give him a break.
There will be one time where we can't, though, where there's like an engagement that is must win, and providing that he wins it, fair play. At that point, it doesn't matter really, does it?
Would be really funny though if he basically goes the whole game without getting a single kill, but Los do still win.
It's entirely possible. Or gets like the last kill in the last round that ends up they win it, and all of a sudden is the hero.
I mean, Angels was getting like turboed earlier, but then he actually had a couple great moments. They still lost, but you know, there's always next round.
There is always next round.
Been a really slow round, by the way. Half the round gone. There was a roam. Now there's not really a roam because Loser just started falling back. Black Dragons haven't really fought them all that much.
I don't know if I like it from Black Dragons. They've not really done anything, and there's a lot to deal with. You've got FNATs, Grismots, Valkyrie cameras, mirror windows. Like, we've got everything we could wish for right now. Only now are Legacy's FNAT starting to get destroyed and disabled. Joker call. Everyone looks fairly safe for the time being. Curtis is obviously in the line of fire right now as his mirror window is going to start to get opened up, and he sort of looks around like, is anyone going to help me? Nope. There is nobody else here, mate. You are on your own. Outside, FNAT there getting taken out. That's good information, at least. Curtis should now know that somebody is outside on Snowbalk. But he's certainly not long for this world as the net seems to tighten.
Oh! Great kill. Arthur follows up. Lowe's feeling really strong with 20 seconds remaining. Just don't start peeking. Don't start throwing. 5-4 is right here within your grasp. All the default positions held too. Dark Eyes pulling back to the landing. Just win this fight. Ooh, but he doesn't. That could be a problem. Only 8 seconds remaining, and I was about to say the defense just has to hold on and win the standard fights. The briefest and smallest glimmer of hope for Black Dragons. This is around that low scene on the path to winning at the halfway point. Very little progress.
Without those 2 kills from Furious, I'm not sure if Lowe's win that round. He's actually done it.
This is what we mean. We heckle them a little bit, and then they get fired up. I did it to JB92. He's the best player in the league.
I'm not sure if Furious has got the scope to make that sort of a glow up, but 2 kills in a round to basically secure it for his team, we'll take it.
We'll take it.
Castle and a Brava. Oh yeah, for all the Brava that we've seen up until this point.
For all the Castle we've seen up until this point.
We've seen, yeah, Castle's been played once and it was played by Black Dragons. Sorry, it's been played twice. It has been played once. Legacy played it in round 7. I don't think we've seen Brava today.
for all the Brava we've seen. Actually, I don't think we have seen Brava today.
It's criminal, by the way, because I think
we love Brava.
Well, and especially in your ranky games, Brava's fantastic. Like, just play it because you get so many more drones, you can hack stuff, you gain so much more information. It's hacking Capcan traps is like the most fun thing ever.
Yeah, okay, you're talking to the wrong guy though, because last time I played Brava in the rank stack, I got banned. Jack was like, you spent a minute 45 hacking gadgets and then die. And I'm like, okay, but it's so much fun though. I'm checking stuff off the list.
That's it, and it's a long list these days.
Oh, it's such a long list, man.
The list is only getting longer.
It's such a long list. They're like, oh, we got yokais, we got banshees, we got FNOTs. I'm like, man, I'm just trying to live.
Yeah.
I just want to set me free. I feel like Sisyphus on the clutch drone.
I did wonder if the Brava ban was going to force like if it was going to be to enable like a Maestro pick or something like that.
I mean, it did. Did we see the yokais?
Yeah, I didn't anticipate it to be like an Echo Valkyrie pick. And that's just an IQ job, which Ask is, of course, just going to switch off because why should I be right?
No, Hornet got it. Hornet picked it up.
Okay, thank you. Hornet's out. Or Hornet has picked it up and yeah, can now at least maintain the point that I make. I don't know about you, Lynx, but I think that an Echo and a Valkyrie is more of an IQ sort of thing to deal with than a Brava.
No, I would absolutely agree. Just to be clear, like when I think of the Brava ban, I think this is something Jack's talked about. Like Brava Maestro. Like that's what I've seen. Because that's what I've literally seen teams do that. Ban the Brava, immediately run the Maestro. I think I saw Shopify do it on this map.
Yeah.
But I agree. That's definitely an IQ job. And also like, Hornet's not gonna be like crap. I gotta play IQ. Aw, damn. Like,
it's actually a great thing to play. Like, you have so much flexibility. Yeah, you just basically just get onto the roof, get the scanner out, scan a few things, make some noise, tell some pings, and then all of a sudden it's just like, well, I told you where it was.
Like, oh no, I have to pull a herds and lurk for half the round after I use my scanner. Damn. Bummer.
You're gonna get to just sit in one position and watch an angle until someone peeks me? That sounds great.
We put 2 ROU projectors on Ivy window? That's interesting. I don't have time to talk. I don't know about that, but... I do like seeing... I was about to say, seeing Hornet get set up by the Bees. I think Los have accidentally unleashed a monster by putting Hornetow on the IQ. Pulled out the 5.52, good for 2 kills. Is Master Bedroom and Office the Black Dragons won before, and now attacking Master Bedroom and Office on Kitchen and Dining seems to be going just as well. It was a solar take both times, no matter the site. If they've got to clear this position, Black Dragons seem well adjusted to winning these gunfights from solar. Not often we see a full clear of the top floor, but boy, Black Dragons made it work.
They really have got that solo take dialed, haven't they? I don't know if they've got it dialed or if Lost are just clueless as how to hold it, because both times it's fallen really quickly. There's a lot of information knocking around for Lost, though, so don't expect this to just fall into Black Dragon's lap, especially with the way that this game has gone. Rare can do a little bit of drone work on the site. It's going to discover somebody inside a dining and can send those Rotero drones in as well from Makwina to try and open up a few more lines of sight. Trick here is not giving 1v1s away or just hopping in through trophy window like I presume Makwina did and give yourself away for free. Better to wait until someone gets on the hatch so that can at least be traded. Because already this has gone from a 4 versus 2 into a 3 versus 2. And to be honest, it's still very doable for Loss.
Yeah, I can see a way through here. Okay, I don't... No, never mind. I don't see it. The moment Hornet gets that kill, I suddenly no longer see a way through this. The bar just immediately swings to Black Dragons. Hornet picks the IQ, gets a 3K with the 5.52. I don't think he scanned a single thing.
Oh, I don't think we can do that to them. I think we've got to assume that they've at least scanned something.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that like an insult. I was just saying like the rhetorical point I was making was that
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
The gadget's irrelevant.
Yeah.
You can keep your information. I choose gunfire.
Well, and see, that's the funny thing. Hornetow was actually coming to this round with a vengeance because he was about to play Brava for the next 3.
I don't think he does that on Brava.
You don't think he does that with the para?
I mean, he's locked into a drone for a minute 30.
He's not even in the position.
Exactly. He's lurking from spawn.
I'm about to say, I don't want to see Hornet get off the IQ.
10 seconds to insertion.
So,
definitely not as much denial this time from Loss.
So not a lot of denial. I will say this is very much a Brava band lineup, though. Like, this makes more sense.
Attackers must locate and defuse a
Well,
bomb.
the Melusi and the FNAT?
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got some nades, though. Black Dragon's got 4 nades to try and deal with that. We've also got some Twitch drone action. Ask's going to be rocking the Twitch, so it should be all fairly straightforward to deal with. Bravo would be, of course, a little bit nicer. Kurtz, he's been keen for a little bit of early aggression, and he's going to be off-site at the moment. Tucked into bar stock right now. Great shot there from Makwina. No death mark required for Arthur. He just gets deleted. He's still making site setup.
Poor guy. That's the curse of playing Melusi. You got 4 Banshees to place, and if they make you do other stuff, you're not getting back to site till like 2:15. Unfortunate. Black Dragons with a key opening pick, though. Second one this half. Hornet got the first in round 10. With a close game so far, Black Dragons catching the momentum at this time might be enough to seal things in 12. Very solo, though. Dark Eyes with some support on Library Stairs, but I was about to say, things are changing rapidly. Darius might decide to fall back, but Dark Eyes has a much lengthier rotation, paying a lot of mind to dining and the fireplace door. And with the attack slowly moving into the building, I think Dark Eyes is well aware no path to retreat is safe.
Black Dragons have worked their time quite well at the moment. As we enter the final half of the round, they are going to need to pick up the pace somewhat. Inside of dining now, Hornet can start to get this hatch open. Look to remove the mute jammer that's going to be placed on it. Free up the Selma for going off. Rare is already in position for that. Ooh, dodges out of the way of the C4, but only just. He's going to grab the long angle as well. Now, Black Dragons had a plant on a silver platter last round. They attacked this site, but it never came to fruition. Lost were able to hold on in the 2 versus 4. It's a similar sort of man count situation now. Legacy, one Toxic Babe left as Rare starts to get that plant down. He is low HP though.
Oh, I thought Farius got that kill. Instead, he's making it close. Nice one with the shotgun. Could be the second, but with the nade around the corner, no, it's not happening. Black Dragons all collapse on the final man. Acquire match point 6-5. Just one more attack. Win things in regulation.
I think Black Dragon's pacing in that previous round was borderline perfect. They had quite a lot to deal with. There was a map, not quite a map-wide roam, but there was certainly presence out there. A very early opening pick assisted them in taking that control. Lost going to choose now to take their timeout. Things not really been going Loss's way on this defense. It's a 3-2 so far on the defense side, so it's not decisive one way or another. But seeing as Black Dragons have broken that sort of mold downstairs where previously they lost the basement, this time they come out and win it. I mean, to be honest, they should have won it back in round 8.
Probably.
It kind of does beg the question now, what do Lost do and where do they try and go to? Because it's not even been like opening picks have been a surefire way of them guaranteeing the round.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Master Raymond Office and Black Dragons have had full command of Solar every time they've had to attack it on 2 different sites. Oh no, I'm nervous.
I mean, there's nothing really in the lineup that tells me that they're going to be able to keep hold of it. They could play the Wamais over there and soak up a bit of the burn that comes through, but I mean, a mirror window placed on toward it, looking at it as well, but I don't know. I'm not convinced. I don't know that Black Dragons are just going to see a load of utility there and turn around and go, okay, we'll do something else then. Because, yeah, we've seen them do really good solar takes so far, but that doesn't mean that they've not got a good library take in their arsenal as well.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds remaining. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
So what's it gonna be? Will still be a commit from Arthur, at least a little bit, over to the mezzanine side, putting a black mirror over there. He's not actually put down his other one yet. I would assume it's probably going to be the one, the default one, looking over towards Solar. Ooh. Double shield, and they are rotating to a library take. Good call from you, Ollie.
I think it's genius from Black Dragons. It's the best way of going about it. Everything is sort of positioned in towards, well, not everything, but there's a mirror window played in toward library, but it's quite useless, to be honest. If you have a Monty start bearing down on you in a blitz, you've got drone information, you know exactly where Kurtz is right now. It's got a little bit of support from Furious on the bottom of these library stairs. There is a little bit more to this than maybe meets the eye. But Black Dragons definitely in position and with equipment to do this.
Ooh. There we go. Monty from below, C4 out. Machina backs up just enough to save some of his HP. Now the blitz pulls through. Excellent pinch onto this Los player on Mez, but there's enough guns stacked up behind it to really cause some issues for Black Dragons. Monty dies in the process as Farius is let lost in the wind. They make it back to site, no problem. Rotate up through West Main and back. It's a nice idea from Black Dragons, but to give Los their credit, they were absolutely ready for it.
I always love the Finker play in conjunction with the shields. It just makes them that little bit more deadly, as if they need any sort of advantage. But you do pay for it. No real way of opening this wall now, especially given that you've lost the Monty. So instead it will be a bit more of a single window push. And Loss are fairly well dug in right now. We've got Wamai Magnets kicking around. Still got a 2 C4s knocking, but Hornet with a great pick there onto Legacy. It might not matter about the utility links.
Seems to be the Black Dragons' way. They have found a way to get these picks every single time. Everyone in the lobby positive so far from BD. Dark Eye sent running away from the blitz, but spins back around. Puts Machina in the dirt. And now Ask, the fearless leader, Black Dragon's captain, will provide Overwatch as Hornet tries to put this diffuser down. They let Arthur run all the way up. He's got the revolver in hand. There's one. How about a second? 6 shots not even necessary. Fan the hammer. Black Dragon smash Los in regulation.
What a way to finish that. A brilliant game of Siege. And Ask with 2 peachy shots to finish it off. I absolutely love that from him. Again, another one of those rounds that was really hanging in the balance. And on one hand of it, you look at it and you go, this is a dead cert for Black Dragons. They've got a 3 versus 2 and they've got a blitz. They just need to make sure, and then blitz de-shields and all of a sudden gets popped and you think, it's still quite doable. And then the planter dies and then you think, no, forget it. It's losses. And then Ass just pulls the revolver out. They were 2 incredible shots. Well, for a game that we weren't too sure about, it certainly was exciting. We are going to throw it over to a break. After that, we'll be back with, once again, a winner's interview from Black Dragons. And we are going to get ourselves set up for our 4th game of the night, which is going to be the 2 L's of Liquid and Loud.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
What a crazy end of the game that was, but very welcome points for Black Dragons go their way with an insane step up from Ask, as if it was written in the stars with Lynx's call about Ask being the leader of the team, providing that Overwatch, and so he did. Absolutely insane stuff coming out with that 1v2 with a pistol at the end of the round there, but that was just one of these rounds. I think in general, Jesse, when we look at this game, it was a very slow game. 2 teams really needing their time, especially on the attacks. We saw some bits of pace changing on the side of Lowe's, but in the end, Black Dragons coming out victorious is huge for this fight for the top 6.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. It's going to really bring things tight as far as the standings are concerned. There's no telling who's going to get that last playoff spot. But as far as this game goes, man, it really was looking so back and forth. I thought Los were playing a pretty good game. I thought they were trading exceptionally well, both on their attacking side, where they were able to, even if they lost some of those opening deaths, trade them right back with really strong positioning, but also on some of those rounds on the defense. It felt like for the majority of that game, Los were right there lockstep with Black Dragons until the very end. Those last couple of rounds we got in there, it felt like it kept being more individual plays where Black Dragons would get picks that couldn't get traded out. They'd get that early advantage. And then I would say right up until that last round, the player or the team that walked away with the early advantage in the first half generally was able to lock things down. We didn't see a ton of crazy end rounds. Maybe that one basement, the sole exception, and of course Ask's final 1v2. But generally, it felt like that early game was being controlled by whoever's able to trade a little bit better. And at the very end of that game, it was absolutely Black Dragons.
I really liked the look of Black Dragons that we saw. It felt like they were trying to get out of their comfort zone, going to Chalet, trying to play a lot more aggressive, because we just talked about how a majority of their team is comprised of more passive, supportive players. And I think this was their time to let loose. You know, obviously they need to start getting some points under their board. They feel confident against the Los team. They go to an aggressive map that impacts both. I mean, and obviously Los's entries always have inconsistent days. So I really think the confidence aspect is what carried Black Dragons through in the end. And I think they played really well. I mean, they came alive. I mean, Rare had an amazing game, and obviously everyone on Black Dragons really had a good game to show up. And I think everything that they thought of what was going to happen came to plan. Obviously, Farius struggled on Los, which was the fact that Los's entries have inconsistent days. They go to a gunfight heavy map. Black Dragons won the gunfights in the end, and then yeah, of course, I mean, Ask in the end with the confidence of the revolver. I mean, I think that really speaks everything into existence.
It's kind of something that we've been asking for with this team, because we look mainly to Hornet and Makina as the main fraggers of this team, but for someone maybe of the supports around them, I guess, to really step up as well. And Rare was definitely the one doing that today for their team, putting up numbers, really helping them out here. And just once again, just looking at that, the decision making to switch to the pistol as well, when this happens, I really thought like, oh, we're going to an overtime. Of course, the gun being empty, but then that first shot, absolutely nasty, and the second one as well. I loved seeing that group hug afterwards. Just seeing how much it means for this team to get these points on the board, because I'm sure we'll have a look at the standings in a little bit, but it's actually insane how close this brings that fight for the top 6 and the playoffs though. But yeah, a close game, and seeing this player step up, Jesse, I think it's putting good faith in Black Dragons, despite them still having to face really difficult opponents.
For sure, I think this is a big momentum shift game for Black Dragons. They've had, frankly, an awful start to the stage. The first 2.5 weeks did not go their way, only beating 9Z as far as the games they were playing. And then now we see a different form. Like Fox hit the nail on the head, a more aggressive Black Dragons that can feel confident. And then when they get the final pop-off, especially the way that Ask won this game for his team, that's immediately everybody coming together. That's a huge vibe shift for this squad. And you gotta think, is this team going to be a lot more dangerous in the final Super Week than what we've seen for them for most of the stage?
And we're looking at this, and we're looking at the MVP for this team as well. I mean, we already mentioned his name. Could it be anyone other than Rare? I mean, looking at that 92% cost as well. Absolutely incredible for him. Flawless on the entry. We love seeing that for him for this specific matchup though, but I would love to see our standings as well if we have them ready, and we can look at how close things get around that middle field, because would you look at that, at spot 6 all the way down to spot 9, all equal on points. 6 points they each have, and guess what? Only if you finish 6th, you do actually make it to the playoffs. If you don't, that means the stage is over for you, the season is over for you, and then it comes down to making sure that you actually survive in the league and you have a shot at trying again next year. So there's so much importance on that final spot, and the fight for it seems bigger than it has ever been with the final playdays that we still have left for us though, and especially W7M being only 2 points above them, that doesn't even put them in a safe spot even to begin with. But luckily they have a chance to defend themselves later on. We're going to shift our attention to a team like Loud and Liquid. Ollie already mentioned it, the two L's going up against each other, when we have Loud sitting just a little bit more comfortable in 4th spot, but Liquid being one of those teams on 6 points. Technically, it's only 3 points between them, but there's a lot of teams fighting for the same type of thing. So the points are very meaningful here. And when we look at Liquid as a roster, they need them, right? 7th when they came into this play day and a rough day yesterday. Can they do a similar run like last stage? I mean, the final games that they have, we're looking at Black Dragons, 9Z, Furia, the last one being a little bit tough, Jesse, but I think apart from that, it should be doable for a team like Liquid.
Yeah, with the strength of schedule coming up, Liquid absolutely have a chance to make a big run for playoffs. It is 100% in their hands, and so it's going to be up to this new Liquid look to capitalize on that and make a big play. I think as far as Liquid are concerned, it's going to be about shaping up some of that early game. You know, we got to see Maya and Nesk have a big game yesterday where it sometimes wasn't quite enough, but sometimes they were able to pop off and win it for their team. It's really a question mark what Liquid we're going to see on any given day, and so getting the best form of Liquid is going to be really important today.
Absolutely. I mean, when I look at Liquid, I don't necessarily know if I believe in the hype train of it. I mean, obviously, thank God we put Maya on entry for this stage because he's been performing exceptionally well. He's been a big proprietor of why Liquid has been able to keep things so close. He is a big reason, and it's been such a difficulty watching him play on that flex support and all the other seasons, not understanding why he's not getting his shot. He's always so consistent, and thankfully now throughout this stage, he's been showing why he deserves to be on this entry. But it's not just about Maya. It really comes down to the rest of the team. Somebody else needs to be able to step up and be within the same ranks as Maya. I mean, yesterday we were very fortunate to see Diaz doing his absolute best to be up there, but there's still some struggles when it comes to the rest of the supporting staff. Nesk obviously isn't feeling too comfortable in his new roles since giving Maya the entry role. I'd like to see him get a little bit more comfortable in that regard. And then obviously Linda and Daffo, since joining the team, have had their ups and downs. So if there's a way that we can connect the supportive staff, you know, as well as Diaz is connecting to Maya, then I think we could see a lot more of a consistent Liquid. But the pressure's on for them. I mean, yeah, they do have quote unquote easier games coming down the pipeline for them. But at the end of the day, if anybody is going to potentially lose those games, I feel like it would be Liquid. So I want to see a really consistent win out of Liquid today. Going into their match.
Can I just say how cool these videos are that we just saw? Like, Maya was definitely doing some aura farming there with the videos of him. And it's not just there where he's farming the aura, he's doing that in the game as well. Currently the best rated player on the side of Liquid, having some improvement made from the last stage. We were actually having a discussion, you know, behind the scenes of what player it was that we really wanted to highlight. And we saw the biggest growth with Maya. I understand both of you's concern about there needs to be someone next to Maya to really step up and to get that performance on the board as well, because it can't be just him that they have to rely on. That'll really make things difficult. So that's something for Maya when we look at him as an individual player. When we look at their opponent for today, on the side of Loud, what we saw from them yesterday was definitely something that we needed. You know, that 7-4 they had over Lowe's, it was so important for the top 6 that they're looking for. And then Paris also coming onto the interview and admitting that not everyone was feeling well last week and they didn't want to use it as an excuse. But now that we're seeing everyone back to 100%, you can definitely see that with Loud as well, Foxy.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely see it. I mean, it depends on how consistent it'll really be. I mean, they get their win against Los, but that's a team that they should win against. It's not going to get any easier for Loud. They've already blown through arguably some of the lower teams. They beat 9Z. They lost to ENX. Sickness or not, it really isn't an excuse when you're a team like Loud. We'd expect a lot higher of a caliber of play. You know, when you look at Loud, you want them to be able to break into that top tier of teams like the Furias, the FaZe, you know, and it feels like NIP's kind of stolen their thunder. Loud have just been stuck in their ways of just being a little bit too separated. I feel like their team hasn't really picked a method of how they want to play. There's a lot of different looks at their team, and it feels like they're lacking when it comes to the supportive staff. I mean, Live, in my opinion, to be on that flex support and to be struggling the way that he has been throughout this stage, I think that's been a big red indicator. It's like 2 of the players on the team are finding extreme success, the entries, and then the backline is just struggling to be able to make something happen.
I feel like they're a very slow and kind of objective focused team on the side of Loud. You know, we saw that yesterday in their game. Baseto as the hard support has kind of been the focal point for me in terms of that. He's got 8 plants right now. He leads the entire South American League in terms of how many plants he's been able to get down. Plays a lot of those shield roles. Maybe doesn't have the statistics that some of the other support players in this league have, but that's kind of where Flash Trees have been stepping up a little bit more for them as well, right? Loud can have some of these backline players that don't always pop off and have the biggest moments, but when they are required to, I have seen those flashes. It's about getting consistent, right? It's always what we say with these kind of mid to lower level teams. It's like we can see that potential. We see Flash Trees go crazy and get 4Ks in the late round. We see the entry players have some ridiculous stats. I think STK has been absolutely phenomenal so far this stage, despite maybe a slightly negative KD right now. But that's because whilst he has these phenomenal moments, there's also a lot of those rounds where he just ends up not having any impact as that primary entry. So it's going to be about nailing down consistency. Liquid have had many of the same problems as Loud have, and today we'll kind of get to see who's made the most improvements in that area.
Yeah, I like how you're putting it, that both these teams having faced some similar issues in the stage and having to overcome them if they want to get their objective for the stage. I hope we can have a look at the map veto as well soon and see where the series will take us to, because it is just a best of one between these teams. The last time around, or last stage, it went in the favor of Liquid. It was a 7-2 on the last day of playoffs, and as if I remember, it was so much needed back then for the playoffs. Such an important game between these two, and now even though it's earlier on the stage, it is just as important. But the map that we're going to for this series will turn out to be a Chalet. Back to Chalet, Foxy. How are we feeling about that?
I mean, I think this is a pretty good even playing ground. I know Liquid recently played it 2 play days ago against ENX. They didn't look that great on it, to be fair. Obviously, it went down to the wire. And Loud, I'm assuming, is obviously trying to be able to match them on it with that footage. Loud, I know they do find Chalet comfortable. I'm not too sure if they played it a little bit recently, but I know Loud, with their aggressive play style, they've been able to find success on Chalet. So it makes a good idea to try to take a team that, I mean, mind you, they're both struggling from the same issues, but a team that is struggling on their entry of Liquid only having really Maya to be that entry, they're trying to take advantage of that. That being said, obviously, you know, Loud has the similarities and issues. So, I mean, it's kind of contradictory, but I do like the map pick for both teams.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I think it's relatively comfortable for both. Liquid 3-0 this season, as Fox said, that 7-5 win over ENX. Maybe a little shakier than you'd like versus ENX, but still confident to get a win on it. For Loud, 2-1 this season, so not quite as good. Their last win being actually a 7-1 up against Rebellion. That's not Shopify Rebellion in North America, to be clear. That's Rebellions, the Tier 2 Argentinian team, so maybe slight asterisk on that. But even still, we've seen Loud play this a little bit in Copa Sudamericana and through Stage 1 as well, so they should be comfy.
They should. I mean, I'm glad we can bring our cashes back in as well when we speak to Exatroika and Lynx. When we talked about Chalet in the previous game, you know, we were questioning, was this the first time we saw Chalet? Was it the second time we saw Chalet? It was the second one. And it was, Lynx, you brought it up, the game that we saw from Liquid before this one. Now, I can see it on your face because we knew how that game turned out and how chaotic it was, especially. Yeah. Are you ready for some more of that?
My bigger question is, are Liquid ready for more of that? That's honestly the bigger question I have, because even though they won the game last week, let me tell you, it was not the prettiest showing from Liquid, was it, Ollie?
No. I don't think it was Liquid's finest hour, but it's maybe a good opportunity for them to go there and redeem themselves a little bit. We know them to be a great Chalet team deep down, so I would expect them to be able to perform here. Like, let's be honest, it's Team Liquid, it's Chalet. We know they can play this map.
So are you part of being on the Liquid hype train then, Ollie? Would you say Liquid wins this or Loud?
I don't think I ever got off it,
Wow, strong mental you have. I commend that. I wish I had the same. So you're saying Liquid's gonna win this game?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you've got to back Liquid, right?
He's just saying this to bother me.
No, I'm not saying it's bother you. I've always backed Liquid.
But like,
okay.
like how?
What do you mean how? It's like I've been doing it since like 2022.
I know, but like with how they're playing right now, like how? Maya's like the only one doing well on the team. How are you still backing them? They're playing against Loud.
You just gotta believe. You just gotta believe.
Believe in what? Believe in what?
I just want to hear. So Lynx, you don't think Liquid's gonna win this one?
No, I don't. To be fair, I also, you know, a slight caveat. I am a bit of a Liquid hater to balance out Ollie's, you know, very admirable adulation for Liquid, which I'll always give him credit for. A true fan, a true friend to Liquid through and through. But Liquid has just looked too shaky, not only last stage and this stage at various points. Even after the role change. Does Maya look great? Yes. Is Maya great? Yes. Does the rest of the team look like they're on shaky foundations? Also, yes. In a close game against ENX, who are, to be fair, I think have proven to not be a bad team whatsoever. Against Loud here, who, while they have their own problems, I think have looked good when it comes to trying to plant later on in the round, can really make good work in the map control, especially on a smaller map like this, where they don't have to worry about spending so much time clearing. I don't know, I just like Loud better here, but I also tend to not like Liquid, and that's my own bias showing, if I want to be perfectly honest.
I mean, I understand that, and I guess if we're going into this game, I'm just excited to have a Liquid enjoyer and a Liquid hater going head-to-head on that one as the commentators for this specific game, and having seen what Liquid do on this map before, right, it can be utter chaos. Will we see that again? Let's go to Chalet.
Okay, so let's just get out of the way. Just get it out of the way. Ollie and I are not going to we're not going to agree on certain things said during this broadcast. You're going to see mom and dad get a little angry at each other, and that's okay because it's healthy for adults to fight and to have disagreements.
I mean, I don't know where the main disagreement comes from though, because like, what is not to like? I don't know how you can't back Liquid going into this one. Yeah, Loud have looked good, but it's Liquid at the end of the day.
Yeah, but like what? But what Liquid? That's the thing. What Liquid?
But this is the time that they need to make their run.
Yeah, but it's always the time they need to make their run. We always say this. This is the time they need to make their run. They're down 0-3.
Look at the next 3 games. Look at the next 3 games. They've got Loud.
Yeah.
They've got Black Dragons, and then they've got 9Z.
No, and like, listen, I will give you that. Like, if once we get to the 9Z Black Dragons game, 100% I'm back in Liquid. Like, I'm not even gonna worry about it. Are you kidding me? Like, Liquid have that no problem. But Liquid have struggled against all kinds of opponents. They struggle against ENX, who are not a slouch, don't get me wrong. But Liquid, if they have the reputation and the faith that you're placing in them, Liquid should not be going 7-5 against 9Z, against ENX, excuse me, on a map that, like you said, Liquid are a great team on, down to their core. Where was that? 7-5? Really sloppy executes? Really strange attacks on Chalet? This is not me, by the way. I do like all the Liquid players. Love Diaz, very underrated player in my opinion. Love Maya. Love even Nesk. Some of the hate he gets. I love the whole team, but they just don't look convincing.
But then, would you say that Furia looked convincing today against ENX?
Yeah, I would say so.
ENX won 4 rounds against Furia.
Yeah, but I just said ENX aren't a bad team. And
but
if you look at the greater best of ones, right? Furia demolishing the teams they should beat. 7-2 against Lowe's. What, we got 7-1 against Black Dragons after that. Liquid, it's close games across the board against everybody.
I don't think that you can put ENX in the same category though. How can Liquid losing 5 rounds to ENX be worse than ENX?
Okay.
Winning 4 rounds against Furia.
It's not okay. It's not the score against ENX. It's the way that game played out. It's not the fact that they went all 12 rounds. It's a best of 1. Any team on the planet can usually go 12 rounds in a best of 1 because it's a weird format. Let's just be honest. Best of 1s are just a bit of a strange game to play sometimes. However, you watch that game. Tell me your opinion on that game. How did Liquid play?
We know that Liquid didn't play fantastic in that game, but they were able to win in the end.
But even, sure, they were able to win in the end, but it's about how they win. It's about how they win. And we both agree that the attacks...
We'd still be watching Furia versus ENX if Herds hadn't got 20 kills.
Again, I'm not saying that it's about the result. I'm saying it's about how we get there.
No, but that was how we got there, wasn't it? Because Herds had to get 20 kills.
Yes, but look at the other games outside. Furia haven't dropped the game at all. They beat FaZe yesterday, 8-6. They're 7-1 teams. They're 7-3 teams. The only 7-3 Liquid have is a loss to Los.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Look, if you just want to be a Liquid hater, that's fine.
I'm not a Liquid hater. I'm not a Liquid hater. I just said I'm a fan of everybody. I'm a fan of everybody on this team. I saw the Lenda Daffodil pickup. I was a little confused, but there have been moments where I've been like, okay, I think it can work, right? And that's my point. Liquid are not bad. Liquid are just shaky. They make me feel uncertain in every game we go into. I don't know if it's going to be a good day or a bad day. Whereas the Furia, I don't go into a game thinking that. I don't go into a phase game thinking that. And to a certain extent, I don't go into a loud game thinking that. I feel that way with Liquid every time, even against lows.
Well, let's see what kind of team Liquid we get today. They're going to be starting off on the defense tonight on Chalet. We've had 2 maps tonight. We've had Lair and Chalet. I don't mind either.
I don't either. I like both.
It's nice to see good variety in terms of the stage overall. This only being the 3rd play we have of Chalet this stage. As we've already mentioned, Liquid have played this map before. So we can draw back onto that a little bit and compare and contrast it. Loud, of course, I'm assuming, knowing what map they were going to today, will be ready in some way to meet what Liquid have to offer here. And at the moment, it's quite an interesting lineup that Liquid are bringing. We've got the Solus, which has skyrocketed in popularity.
Really has.
We have Nesk on Denari. Of course, we do love our trip gadget. The lines that can be created. Oh, look at this. Horrible. Gives himself quite a lot of surety there as well, that no one's just going to be able to walk in on him.
Swapping max.
Nice clean kill to start. Live falls up, one on the Lenda though. Basetto in a really weird spot at the moment. Oh, Ness caught lacking on top fireplace. Hell of a pinch by Loud at the moment. They come away with the advantage, to be sure. One player creeping through basement at the moment.
Drone active.
Loud. Spending this mid-round, just collecting their thoughts. Daffodils worked his way through library a bit loudly, I will say. No pun intended. Nice shot by Diaz. Bails himself out of a tricky situation. Molly, I have to say, Loud find themselves in a precarious position. 1v1 down below. Flashbang goes out. Shotgun at this range. He closes the gap, but Diaz has got one of his own. And I think the ITA-12L, that's going to hit harder than its shorty. Seto spots one. It's a 1v1 in sight. That much he's secured. With information gathered by his fallen teammate. But Liquid have slowly started clawing things back in the 2vx. Blackbeard spotted. Crossfire established. Liquid in a good spot to close out the 2v1. Especially burning more time. Knowing they can stop this diffuser from ever getting close to planted. Baseto's got to negotiate all of these different factors. And again, does he know? No, he doesn't! Diaz with a clutch 3K running all the way through basement to land the finisher outside of sight.
What a first round we're treated to here between Liquid and Loud. Liquid coming away better, but only just. Really going down to the wire there. Quite an early opening kill from Maya onto Flastry. Around like the 1 minute 50 mark. So for Chalet, I think especially if it's the defender that's getting that opening pick and it isn't a spawn peak, that's fairly early pacing for it.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Maya's kind of overshadowed a lot of players on the Liquid roster, but the only player that he hasn't managed to fully overshadow yet is, of course, Diaz. Diaz being the 2nd highest rated player on Liquid. Only around 12 EPS points behind, but in terms of numbers, Maya being 3rd rated in the entire league, Diaz is all the way down in 12th. Still, not a bad place to be to have a couple of players inside of that top 15. It's going to require a big performance from both of them tonight. Loud not really having a convincing answer of how they wanted to approach things there. With an opening pick that goes untraded. You'd hope that that isn't a sign of things to come here. Liquid, again, going to be rocking this shotgun heavy lineup with double SAS operators. Mute has really been a mainstay of what they want to do here on Chalet. Denying a lot of that info with the Azami and the Malusi band. Malusi band again, by the way. It's definitely a Chalet thing. is going to make things a little bit easier for these attackers to just walk up. Hence, we have Maya. I mean, Maya doesn't need much of an invitation to play Legion. Great gun, slippy operator. Can kind of just do whatever you want as well. You've got very limited setup, and you're just going to basically throw those goo mines out there and roam your heart's content. Already going to be dropping off there just into storage as the pressure just mounts a bit too much onto library. But Liquid have got some really nice touch points here, with Dafo playing on those library stairs. Nesk still able to transition between master and office. Top floor control is still being held here.
Ooh. Not if Flash has anything to say about it. Marches up Ivy hallway, takes down the smoke. Maya down in the process as well. Much of this roam game not working out for Team Liquid. Nesk is the only remaining vestige. Look at... Oh, that's brutal. Right as Maya starts crawling back. Live shoots him right in front of the team. Nesk will make it, though. Yet it'll only be a 3v5. With plenty of time for Loud to get the proper information and set up for this execute.
As was mentioned on the desk, Loud are one of those slightly slower teams in terms of setup. It really can be a bit of a patience game. There's a lot of setup that you can do as well on Chalet. Some very long angles being challenged onto here, as Nesk is still going to be upstairs, but he's got the option to rotate. And with no presence inside a big garage or the bottom of trench, it's kind of an unusual position he finds himself in. He's known right now on the drone. It's going to be Lender to find the next kill onto STK. STK just tries to walk down main. Oh no, Lender! He's being given freebies. Nesk can rotate back. That's the win con.
Oh no, this is looking real bad. I'm going to start becoming a Liquid believer real quick if this is how the rounds are going to go on attack. Loud are just starting to give things away. A 2v4 into a potential 3v5. It's going to be rough if this is what the trend's going to give us. Still the advantage, though. Loud taking the full breadth of this round. That gives the defense a lot of room to work with. Big 3K for Lenda. On for 4 if he can land that C4, but Perez knocks him down. Where's Flashtree going to put this case? Hello! Nesk trusts the process and wins 2 in a row as Loud looking mighty unconvincing.
Another round where we're seeing the diffuser be fumbled in the final seconds. Why has this all of a sudden just become a thing in the second half of 2025? We're in a 2 versus 1. I get it, you're against Nesk. Small spoiler alert. It isn't the terrifying Nesk of years gone by. He's still great. But he's not got that bite anymore that he used to have. Get the kit down. Now, I don't speak Portuguese, but that looked like pace. So I can only assume it was something to do with speed. Lender pops a little message in the chat. Great 3K, by the way, from Lender.
Love it.
Huge contribution. Slight overheat, as he did peak the bottom of those main stairs when the time was getting toward red time. But at the end of the day, the round was won. It's another round where Loud have really struggled with that clock. I mean, in the 2 versus 1, like, do something. Either flood for the kill or start to get the plant down. But you don't want to just let the round go wondering what might have happened if you'd have started planting that diffuser. Because we see all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff happen in those seconds.
Well, honestly, for me, it's not even necessarily the time. It's just been complete mismanagement of these advantages. I mean, round 1, we have 2 guys peek Dias Lucas in a 4v2 when he's alone in basement. There, we have 2 to 3 guys peek Lenda in a 5v3.
I mean, Lender fried the guy on the breach.
Yeah, no, he's not like, I get that.
SDK gave himself up really soft. He just walked down main stairs and just died. But
that's what I mean.
I feel like the breach player should have gotten the trade.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
And
but
hey,
like you say, I mean, I understand your complaint because it wasn't guaranteed, right?
Yeah, exactly. And also, like, hey, sometimes players hit shots like that, but it's in the aggregate. You can account for it. Really highlighting SDK, the breach player, right now.
Reload.
I can only imagine what the Brazilian broadcast was saying about them at that moment to actually warrant going full screen.
Dude, going full screen on SDK.
Swapping knives.
In the spotlight.
Starting shock drone.
Like, yeah, we get it. He messed up.
Yeah, I'm sure we didn't need to bring him up like that. Like, I'm not that mad. 2 rounds in, they took a timeout. That's okay.
I'll find it and end you.
Just, you know, raising the issue now. Oh, no.
Lender's on one.
Remember when I said I didn't understand the Daffo Lenda pickup, but that I was ready to see what happened? Yeah. This is what's happening. Right now, at least.
I really like Lender.
I do too.
Lender used to be a mainstay on my original favorite LATAM team. Old Furia.
That was what? Lenda, STK, Miracle,
Rare, Fancy.
Rare. Yeah.
Hell of a team.
Can't believe I just pulled that out.
Twister on the coach as well.
Oh, of course.
Certainly having a game of things tonight. 4-2 right now. And still unfound and kind of unknown. For a top floor defense, he is all the way down on basement and can pretty much just do whatever he wants, especially given that they took away the Deimos, because is anyone really going to commit to try and find him right now? I kind of doubt it. Instead, Louder sort of banging on this drum upstairs at the top of fireplace. Settle maybe with a drop. Maybe the call now is to go and deal with him. We do have the picture-in-picture, so the drone is going to be nearby. This is taking valuable seconds, and anything that Lender gets out of this is a bonus. He's already got 1 nade.
He's burning utility, he's burning time. This is a Jaeger we're hunting, by the way. This is a Jaeger in basement. The site is 2 floors up. It's a master 2-bedroom office attack. Like, Lenda should be laughing. It's a Jaeger in basement. He can't even see 4 below, or he's not like DS Lucas with a Specchio scanner. We're putting time and effort into hunting like the number 10 guy on the most wanted list. Thankfully, it's only a 3v3, but Loud, again, using the whole clock, and this time I don't think they're really using it. I think they're being forced to stall and waste that much time. Being forced to set all of this up and get absolutely zero, nothing, nada, for any amount of time, effort, and utility spent in constructing these attacks.
Lender can be very pleased with himself. Not only is he winning pretty much every gunfight that he gets up into, with exception of the previous one because he got 2 versus 1, he was droned and he was naded. He's also winning the mental game right now. Loud, left chasing shadows. I back the decision to go and deal with the Jaeger if they do it a minute 30 earlier. If as soon as that kill comes in, they go, right, let's go, let's deal with the Jaeger, let's deal with the Roma, and bang, we'll get it out of the way, and then we can just concentrate on the rest of the round. What I don't understand is going when there's like 50 seconds left, then to go and get the Jaeger when, as you mentioned, there's very little that Jaeger's going to have in terms of an impact remotely. They're going to have to rotate up and shoot you. They've no utility to use.
Ollie, you don't understand. The very famous 416 through the floor. It's lethal.
I'd forgotten about that, of course. Well known for its ability to rip through floorboards. $3-0 for Liquid. Now, it is defense. We don't really know how Chalet is going to fare. We've got too small a sample size in SAL specifically to really understand which way around this map's going to be. I like to see Chalet as more of a 50-50 map. I think its size lends itself to not just the defenders, but also the attackers. Bigger maps tend to be a little bit better, as you can get in and start to operate a little bit more. But then again, I mean, smaller maps can be good as well. You look at something like Border, so it really is on a map-by-map basis, but I don't see Chalet being horrendously one way or another. With the bans that we've got here, all the shields are gone, aside from Fuse Shield, which I'm assuming Basao is going to be running this round.
Yeah,
and you've got the Azami and the Malusi gone, so I feel like it's a fairly level playing field right now. Loud have definitely had some opportunities, but they're making some pretty bold mistakes.
Oh, got the shield shuffle. So what? Plan is hop in through fireplace window and rush into bar. count on the fact that Liquid won't have time to react? Seems to be the case. Unfortunately, Liquid could react. There's one right around the corner. Pair is able to shut that player down, but Paceto losing a lot of HP. ETV down to the process. Oh my god, Diaz smokes the guy on the bar window hop in 3v2 for Liquid, who weren't exactly ready for the rush, but knew how to react in time. Nice shot by STK. Let's not throw it here, Nesk. Nesk and Maya, old and new. Veteran recruit to keep STK on the back foot and keep Loud at 0 points. Got time. A drone, too. Only issue is, Nesk and Maya have full HP to work with, and STK is just a couple shots away from death. He might have time to drone, but the defense has equal time to set up a crossfire. Pay attention to some of these sound cues. They know STK was main door. Nesk saw him with his own eyes. They've got control of the diffuser, too. There's that important bit of confirmation. Both Nesk and Maya can now weigh their decisions in accordance with the revelation. He's around the entrance to bar. Coming up through long. Could really kill for some flashbangs here, but smoke grenades will have to do to block off the stock angle. Maya can still peek out of the door. Doesn't really isolate the crossfire, just tells STK where that angle or those shots are going to come from. Don't isolate the stock player, but he's got to commit to something. Liquid at this point, we know they're not going to push. You have to go for it. You have to swing him in stock. Well, one shot lands. Maya's good for the header. 4-0 for Liquid so far, and I do well and truly believe.
I'm so glad you believe. It's nice to recruit another believer.
Okay, I'm for the duration of this game. But listen, I am not so... I might be argumentative as all hell, but I'm not so dogmatic as to not revise my position in light of the evidence.
I'm not sure that any reasonable person could still sit there and be saying, oh, Team Liquid, after they've just won 4 rounds in a row.
No, I will not be saying it right now. No, sir. No, sir. I put my life savings into Team Liquid stock.
Well, listen, it's up. It's a boom market right now. In fact, I think they call it a bearish market.
No, bearish is bearish market is when it's bad.
Bullish.
Bullish.
Sorry, bullish.
We're so bullish on Team Liquid.
Yeah.
I
so
think
you
Liquid's
can tell
going
that
to
I've
250.
never made any money investing because I would have done the wrong thing there. This is not financial advice.
Ollie's like, it's a bear market. I'm putting in some money in the years 2008.
I'm going all in.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
But yeah, everyone should put their money in Team Liquid right now. Because Loud look defeated.
Well, they've used the timeout. It hasn't been good for anything. I wouldn't go as far as to say defeated. They're still finding themselves in winnable position. What is this, Nesk? It's like a spider's been let loose inside a bar and just laid a web everywhere. I mean, you walk outside into the shed and you just get a face full of web. That's what it's going to be like trying to get into bar right now with all those trips everywhere.
He had the protractor out.
Oh dear.
Oh my
okay.
goodness.
That's the kind of game it's going to be.
I was about to say we're losing fights like that. Oh no, man.
I love the aggression from Liquid though. Like, why not? They are on top in every aspect right now.
I know.
Scoreboard, mental, every gunfight. Just make it hurt even more.
It's just like Maya's taking 40, 60 gunfights and winning them. Like we're walking in front of feet holes, man. Paris is just walking by himself with feet holes exposed. Your teammate just died to Mudroom. It's very logical. He could be over by library stairs. There's just no comms. Flashbang goes out. Maya's got somebody to play this trade. Nesk is still in bar. Liquid have to be careful not to overcommit! As that's all 5 players trying to bail Maya out, and Liquid have just pulled a Loud.
I mean, it's about time that Loud got some kills, to be fair. They had someone in mud. They had somebody at the bottom of library stairs, or the bottom of blue stairs, should I say. They had everybody around Maya. And Maya's the only one that lives. That's Glenda and Diaz, all 4 trying to keep him up. I love the commitment, but it has made for quite a sticky round, especially given that Maya is almost certainly 1 bullet And with Daffo taking a bit of damage as well, he isn't put in a better situation. There's a reminiscent C4 kicking around. That's not active in this particular round. Flastry and Basetto both low. Kitchen Dining attack, by the way, and 44 seconds left. You've got hard breach, you've got one stun, and you've got a couple of smokes. Is the plan to open up this dining wall and try and make something happen? There's certainly not enough bodies to hold Vert as well as everything else. So for Maya and Daffo, they've got a lot of different angles to watch right now.
Not a lot of HP to do it. This should be Loud's way to a round win, surely. Even if Basetto and Flashtree are low, the lack of utility, the bevy of angles, and the lack of HP. Maya's so concerned about the hatch. Oh, but he wins that fight. Daffo's on a long flank, by the way. We saw him walk down West Main. Here he comes, creeping up Fireplace. Hell of a good pre-fire, but Maya gets it! Flashtree's got no time! That's the round done and dusted. He even falls off! Maya has just been denied an ace in ruthless fashion by Loud, but that's fine. We'll take the real victory. 5-0. What a throw.
What have I got to be able to do to sit on the beanbag behind Maya while he's playing? I want to be in that team house. I want to sit on the beanbag, and I want to have a great time watching Liquid play in person. This is beautiful. Maya got 4 kills in that round, and there was nothing that Loud could do about it. His whole team rallied to his aid at the bottom of those blue stairs to keep him alive, and he did not let them down. He did not let them die in vain. Just got half of his kills in round 5. Liquid 5-0 right now. Loud, quite simply, could not close a door at the moment, let alone a round of Rainbow Six Siege.
Ollie. I believe. I've seen the light.
You're being blinded by the light right now. It's like it's not enough for you to believe. You need to bleed blue.
Call me Bruce.
You need to be.
Call me Bruce Springsteen. I've been blinded by the light.
5-0 at the moment for Liquid, and they are showing no signs of slowing down. Nothing that Loud has done has been enough on this round, and whether that's been through being poor at strategy or just being poor at decision making, Liquid have made them look pretty amateur in both of those regards. My only hope now is that it isn't just a flash in the pan and it's 5 good rounds, and that Liquid can make good on what has been a brilliant start to Chalet.
And so that's actually something I want to highlight because I made the point that Liquid are inconsistent, which, by the way, I still think is generally speaking true. But this game is not just coming down to, I mean, okay, part of it's coming down to winning crazy fights and some mistakes from Loud, but Liquid are making the right decision. Loud take a lot of time, and so they are trying their best to either, if they're going to stall time at the front, full commit to make it work as much as possible, or just play for the late game. Burn enough time off the clock. Liquid have a good idea. They're actually playing this strategically sound. It's not just a case of winning crazy fights, though that's certainly helping. It's a combination of good fundamentals and also Maya just not losing a single fight today. Loud put quite a bit of effort into putting Nesk to 1 HP, and Maya, with a flick of his wrist, gets a 5v4. Flashtree's 1 HP in the process. Liquid have completely held on to second floor, and if Nesk goes down, really a negligible loss, all things considered.
Look at how much has been invested into making sure that Nesk is sent to the cameras in this round. We've spent over half the round. 2 deathmark trackers. And for what? You've gotten rid of a Jaeger. It's the obsession with Loud and Jaegers. Maybe that's what it is. They rotated all the way down to basement last time we saw this site just to take out the Jaeger that Lender was playing. Maybe they just like hunting Jaeger. Who knows? They will, for the time, have control of Library. Although the mirror window is still going to be active on Fireplace, so you need to be cautious that no one retakes that, but I'm not even sure if Liquid are as bold as to make a move like that in this game. Should be able to disable the mirror window on the breach as well. Although that C4 might be a bit of a problem. It looks like it detonated. We should be all good to go from that point of view. Still 35 seconds and an equal 4 versus 4. We do have player below.
Reloading.
Lastry. Just reloading that shotgun. Needs another death mark, but he has got none left. So instead, just going to be left with the Vendetta to try and make something happen.
Daffodil, we don't need to be doing all that, but with the nade, he's got to. Basetto, another big kill. It'll be Liquid to make magic happen once more. But with such low time, Loud have always been giving them opportunities to go back in. Maya couldn't have timed it better if he had planned it in advance. Sitting on the diffuser. Will it be done? He wins it again on time! The man who can do no wrong! 6 in a row!
How does he consistently manage to do it? We talk about players that have godlike timing. We were crediting Herds earlier, at the top of the day. Now I just want to download this VOD and just watch Maya, because his timing has been impeccable. Liquid have just punished Loud at every turn. Loud have had to use all of the clock every single round. Their pace has been their undoing. Not just there in round 6, but multiple times throughout. Very rare that we'll get a round end as time being the big factor. Method of round end can be diffuser gets planted, elimination, or time. We very rarely see time. And yet we've seen time 3 times so far. Half of the rounds we've seen have been won out on time. Sheerly from Liquid, creating enough problems, enough of a disturbance, and through Loud moving too slowly. 6-0. Liquid need 1 round. This is done and dusted, surely.
I mean, it's gotta be. You can just... It's always this fun moment when you're watching a game where you just, like...
Attackers have located a bomb.
You just know that fate and luck is on a team's side, and you're like, this is gonna end at something. You just get a feeling. And everyone knows what I'm talking about. You can't really quantify it. You can't, like, go deep on the analysis. It's just you feel it. And you just know. And that's I think how I feel, Ollie feel, and I imagine a lot of you feel right now. It's something that Liquid have to actively lose at this point. They have to actively start fumbling, or they're gonna win.
Reloading.
Now, to be fair, I've seen quite a few fumbles in my day.
Ooh, this week?
This week, this year, with Liquid in the lobby and without. I'm not saying it can't happen, but it definitely feels like we got a good thing going right now.
I think this is going to be the acid test for Liquid. Now, we're not... Well, depending on how this game goes, we might not get to see too many rounds of them on the attack. But the attack is definitely where we had question marks previously when we saw them play Chalet. So a very tidy attack here. It would just put to bed a little bit of that concern and worry. But just through the very nature of the scoreline, it's doubtful that we get to see a full 6 rounds of Liquid attacking. And if we do, then guess what? They're not all going to be great attacking rounds. A very clean round here would be a nice thing to see. To give us a little bit of confidence in what Liquid have to offer on this attacking side. At the moment, no one's really overly committing to anything. Aside from Lender. Top of these blue stairs and able to push back the defender. Now, unfortunately, Nesk wasn't able to capitalize. He wasn't close enough to the Ivy window, it seems, or at least didn't have the correct angle. Myra as well may be in a position to take advantage of that along with Diaz, but that defender will be allowed to slip back to site. Not the worst thing in the world, as control has now been gained and Liquid can start to execute on that next stage of the plan, that being getting that wall open and starting to root out those players that are no doubt going to be inside of Piano.
It is worthwhile noting, though, that Liquid are investing a lot of time at not too many immediate results aside from that mezzanine control, and that if they don't get anything for it, we'll have to consider whether or not they're suffering from a bit of Loud syndrome. But look at this setup, immediately moving in to place that utility. Nesk watching Piano window, ready for the engagements as the defenders aim to retake. The initial util burn continues, but it's not been completely depleted. Live with a crazy swing. Retakes control of Piano, and now, as you can see, Maya realizing pushing in is not going to be as easy as it once was. Sort of City commits, pushes deep, looks to clear the way for the team as he's done so many times before. Diaz Lucas playing passive like he always does, holds the line and downs Perez. And they've regained control of Piano. Now we can move back with plan A. Now we can put this diffuser down. And as Basetto floods in, Liquid fall back. 3 guns ready for this mute to retake. And ready to make good on the faith Ollie placed in them. 7-0 against Loud. And the one attack they needed is the only one that needed to work.
Liquid showing us a brilliant attack there to close out what was an incredible game of Siege. You can't talk about that game without recognizing the contribution from Maya. Huge individual contribution, but team performance top through bottom, really, and Liquid have given me nothing to complain about tonight. Brilliant. I'm so pleased for him. I don't like to see a 7-1, but when Lynx is back in the other team and maybe not believing so hard in Liquid, I'll let a 7-1 slide. Turns out that 2 L's make a W. We're going to cut to a very short break. After that, we'll be back with Liquid for a winner's interview and our fantastic desk to break it down and set us up for our last game of the day.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Available now. Yes!
Liquid just made Loud look very quiet with a 7-0 going in favor of Liquid. Very much needed points, and they should be very happy with that performance, but the way that this game came down to just some of the very wire, like the very last few seconds for some of these rounds, it just seemed, you know, like you two were saying at the beginning, and this is just always sometimes feels so nice to be right. Loud were just too slow on the attacks. There were so many rounds, Jesse, where it took them way too long to get something going on. The diffuser was in Narnia, and then the round just seemed like it was being won by Liquid purely off of the clock.
Yeah, it was tough because those first two rounds, they had good advantages, right? It felt like they were able to win the early game, get that man advantage, but in the mid-round, everything would stall out, everything would fall apart, the fuse kit would get dropped outside the map, outside the building, and the whole round would fall to pieces as one or two good anchors kind of lock things down. And I just felt like as the game went longer and longer, it just did not ever get better for Loud. They started losing more of those early engagements. When they did have a good setup, Maya was there to ruin their day every single time. And yeah, a game to forget if you're a Loud fan for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it definitely was a risk for Loud to go to Chalet. I mean, you know, it was a good, comfortable map for both teams, but I think Loud just had a really big issue with trying to manage their time and get past Maya. And I feel like that's been Liquid's saving grace all season, is obviously the team had a good game plan, which was stall out Loud. But also, at the end of the day, when you have Maya to be able to rely on, makes things easy.
Makes me really glad that we get to speak to the brains behind Liquid as we have their coach on the line for an interview. Today's joining us. Congratulations on the 3 points here. A very fast game, but if you look at the rounds in particular, some of them were so slow. Talk to me about how it's like standing behind the team, seeing the timer tick down and seeing them win round after round just on time.
Thank you. First thing, like, it's very strange to watch like Chalet being so slow, because it is like a fast map, you know. So like a lot of the rounds that we played on defense ended on time phase, on time, and it was kind of strange because we didn't expect that from them. But yeah, it was very good to see like round after round and we winning. So it was very good.
Amazing. Yeah, congratulations again. And obviously, a lot of those rounds were based off time. You didn't expect it. Was that the game plan going into it, to stall Loud out on Chalet? Or is that something that you guys were just playing the round by round basis?
We have like the game plans, and like we thought like let's beat them on the first phase of the round, like on the early round. So let's get like an opening kill or something or the time, and then we retreat back to the bomb site and we play like crosses and just win the round. But we didn't expect to be so good on this game, you know. Them just being so slow, it was so strange for us. Not part of the game plan. We didn't expect that.
Wow, this dominant win regardless of what you expected, Tysus. Congratulations on the victory. I wanted to ask you about Maya. I mean, he went 13-2 today. He's obviously having a crazy good stage. As a coach, what have you noticed about him in particular this stage that might have changed from previous stages? Or is it more just the team changing around him that's enabled all of this great play to come out?
I'll be honest with you, like the team changes a lot. So we have like 2 new players. We have Reduced as well. So we changed a lot of strats, the way that the strats are played, the intentions. The biggest change from last stage for this stage was, of course, the new IGL Lenda. He's very good, and he puts Maya on a position that Maya can focus on only kills. You know, he can communicate a lot. Like Maya is such like a not I would say like a perfect player, because he knows how to do like gunfights, he knows how to kill people, and he knows how to communicate a lot and be an IGL as well, a second IGL, I'll be honest. So he's a very good player, like astonishing player.
That sounds amazing. He was definitely showing off today in the game. Now, look into the future, because I know it's not been the easiest start of the stage for Liquid, but it might very much seem like we're getting a similar run from Liquid last stage as well, where it's just at the end of the stage where they really start picking up pace, especially now with this 7-0 as well. Is there anything that you're doing with these next few games, anything you're focusing on to make sure that you lock in top 6?
Yeah, sure. We're focusing mostly on defense. The first games, the first like 5 games, we had like terrible defenses. So we ended like Consulate versus NIP like 2-4, and then we talked a lot like yesterday of the way that we're gonna play, the intents that we're gonna have like on the round, and basically we're focusing more on that side of the game plan, more on defense, because we know that like our attack it's just like it's flowing. It's very good. Like it works on the practices, on the scrims, and it works on South America League as well. So we know how to like get better every day, and basically we're focusing on those two pieces, maintaining the attacks and getting better on the defenses. Mainly that's the point of what we can do better for the next 3 games.
Well, I mean, if you say the defenses, they definitely worked out today because they were flawless for you guys. A very good result for you with the 7-0. So once again, a big congratulations, and we hope to speak to you again next week.
Thank you. Thank you. See you.
See ya. Very good result here for Liquid, as we were saying. And I mean, if they say they're working on defenses, I mean, this is a perfect example of how well the defenses can go for Liquid. Having obviously, again, that little bit of a advantage, I guess, with Loud being rather slow on this side here. But one player that we need to highlight, I'm glad you asked about it in the interview, Foxy, is Maya just stepping up once again. We highlighted him at the beginning of the game, right, as the best rated player of this team so far. But he was just where Liquid needed him today. If it was getting the kills, if it was him being slow and waiting out those situations. I mean, we saw that clip of the 1v3 where he just sits out the time and wins the round because of that.
Yeah, obviously Maya has been playing amazing, and the new roles that he's been on, maybe it's taken the rest of the team some time to adjust, but obviously he's settled in, and like Tysa said, you know, almost a perfect player essentially. And so one thing that does worry me is that Liquid seems to just always have the fail-safe card of Maya, and that's not necessarily what's going to get you a tournament trophy, essentially. So I'm hoping with more time, the whole team will be able to really feel comfortable on their roles, feel comfortable with how everything's operating for Liquid, and we can see the rest of them also pick up their side of the coin. And then, you know, if everybody else starts performing on all cylinders, then, you know, I could only imagine that that'll only make Maya better. Liquid as a whole will be better, and Liquid will look a lot more like a scary team to be feared going into playoffs.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Maya 220 EPS is kind of ridiculous. You don't really see numbers get that high, but on the previous slide, you saw most other Liquid players were in the negative. They had less than 100 EPS, so it really has been the Maya show all stage long on Team Liquid. You saw it in some of those rounds too, right? Maybe Maya was going to be that guy playing blue stairs on one of the rounds, and then the whole team on Liquid go to support Maya and get him out of that position. And they're successful, and it wins them the round, but they lose a lot of bodies just trying to make that happen. It's very clear this team is doing everything they can to set up Maya, and he's thriving in that role. But everybody needs to participate if they're going to be making a shot for top 4.
Yeah, this is just incredible. I mean, when we were shown the scoreboard, my jaw literally dropped at seeing the EPS for Maya. These are among some of the highest EPSs we have ever seen in the history of Rainbow Six Siege. And the fact that he's literally double the EPS of the person that's below him, you can make 2 arguments for that, right? As you're saying, Jesse, like, that's really good for Maya, but we need the team to step up around that as well. It's so important for everyone to have that balanced performance, because what if there is going to be a day next week where Maya doesn't have a day like he's had right now? They need players around him to step up as well. I mean, Diaz, having been that second-rated player for almost the entire stage now, shows some consistency, but just in general, the numbers need to be a little bit higher from the rest of them. But then if there's Maya taking away all the kills, there's not much you can really do about that, though. Good result from Liquid, and we'll look to the future as well with the standings of how the league is looking at the moment. We just have one more game to go, and that one is between FaZe and W7M. We're looking at the 2nd and the 6th team in the league as of right now. FaZe having had their first loss yesterday, so I guess for W7M we could say if there's any time to FaZe, it might be now. When we look at W7M yesterday, they played the most dominant game of the stage for themselves so far. So for FaZe, having had that first loss, it's against Furia. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You know, surely they would have wanted to win that game, but I think what we're looking at, Foxy, is a chance for them to bounce back here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think regardless of the outcome for FaZe, I really think they're trying to adapt, learn new styles of play, because at the start of the stage, we saw them incorporate Cyber more around the team. Instead of him being on his lurk entry, he was just playing more of a support flex, being with the team. Then yesterday against Furia, we essentially saw them play a lot more aggressive, back to, you know, centered around Cyber, going up for those kills, trying to find that aggression. And, you know, it really went the distance. It went to overtime, and FaZe Furia, you can't really fault FaZe for their loss. That being said, it doesn't feel like FaZe is just trying to get washed out with the metas. They're constantly trying to evolve and find new things. So it's trial and error. And obviously they tried and there was an error, and they're going to autocorrect it coming into this matchup. So I think it's just easy. It's another game for FaZe, obviously. I mean, they're so consistent. So I'm expecting to see them double down and fall back and be more of a regular FaZe that we've usually seen. The FaZe that's consistent, the FaZe that always has 4 players slowly, methodically taking position, and then Cyber is, you know, making plays happen. I'm expecting to see a more default FaZe today.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. This FaZe team, despite losing yesterday, still look like an extremely scary squad, one of the best in the entire world, and everybody seems to be playing better since these role changes, right? Cyber reined in a little bit, probably the best stage he's had on attack in a long time, greater than 2.0 KDR. Handy's kind of then stepped up to be a little bit more aggressive, and I think he's really been able to thrive in that situation, kind of as that primary entry, especially on the attack. And then Vidaking, maybe not the greatest day yesterday, but it's a Sunday today, which means that Vidaking is going to be back in action for his top performance, averaging 10 kills a game on Sundays compared to just 3 on Saturdays.
I was losing it when you were making those comments yesterday about Saturday Vita King and Sunday Vita King, but who knows what kind of Vita King we'll see today, if it'll be Sunday Vita King. In similar fashion, we'll have Cyber going up in the head-to-head against a player on the side of W7M. These are our players that you need to keep your eyes on in regards to the ones that'll be popping off this game. At least we hope so, right? If the recent performances have been anything to go by, then these two are the players that we need to keep our eyes on, right? Cyber so far with 122 EPS, and then Palu on the other side with 123. Very much matching up against each other, and the game that we had yesterday from W7M really must have helped with the EPS score there, because when we saw the 7-0 yesterday from them, I was just very impressed. I think one could say like, oh yeah, you know, it was just 9Z they were getting this 7-0 but the way they were doing it, with Dodas and Volps both not having had a single death in that whole game, it just felt, Jesse, like it was utter dominance every single round.
Yeah, it certainly did. You know, I'm gonna go with a bold take here and say that this will probably be a tougher matchup for W7M than the one they went up for last night up against 9Z. But if they're gonna win this game, it's gonna come off of some big performances from players like Palu. You know, he's obviously been around the block. Very different player from Cyber in a lot of respects. Cyber, historically at least, known as a hyper-aggressive guy, can really lead the charge for FaZe. Palu, not so much. You're gonna see him in the late round popping off a little bit more, securing the kills that his teammates get traded out, right? Having that late round impact. So 2 different styles, 2 different philosophies of 2 different players, but both are finding a lot of success in the SAL, and both are extremely talented.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, Paula to have as an amazing season as he's having, to be on that hard support role, he's just, you know, playing amazing for that to work out. One player I want to see definitely like more out of, I mean, we talked about at the start of the stage, is Loban. I feel like W7M is really comprised on Loban being that opening kill player, the disruptor. He's able to get in and make the players on the enemy team move on defense. He's always lurking, trying to be a thorn in the side of the opposing team, and I feel like he's a really big reason as to why W7M is able to succeed, especially, you know, they played 9Z to 7-0, but it's a 7-0. At the end of the day, you have to be flawless to be able to get a 7-0. And that being said, I mean, Loban had 3 opening kills. Every game where W7M is successfully winning, Loban is getting some sort of positive in the opening kills and being able to just stall time if he's not getting those opening kills. So I feel like teams that focus directly on targeting him usually have an easier time to go through W7M. And I feel like that's why they've had a little bit of a struggle to the start, or a start that isn't indicative of how W7M usually plays. So I think they've been figured out a little bit, but they've been slowly adapting. And obviously, if yesterday was a testament to how W7M has been able to focus on changing Loban up and trying to make him more unpredictable, I think they're on the right direction.
Well, they have to be, and when we look at this game in the context of the stage, I mean, as good as FaZe were last stage in the group stage, W7M was just a little bit better. They actually won that initial matchup, as we'll have a look at the map veto. Last time around, this series was played out on Border. It was a 7-3 for W7M. It really helped putting them in that top spot in the group stage, and FaZe are going to have none of that. They ban out Border as the very first one for this series, and I'm just so glad that we get to see Nighthaven last, because when we saw it at the beginning of the stage, Jesse, this is the only map, or one of the maps that we have actually not seen yet in SAL Stage 2.
That is correct, Dan. It'll be our first Nighthaven of SAL, but I'm not sure it's going to be a much better battleground for FaZe Clan than Border would have been. They're a fine Nighthaven team themselves on FaZe, but I'd say this is probably W7M's best map. They haven't lost it since EWC 2024. Over a full year of dominance on this map, a 13-game win streak for W7M, and sure, some of those games were with the old roster when they still had Dash on this team, but even still, you go to their most recent game, 7-1 victory over Space Station in Riyadh over the summer. So you really are looking for W7M to show why they're so good at this map. They have consistently been the kings of this, and FaZe Clan, they've definitely given themselves a challenge here for the second Playday of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it goes to a map like Nighthaven Labs, very big roaming map, I'm going to be looking at Loban and Cyber specifically to be able to find those lurks and openings. But I feel like Labs is just one of those maps for FaZe that they're as good as you could possibly be on the map, in my opinion. So when it comes to FaZe, if we can just see a consistent FaZe, the FaZe that's taking their time, pushing, using those shields on Vita King, trying to just slowly make their way towards the execute, it's all going to be about the attacks and who's going to be able to succeed on handling the sporadic roams of either team. So I think FaZe is definitely in a driver's seat position going into Nighthaven Labs.
Okay, well, you seem very, clear about that this time. That I love how it caught maybe the two of you a little bit of off guard when I asked you for your predictions in the previous game. So, Foxy, you're saying FaZe are going to win this game? Are they going to win in regulation? Is it going to be an overtime game? What are your expectations looking like?
I think it'll be a 7-4 for FaZe, in my opinion. I feel like the loss that they got a little bit of a setback yesterday. I feel like they're coming into it trying to play a more stable, grounded FaZe, and they want to be able to bounce back and beat one of the other top teams that's going to be in that top 3, that top 4.
I can respect that. I think FaZe are the better team overall between these two squads. I think FaZe are a little bit above W7M, but you know me, like, I'm not going to predict against a 13-game win streak. I've got to pick W7M in this game. I'll go back-to-back 8-6s for FaZe Clan, unfortunately, to get only 2 points on the week. Should be a crazy good game, and I think if both these teams show up, going to be a contest for the best game of the week.
Well, it has to be. I mean, we're looking at W7M, right? 8 points so far on the board. Currently, with the way the previous games have played out, they're now 6th on the scoreboard, so they need these points here. I like what you're saying about the win streak that they have. Can they make it work against FaZe that has looked so good so far in this stage? We'll send it back to Exatroika and Lynx.
A game of the week, 100%, by the way, just to echo what Jesse said. You kidding me? I'm absolutely excited for this one. Now, to be fair, I actually think it will be pretty hard to beat kind of like the highlight performance we saw from Liquid in the last game. Like, I just don't know. On a sheer team level, we can achieve a high like that, but this has got to be a damn good game, surely.
Oh, you've changed your tune so much, and I love it.
I do. Listen,
You've gone from being a hater to a super fan in the space of like what, an hour.
Listen, like, what did I say? I will always make an argument, but I don't know why I don't want messing with the nail clippers on my desk. I will always make an argument, but whenever there's new evidence, I will always revise my position. And let me tell you, if you weren't entertained by what Liquid just did, I don't know what you could be entertained by. But anyway, that game's done. Ollie, this is game of the week, surely.
Absolutely. I mean, FaZe W7M, we've been treated to some good games inside of SAL. I feel like we've had a couple of the banger games. We obviously had the Liquid FaZe game, big game.
That was
and then we get the FaZe W7M game as well. It just seems like the region that keeps on giving to us, honestly. Game of the week, it's up there for game of the week. I think FaZe versus Furia obviously is always going to be a big matchup
true.
as well.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
And we had that yesterday, 8-6. So FaZe coming in off the back of that narrow loss, and W7M on the flip side coming in on the back of a 7-0 versus 9Z. So W7M not really tested too hard yesterday. FaZe put through the ringer. For an experienced team like this FaZe roster, I doubt that has much sway into things today. I don't think that anything carries through into the next fixture. This is a team that's used to playing back-to-back days at events for multiple days at a time, let alone just a couple of best of ones sat at home. So it's not going to be stressful in that regard, I don't think. But Nighthaven Labs, of course, a very good map for W7M and something to bear in mind as we start to get through this ban phase right now. Double hard breach removed, leaves the thermite Thermite, an okay option, but it's certainly not the ranged hard breach that you would prefer. There's Army and a Mute coming in as well. So the Mute being the off pick, as it were, there a little bit for FaZe.
We've been traded to a couple just kind of off bans in the game in the games today, like a little Malusi ban here, a little Mute ban there. I appreciate it.
Malusi has 100% ban rate on Chalet so far.
Oh, is it banned in the ENX game?
Yeah, incredible.
I actually forgot about that. Interesting little note. One thing to point out, by the way, no hard breach denial ban on Nighthaven. Well, okay, sorry. Technically, the Mute has been banned, but no Cade or Bandit is what I'm referring to, or two Brow ban for that matter, though certainly no Cade Bandit ban. Mentioned earlier that some of the maps that usually we see that duo get banned on right out the gate are Lair, Clubhouse, and Nighthaven, all of which for the exterior walls, and this is one of those maps that usually it's banned every single time, so kind of surprising to see FaZe not ban either of them, and I think not a big shock that Poly will immediately bring the Electric Claws first round out the gate.
I think for teams that are well equipped with working the Maverick, it's fine, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we expect this team, FaZe, to be very competent with the Maverick. It doesn't mean that Maverick's going to be safe, though, because C4 lineups are very, very much a thing, and they're incredibly easy. So Souls will need to be cautious. Ooh, Palu. The Electrical isn't going to help you there as he sees the wall start to get Mavericked open. Souls can just start to delete this reinforcement. We'll start on the top, work his way through for the bottom, and then we'll be relying on, I imagine, a Bailiff in this instance, in the hands of Vidaking, to actually get rid of that soft wall. Now, Souls, I picked you up, and you took 3 bites of the cherry to open that thing. I hope that's the first and last time. Otherwise, you're off.
To be fair, it like literally it did like the collapse thing 3 times. Part of me is like, was that his fault? I don't know. I think Souls might have been trolled there, in my opinion. Dot's just setting up on top Aqua at the moment. And he will throw Candela in there. Don't know exactly what this push is going to manifest. Could allow him to melee the barbed wire to be sure, but all the Clash is backed up. But Handy can get in no problem. KDS being challenged outside of the cargo window. Loban, a player the desk highlighted, is somebody that W7M often rely on to get big kills or have highlight moments. Making a ruckus as he rotates back to the site, and Cyber's good for that cutoff. Good coordination by FaZe so far. It's taken a lot of time to get to this point. With Candy down as well, gonna be a little bit more before FaZe can move into the site.
Smoke will allow Cyber to cross and pick Handy up. Soul starts to see a little bit of damage as well as Clash rears its ugly head. Cyber, he's used all of his EMPs, so he's not got anything to try and deal with this Clash with. And Palu out of nowhere, he doesn't want to sit behind the shield. He wants to take the fight aggressively with the TCSG. Puts an end to the push in through Aqua and can just turn his attention elsewhere.
Really great call by W7M. Get Palu out. They know these 2 kills are easy to find. How about a 3K for Palu right out the gate? Highlighted by our desk, Cyber versus Palu, and in that round, it's the W7M player that goes big for 3.
Does that put does that put Palu 1-0 up, or does it put him 3-0 up because he got 3 kills?
Oh, I mean, depends what you're saying. Is the competition general kills against Cyber, or is the competition kills against Cyber specifically?
Unsure.
We'll take a round to think about it.
W7M are up though, up by 1 round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
FaZe never really managed to. I mean, they had a good idea of how they wanted to deal with the Clash. It was EMPs. It was the Thatcher. But all the Thatchers got used, and the Clash was still there doing a thing. So we need to rethink that a little bit. Because Clash is going to be a mainstay for these first few rounds until it is banned. I am almost certain. Because FaZe will not want to continue to go up against that. Downstairs we go then to the basement. Now, we've recently seen some very strange takes for the basement. A lot really pivoting around those vending stairs. Now, at least this time, with Thermite being open, there's a good chance that we will get either Animus or Double Breach open at the front side of things before we get a rotation around to that vending stair. The vending stair in itself is going to be a nightmare because of the clash, so I think FaZe are more likely going to be forced into something else. And that full map clear is going to be that, with Cyber on the book to open up that vert and Souls to search out those defenders with those logic bombs. FaZe giving themselves plenty of options here, even with some secondary tin openers on KDS as well. They know they're going to have to do quite a lot of opening right now. King actually going to commit both of those exothermics to just opening up the site, the map in general, not even the site.
That is kind of surprising for a full clear to dedicate, honestly, even one of those X-Kairos to the top floor. We'll see how it works out from FaZe. We'll facilitate a full clear at the moment. Cyber getting into the map within a minute. Palu trying to set up Lobin on this roam. I spotted one player in kitchen and will slowly move in. Try to find an opportunity to get Lobin activated. That flashbang, perfectly fine. Palu can tank that, no problem. This is just Souls by himself. So he does have to be careful. He'll call in Cyber for backup, gets one leg of that roam. The second, oh my lord. Finds a way to thread that rotation. Still FaZe clinging onto that advantage as Palu trying to set up Lobin. His teammate ends up dying in the process. One final engagement perhaps rearing its head. As W7M contemplate a retreat, we have a couple players moving back down cargo, but it seems that opportunity is still there. Dodez tries to gamble on another. His luck runs out. W7M firmly in the disadvantage.
Dots, that C4 isn't going to get anyone, unfortunately, although you might through the vert. No, KDS is just better. Fully aware and ready. Now, I spoke about the clash, and I spoke about how it is a big nuisance. But on its own, it's not too much to deal with, especially when you've got 45 seconds. FaZe should be able to dip into a drone now, gather this last little bit of information, and figure out just exactly where it is that Palu is playing. It doesn't take them long to figure it all out. Easily cleaned up from those cargo stairs. And FaZe respond with a round of their own. That full clear, really not posing too much of a problem. And you kind of wonder, did W7M overcommit to that a little bit? Because with only one kill happening on the site and everything else happening vertically, maybe you just stayed out a little bit too long.
It's something FaZe have always done very well, is communicating between, honestly, all 5 of the players and getting cutoffs in the right positions. Even though they lost round 1, I still think to Cyber being in a position when the attackers are moving Lobin back up the garage staircase, you know, pressuring him to get him up there, and Cyber holding on the window gets the kill. Even though they lose the round, it's still good in clearing out some of that off-site pressure that W7M had. And so when W7M commit more to it, we get an even better opportunity to see FaZe's expertise and talent at pinching those roamers and forcing them into positions that are being watched by the attack. So, did W7M commit? Possible. I also think that's just something FaZe are particularly good at and something you always have to consider when you're playing against them. On this site, the roam will be a factor, especially with the Scopos. We know, if you've been watching Rainbow Six, Scopos doesn't get picked often. When she does, and when she gets picked on this site, usually means we're going to have some top floor presence. And also, it's kitchen dining. You always have top floor presence anyway, generally.
I find it really funny how some operators just fit certain sites really well. And no matter what the region is, Scopos fits this bomb site perfectly. And people will always play it if it's something that's in their wheelhouse, which for Lobin it certainly is. And we're getting a little bit aggressive in the early portion of the round, just poking its head, maybe where it doesn't belong. For W7M, it's kind of a whole team effort, right? Bulbs started off over toward Aqua, and is instead now going to be taking a slightly more aggressive angle on the stairs that walk up. That's been caught out on the drone, though, so it can't stick around there for too long. Brilliant catch from Handy. I mean, the teamwork on this FaZe roster right now is just incredible.
Doesn't even take any damage during that engagement either. It's really impressive work. Jokobi call goes out, so Lobin locked into place for the time being. We'll dodge the flashbang. Second one, too. The pressure being put forth. will not matter just yet. As you can see, FaZe have moved into the rest of this second floor, and Loban is very well isolated. Pops up, loses a lot of HP, or a little bit, then a lot of it. FaZe not losing these 1v1s right now, as that is the second floor in control of FaZe Clan.
Only a matter of time now. They just need to start to work and manipulate this vert. Cyber used his boogie drones. Maybe trying to see if he can peek anybody out from down there. For all the trouble that Clash caused FaZe in round 1, rounds 2 and 3, at least in round 3 up until this point, it hasn't really had the desired impact. Caught out on the drone again, stun sent out. You know the pain's coming in from above, and Viking there's good for it.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, this one's done. More expert work of clearing down their own, though I have to say this one a little bit less coordinated, a bit more individual from FaZe. Just Handy, Souls, and the rest not losing a single gunfight that entire round. 2 in a row for FaZe Clan as we now look to top floor again in all likelihood, as it's unlocked and only sight W7M have won.
Feels like FaZe have just got W7M exactly where they want them right now. Opening pick going to FaZe every single round, even the round that they lost. So I guess you could credit a good recovery from W7M in round 1. A lot of it down to Palu and his 3K. Rounds 2 and 3 have barely even been close. W7M, they need a tactical timeout ahead because as far as they're concerned, they have gone to the 3 bomb sites that they want to defend. We may see them go to the control room mid-floor site. Control and storage is always an option. They still need to come up with some pretty substantial solutions to what's going wrong right now. And as such, they will use the timeout fairly early. FaZe on the flip side, I think everyone's having a good game, aren't they? We've even got Handy up there, and I say we've even got Handy. He's not one of the players that we always look toward for getting a ton of kills. Even he's 3-1. Cyber, maybe one of the better performers in terms of kills, but survival isn't really there at the moment. He's died in every single round so far. He's been good for a kill in every single round as well, so there's at least that to it. But it's another top 3 bottom performance, or team performance, should I say, on the side of FaZe. But we've still got some laggers behind. Volps, a player on W7M that you need activating in a series like this. There's no time for Volps to be going quiet. That player can work miracles. Dots and Loban, both yet to grace the scoreboard with their presence. Bit of a slower start than W7M would have wanted. Is the timeout going to be good for them? They've also chosen to remove the last one of the last hard breaches, leaving only a thermite available. But it isn't going to bother FaZe at all. They're just going to rely on tin openers instead. And of which, because of 3 hard breacher bans, there are plenty. And with the Clash gone this time, you really do start to worry for W7M because it was only really the Clash, that and Palu's 3K, which, let's be honest, was enabled by the Clash and the Shield.
Yes.
That kept W7M in it for round 1.
Completely agreed, both on the first and the amendment to that point. Ooh, Dots running out. Oof. Sees a guy's like, oh crap, I committed to the swing. That's all good. Valkyrie spotted by the Deimos. That's Loban, the only player who was roaming last time. FaZe Clan were able to cut him off for treating out Garage in round 1. It was really one of the only, actually I think it was actually the only kill FaZe got against W7M. And here it seems they're trying to hammer on that same weak point that they found in round 1. Not saying that Loban's a weak player, but just if one guy's by himself, it works if you're Cyber, and yet it somehow never really seems to work for anybody else. It's that very player hunting Loban at the moment. Seems he's called in a couple players to support. One player bottom Aqua. Dots has some holes in the barricade that Cyber's concerned about. Just around the corner, starts letting some shots ring through. Puts Cyber to 1. He'll force off the buck. Long distance kill acquired. But Handy with a quick trade. Not even sure how Volps went down, and with all the focus on this Valkyrie, it's players around him dying, and yet still Loban remains.
Oh, Dots finds a great kill there onto Handy. shield of the Monty. Viking not able to keep his teammate safe there. Dots can just go head to head. He's still convinced someone's behind him as well.
Oh!
Well, now's the time to start waking up. 2 for Dodez, 1 for Dots. Mentioned there that Dots was yet to find the scoreboard along with Lobin, and just about everyone on W7M got a kill that round. Really did a good job of shutting FaZe out. Monty not having the desired effect. I think Cyber suffered some unusual, unfortunate timing for him. Usually a player that sort of slips through the map at the perfect moment. Well, that top floor continues to elude FaZe, leveling us up 2-2.
I also think we've just learned that W7M seemed to be pretty good at keeping control of Aqua the whole time. One of the players that died was the support of the Monty, and it was a similar situation to before. No clash, but 2 players just double swinging the one guy with a gun. W7M's playmaking on that part of the map just seems to be quite well figured. Everything else, a little touch and go at times. But definitely Aqua holding that has been the strong point, not only for W7M's victory so far, but arguably the strongest positional play of W7M throughout this whole half so far. Basement and Cafeteria are a little more tricky. In fact, this game so far has been whoever wins the round only loses 1, maybe 2 bodies in the process. This one we're looking at was a very dominant victory in the hands of FaZe. So the shift from W7M, going from a pretty, I'd say, anchor-heavy setup in round 1, you know, your Goyo, your mirror windows here. Got the K2, but then still a Fenrir Castle for the Roam.
They've given a little bit of strength to the Roam, haven't they? And continuing to play this Cade after the Maverick is banned is almost a little bit cruel. But I don't think that FaZe are too worried about opening anything, given that they haven't brought a single tin opener. Which could be an alarm bell. Because you might be asking yourself, well, where are they going to push in from? Well, if none of the hatches are open, it's down the stairs. Fortunately, top of vending has been left soft. You can see that on the drone. It's already been worked through. There is going to be a player just there as well. So it's going to be one of those weird vending takes. But it looks like it'll be worked in conjunction with some vert, given that you've got both the ram and the sledge. Lobin, a risky rotate to make at this point, but that's a position that, because it's now soft, W7M cannot afford to ignore it.
Reload.
Hope still hanging out around control. Roam clear not going nearly as well for FaZe as it did before. They had a kill at this point, on the Volp specifically. Lobin luring FaZe in with really good timing. Always moving back right as the attack pushes forward. He's got handy to throw a Candela too. I have to say, Ollie, W7M seem to be in control of this pace. You have 1 C4 pre-placed, 1 in pocket. Volp still threatening a flank. Dokkaebi call will go out. Decides to shut it off. But that player nearby is on drone. And so Vidiking won't hear. The call ringing right next to him, but so focused on the intel, loses his life as a result. Souls goes to 1 HP in the process. Dodez through the, not through the floor, excuse me, gets KDS. W7M player consolidated Roam early on, but drop everything back except Volps, and that rat play works perfectly. W7M then master the vertical angles, and FaZe cannot find an inroad onto any single path. 15 seconds to go. Cyber can pick Handy back up. The 2 players on low HP, the 1 full player depleted in rapid succession. It's W7M with arguably one of the strongest rounds we've seen from them so far.
That's a round to forget if you're FaZe. Yes, W7M played very well. But FaZe just did not have the right tools to get the job done. There was zero consequence to defenders moving off vending stairs and rotating through the site because none of the site walls were open. If you don't open the site walls and the defenders have just got free reign to move and do whatever they want on that site level, you're never going to have a good time attacking that site. Not even to mention
Attackers need to
that,
locate and defuse as many
okay,
bombs as they
FaZe
can.
didn't bring hard breach, so what else did they spend their time doing? Well, it wasn't to fully clear out a roam game, because that came to bite him in the backside as well. A really uncharacteristic round from FaZe there, where you just see some real basic fundamentals that are lacking. And W7M, it felt weird for a time. It felt like they were sort of in these positions and pushing their luck, and they were like, can we continue to push our luck like this? Can we just continue to play it with zero consequence? And the answer was just yes. And it almost felt uncomfortable for them because of how straightforward it felt. A really weird round for round number 5. And it gives W7M a brief lead for a moment. Final round of the half. FaZe could still salvage a 3-3. Ooh. Doda's taking Cyber out. First dues. That isn't going to make anything any easier.
Just want to check to make sure. Did you point out the triple shield?
No, I didn't get around to that.
So there's a triple shield. FaZe, not exactly the shield team. Ironically, FaZe and Furia, despite being top of Brazil, not really shield teams. They will play them every now and then, but triple shield is not exactly something I thought I'd see FaZe Clan whip out. And it is made a little more complicated by the fact that, well, the guns surrounding it are falling rapidly. KDS, I guess, thought he had a gap and, well, takes a 1v1, loses it. Ooh. Oh my god. Okay, if he hit that flick, that'd have been crazy. But Ollie and I have talked about how stairs are always the shield's #1 enemy. Soul somehow lives to that C4. Ollie, are we allowed to forget more than one round?
Yeah, I think we're allowed to forget 2. I think we're going to have to forget 2. For the way that that game started, that is a really poor way to end that first attacking phase from FaZe.
It's just very anticlimactic. That was like, I mean, that round was just rough.
I've just been left very confused off the back of that. You know what that reminded me of?
What?
And this is not a good thing.
Oh, no.
It reminded me of the Envy round earlier this week, where they played labs and they also ran 3 shields. I think it was the night that I did with Jesse, where they just couldn't. They went up like 5-1 on the first half. They went up to 6-1 and then just couldn't close the round out. And it ended up 7-5, and they did end up winning. But they were trying stuff like that, like 3 shields, and it's just an overheat. Like, it very seldom works. There is definitely too much of a good thing.
Well, so to that point, but that round is interesting where it's like, I don't know if the triple shield was really the issue. Like, it's kind of a confluence of every bad thing happening. Spawn peek off the rip, W7M wins. All right, that's unlucky. Yeah. KDS thinks he has a gap.
The issue, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. KDS then hops in, thinks he has a gap. There was not a gap. Now you're left with 3 shields.
Yeah. It quickly becomes the issue when you lose the first pick and you're like, okay, now we've got 1 gun and 3 shields. Whereas we started with 2 guns and 3 shields, which is still not great, but it's workable if one of them's cyber.
Well, what, that? And also, like, hey, one of them's Blackbeard. I get that. But also, it's a shield. And keep in mind, the cyber running is storage with, like, an upstairs roam. Which means if you don't hop in on the 2nd floor, there's a chance that you might be in the position Handy was, but you have to run up the stairs, as Ollie and I have talked about. The issue with stairs in a shield is either there's a guy above you looking at your head or a guy below you that can look at your feet.
Not a fan of shields pushing stairs.
No, it's sometimes you're in a bad position. You can't. What is this?
Why do we flick off it at the right moment? We want to see what it is.
That was crazy work from the observer. I cannot believe that.
That was some serious bait. Like, that was like one of those reels that doesn't finish before it finishes, and it makes you watch the whole thing.
I was locked in. I don't even want to watch the rest of the round. I'm mad. I'm like, what the? Well, we'll have to see.
I hope we get to find out what that was.
I hope we do. I was very invested in seeing what Handy was trying to do, like balancing that in the Gershmont. I don't want to watch a util clear for 30, 45 seconds. I mean, I'm glad W7M are doing it. You know, clearing the barbed on garage. Absolutely. Do your due diligence. I just feel a little robbed. Should point out, by the way, double hard breach are now banned from W7M, so a bit more standard.
All very garage focused at the moment.
Oh yeah.
Dot's waiting for this hop in. Azami is going to be pinched.
Ooh. Pinched but not dead. An important distinction. Wolves will pick that up. So it is garage control for the attack, and I don't know. Shield to the Azami, you get garage control in the first half of the round. That's not a bad trade.
I think it's a fairly good trade. Azami's performed the job. Souls has wasted half the round. He soaked up a couple of firebolts as well. Yep, we can now start to open up the wall.
Both sides.
This is where we needed to see that pivot over toward Aqua. Not because there's trips there that we need to know how it's going to interact with the Gridgemont mine, but just in general, you know?
I mean, to be fair, in general, you do always want to see a second dimension added on these attacks, whether it's IT and electrical, garage and aqua. You do actually want to see that second dimension. I would like it to be aqua to see where that trip got placed, but if it's not, that's fine. Ooh. Doda's with a line on one of these phase defenders. I believe it's actually 2 over in aqua at the moment. 2 over on that side at least. W7M have had a lot of time to play with, and they've spent a lot of it setting up. Oh. Doda's almost coming out the worst on that timing there. Camera will spot Volps hopping into the reception wall. Oh, that's just wow, that's a crazy pre-fire. He didn't even know he was there, but Handy gets downed in the process too. Oh, and Volps just tops in. Vidiking has got too much to do and too much to focus on. 5-2 for W7M. Not where I thought we'd be 3 rounds ago.
Not at all. And there was your second dimension. We were wondering where it was going to come from, especially as soon as Lobin's taken down on the vert. He was playing the book below, and he gets taken out. You start thinking, okay, well, we could definitely work with garage control and vert, but then as soon as Lobin dies, we can't really just work with garage control. It's going to be either Aqua or the connector, sorry, and it turns into connector. Brilliant little hop in. Some excellent work that had been done at the early portion of the round. The walls were already nicely opened. So it was fairly straightforward for W7M to make that adjustment. A really good example of how they spend time in the early portion of the round, setting themselves up for success in the later portion of the round. Whether that's getting exterior walls open, just opening up avenues for later. And it being in a brilliant position to be able to take advantage of that.
10 seconds left.
5-2. FaZe haven't really got very many chances here on this defense. They need to start making something work and make it work quickly. I know we've only seen 1 round for them on the defense, but they haven't got the fortune of a huge round count advantage right now. They're in a deficit. They're down by 3.
Oh yeah, 5-2 is a scary scoreline. W7M are a team that can really make good work with their momentum. You know, very forgettable Doda's performance. I'm just gonna keep saying it whenever I want something cool to happen. Oh, speaking of something cool! They got it in highlight Lobin. He's only denied that second kill because Souls hits him with the C4. Handy's not getting... Oh no, Handy actually could get revived though. No, drops down. Gets finished off in the process. FaZe fully commit and do fight back quite nicely, I will say, but oh my god, the round's gonna end within a minute. Vidiking's never run so fast in his life.
All the way back down to the basement as well, by the way. Everything has happened on the second and first floor.
It's now a minute into the round.
And now we wait. And Vidiking has to pull off a very difficult job right now. Getting bedded on down by the Blackbeard. Oh, it's over. As soon as that Blackbeard bangs you to the floor, that is it. There's nothing you can do. W7M speed running us through these attacks. We had some questions, honestly, on their defenses, but it wasn't for very long until we found out our answer. There was a doubt going into this map from some of our analysts on the desk. W7M having a very healthy win streak, but FaZe known to be a good team on labs. Tonight, FaZe need answers, and they need them quickly.
it's one of those rounds too where I'm like, I don't even know what you do. Like, how do you counter that? Like, Loban just walked in and got gifted a timing, and he's like, he's hitting his shots, and it's just pieced up two of you. Like, all right, I guess I won't take a fight with Loban. Round 7, at least you have something a bit more concrete, right? Like, okay, we put the Azami in garage. W7M clearly good at taking it. Maybe we have Souls fall back earlier, reinforce the wall. We give it that control, but at least we can bolster the site, right? Then maybe we flood out into, like, other positions. And, you know, we hold Aqua, we hold Reception. Obviously no hard breach now, so you're kind of forced into holding garage for at least a little bit of time.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
We'll say, I figured we'd probably see one of the primary bomb sites again, and we will. I think... No.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Exact same setup, except Cyber has switched from Ella to Tubarao. Just bringing a little bit more stall for those breaches, I imagine.
We mentioned that the breaches have been a little bit of a problem. W7M making really short work of getting those breaches open. It's the downside of feeling as though you have to ban 2 shields. Is you're going to leave a lot of hard breaches open, which on a map like Nighthaven Labs, typically those hard breaches will get removed. Teams that are potent with a shield sometimes get given arguably a little bit more breathing room because the shield is respected and therefore banned. And the hard breaches can do basically whatever they want to. There we go.
That's what we needed to see.
Oh, a double. Andy with an attempt. Unfortunately for him, it was onto Volps, and Volps was full shielded. I like to think that Cyber has picked Tubarao for that spawn peak, and that anything that comes after is just bonus.
God damn it, we got our first Brava in the day, and Doda's died. Well, this round might be done. What the hell? What is going on?
How are they still alive? Okay, they're down.
Another
C4?
Reloading.
Not the second. This game has gone off the rails. What is going on? Fireball. There's a shotgun close. And actually, this is a 1v1 for Palu to his left. Ooh, flash. Ooh, I was about to say if flash goes deep, he didn't know, but... Alright, well, that round was a minute long. Ollie, you want to take that one?
I think that the topic of the timeout was aggression. And that was clearly demonstrated by 2 players attempting a spawn peak, both Handy and Cyber. Cyber being successful. I don't think I've ever seen a fire pipe and 2 C4s used to deal with a single attacker before. But there we go. Second C4 to kill the downed attacker, by the way, just in case there was a thinker or something and Blackbeard was going to get up. Like, who knows? Oh, we said that FaZe needed a round. They didn't have any choice there. If it had lost it, W7M would have walked away with a full 3 points. We go down to tank and assembly. Previously, this as well, Blinks, don't forget, was a very speedy round.
Oh,
I wonder if FaZe will commit as heavily to that extension, because that was kind of their undoing back in round 7.
For anyone curious, by the way, round 10 or round 9 was about 3 seconds quicker than that previous basement attack. When I checked the tape. The minute 13 for round 8, minute 10 seconds for round 9. So
maybe they've got somewhere to be.
Where could they be? It's the last game. Oh, it is the last game of the day.
Last game of the day. Maybe they got dinner.
That's true. It's what? I think in Sao Paulo it's 5:55 p.m. No.
Sounds right.
Is it 5:55 or 6:55? 5:55. I'm correct. Okay. Sorry. Time zones are crazy. 5:55 p.m. That is dinner time. Though I think sometimes some places eat dinner a little later than that. But still. Cyber's spawn peeking. He's got to go home and take care of the kid.
He's not going to get anything this time. And nor should they, really. W7M really oughtn't be falling for that trick more than once. W7M with a much more traditional lineup here as well. Thatcher Thermite combo. You don't often get that in 25.
Oh.
It could be something quick as well with that smoke and a glass in play.
What are those smokes for? That far away? Interesting. Cyber with a garage run out onto Paulo. Did he just Kiba to allow himself to run out again, or was that meant to block it off? I don't know. Either way. Trying to keep a lid on that angle. Smokes go out. Souls was still up above the whole time, so probably for the best that W7M didn't commit to that rush. But now I don't know what the hell they do. It seems like they're rotating to a bit more of a full clear, but losing that Ying. The Thatcher and the Thermite, it's a good combo for opening up the wall, but for what's coming right now, I don't know. They do see somebody walking up house. That's one defender that's completely cut off from the rest of the defense. I was about to say, I think that might have been Handy who just rotated up main, rotated up house.
I think maybe the smokes would try and bait a reaction, especially given that Glaz has still got both smokes, so Loban can still be self-sufficient in working that scope through the angle if he needs to. Using the Candelas, as you mentioned, though, isn't ideal. Volps, surely not just going to walk down Bending on his own with the diffuser, especially given that the breach is open. I can't see how this could end badly.
I mean, things have already gone bad enough at this point. I might give... Alright, well. Thought it'd be a little more than that. Oh my god, he locks on the dots for the next one. I said I didn't think the game could be more entertaining than the Liquid game, but I have to say, some of the shots we've been seeing today have been a treat, to be sure! Cuts the head off Cyber, falls back. FaZe have thrown games before, but I don't think they're throwing a 1v5. One player up top. Notice has the line on him. Oh my god. No way! Hipfire headshot. 18 bullets remaining. No diffuser. He's got a line on the next 1v1. Spotted on the BP. Surely not around the corner. Through the wall. The pre-fire! KDS stops anything from getting too crazy. FaZe know that they have a job to do and still 2 rounds to go. I don't know if I can take much more of this.
Those were some incredible shots. The shot hit onto the vert player was insane. It was borderline a hip fire.
Oh, that was a hip fire.
It's a shame as well because I feel like if we wait just a little bit, a few seconds, and we take that diffuser down in with 2 people instead of 2 1 versus 1s, Vitaking's not given the chance. I mean, it could get vert onto him or anything. Seemed for the good work that W7M did at the start of the round, they kind of took the foot off the gas toward the end. Now the confidence is starting to swell on this FaZe side. After the timeout, they haven't lost a single round, and they've looked far more deadly, far more menacing since then as well. I guess the question now is, can they keep that aggression up? Because slowly but surely, W7M are going to start to cotton on to that and understand how to play around it. Give them a little bit more space in the early portion of the round. Really make sure you're doubling up on people for trades. Utilize that information game.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Speaking of info game. Right now, surely Cyber can't be going for a spawn peek with this setup. He's got the pulse shotgun and the machine pistol. I wouldn't put it past him, but I really hope it isn't going to happen.
I don't know. Spawn peek with the machine pistol, there's a lot of aura.
It's freezing.
It is absolutely freezing. He's not going to do it, though. He's wiser than that. He's smarter than that. But if they bring the fight to him, could you blame him for peeking? There's a Ying shotgun right around the corner, so Cyber needs to play his cards right.
Heartbeat sensor activated.
I will say Cyber on Pulse, not really an operator I ever thought I'd see him play. But the presence of the Pulse will be giving useful information to the defense. Can tell the 3 defenders up top if anybody's on rappel, if anybody's where they're moving around, depending on how far the range of that heartbeat scanner goes. Andy retaking into IT, in fact. Getting really aggressive. Yeah, you said aggression was the name of that timeout, and I have to say with the rounds we've seen and with Handy doing that, FaZe Clan know what they need to do.
just keeping the pressure on, aren't they? They're letting W7M know that they are there every turn and they're not being shy about it. It certainly caused W7M to pay them quite a lot more respect, but also it gives W7M time to kind of bait out this over-aggression. Maybe don't need to try as hard to get gifted with an opportunity at an opening pick. Everyone from FaZe is just going to run at a doorway as soon as it's opened up, or poke the head around a breach as soon as it's opened. It does make things a little bit easier.
Andy with the first. Candela's going out to ill effect. 3 committed so far. Not a single kill found. Not a single defender disrupted even. Souls has a tight angle on those feed holes, but Palu from the other side gets the further one. But it's the shotgun close that is likely going to cause him the most trouble. He's being committed, but you know somebody's playing this spot. The direct information will help to maybe land a pre-fire, but the presence of a shotgun on close electrical door is not going to be a shock. It'll give Loban the confidence to backstab from Aqua, with Handy still holding the diffuser. He's been good for 3. How about 4? How about all 5? What a damn good game we have on our hands, and Handy is not letting this one slip away.
Handy's just aced inside of IT without moving his feet. It looked like one of those fake highlight reels that people make. Like, oh, look how good I am at the game. And they get 5 of the friends just to slow peek him in one spot and just let him dome every single time. Handy's just done that to a tier 1 team in W7M.
That's our 3rd ace of the day, by the way.
Ridiculous. Good day for Handy. 10 and 6. I mean, 5 and 6 after, you know, before that, but
I mean,
we can't take that away from him, right?
He's no hurt.
Gotta give him his credit.
You do absolutely have to give his credit. Just to be
a game. 1 round away from tying things up. But still, this could be where it all falls down. W7M only need 1.
If you're a new viewer, by the way, this is what watching Coastline used to feel like.
5 seconds to go.
Just like I don't really know what's going on. People killing each other.
I feel like that's a huge diss to Labs, which is a much better map than Coastline.
Oh no. Just to be clear, Labs way better map than Coastline. Just do it. Just jump out the window. I'm hungry for it.
Cyber's hungry for it. He's gone for it every round.
Also, I just checked. Cyber's been involved in every opening engagement except like 3 or 4. He's been involved in 8 opening engagements. Can you tell?
Given that he's died 10 times, yeah.
Right,
the clear distinction between being involved in or winning.
Fair enough.
Being involved in is when we're being polite.
Well, I'll tell you this. Handy's getting involved. Loban sent to the cams. FaZe want that overtime. Ooh. Be careful, Vidiking. I enjoy you, but be careful. Taking guy on upside down rappel typically does not work well for the defender doing it. Still, probably... Did they just C4 a clutch drone?
A lot of Bravo hate today. It's very possible.
Metal frozen.
I'm nervous.
See, I like this a lot less from W7M. They haven't done anywhere near as much setup as we've seen them do previously. And yet they're still expecting a very similar result. Just trying to pre-fire in through connector. Like, FaZe don't need to expose themselves right now. They're not being given a reason to. We need that pressure to come in from electrical. There's no presence inside of garage. Last time we saw W7M attack this, they took really good control of garage. This time, we're sending Bs in. We know there are players there. There's no one vert to take advantage of it because Loban's been taken out early. W7M have to brute force this, and it looks like they might just do that.
We always hate it when teams brute force, and yet somehow they just find a way. Dot's getting a line. Dodez with 3. This has been a montage of a game, and W7M decide they've had enough. They let FaZe get comfortable, let them get secure, and then decide 12 rounds is all we'll get.
W7M teasing us right up until the bitter end there. I thought we were going to get an overtime. I thought that Handy's ace was going to be justified. But oh no, they just turn it on when it matters the most. And go to show that they can play at different levels. They don't always need everything set up perfectly to make something happen. They can be that brawler team that have to brute force their way through a site, eventually getting it done, only narrowly missing overtime, but still securing a full 3 points. That's going to do it from Links Night today. We're going to send it one last time over to our wonderful desk. There will be an interview with W7M, and we will round out the day.
Thank you so much. What a game that was. That was crazy. I was just going through the motions as that game was happening, and I really thought it was going to go into overtime, especially like the casters were saying as well, with that ace from Handy. You really thought it was possible, but what a game from W7M. I mean, we talk about the disadvantage they get at the early, and I just wish I spoke Brazilian Portuguese because I want to know what happened in the timeout, Jesse, because after that they seemed like a different team. The 4-2 split was just amazing for them.
Yeah, honestly, the bounce back was really strong from W7M, and a lot of that was being led, I think, by Dodez. He had such a great game today, and I think it's funny that the very first thing that happens in that matchup is FaZe ban out Azami. That is the operator that Dodez typically runs on this map. He'll play at Rafters. He loves playing that position with Azami. So powerful there. But it didn't matter. Immediately, he is answering back with strong Raptors play on other operators. Then on the attack, I thought he was able to get even more value for his team, just really doing a good job of locking things down, making that entry happen, getting aggressive early, especially that final round, right? Stepping up in the man disadvantage and getting that pick was absolutely critical. Felt like W7M were kind of losing it. They were kind of getting out of it, lost a couple strong sites. Letting Handy get that ace, I think, was a real danger point for them, but they lock back in, they get back in their heads, they don't let a man disadvantage get to them, and they do win this game 7-5.
That is so bittersweet. I thought both teams were taking momentum back and forth. I mean, FaZe getting two attack rounds off the back of a BB and a shield. Like, I thought that was good, okay. And then W7M bring it to match point, and then FaZe start bringing it back. Handy with the ace. I would have thought off of that ace, there was no possible way that the momentum could go back to W7M. But I feel like the overconfidence from FaZe is what killed them in that last round. In the last round, W7M was just playing very default, and I think there was 2 or 3 individual 1v1 peaks from everyone on FaZe Clan. I think that ace maybe put a little bit too much enthusiasm into them, forcing them to go for these overzealous peaks, which ended up costing them the game in the end. But I mean, really good resilience from W7M, just not to let themselves mentally check out after losing it all the way back to bringing it that close to 1 round away from overtime. It was very, very well played from W7M.
Yeah, this is amazing stuff for them, especially getting those 3 points from this game as well. Like, that must have been, that's an amazing game for them, right? They get the 3 points from this one. They get the 7-0 yesterday. Really good stuff for them, especially in the race for the playoffs. And I talked about it, you know, they were 6th coming into this game, especially due to the games being played around them already. But this is what we want to see, right? This is where we talk about W7M like we saw W7M from last stage, Fox Day, where they end up first in the group stage. It's going to be a big run to get there, but this is more consistency that we're seeing from them.
Absolutely, it's more consistency. I mean, you have to be happy about beating FaZe. Obviously, you know, 7-0ing 9Z, even though it was a 7-0, or even though it was 9Z, it's still a 7-0. That means that something is clicking for them. And obviously, I think you have to lose sometimes. You have to be put in a position where you're at risk, you know, with it points. You have to see it, visualize it to be able to humble yourself and go back into it with your head held high. But I think Jesse hit the nail on the head. I mean, they couldn't have done it without Dodez. Obviously, he was just such a slept on player from W7M usually, and for him to just turn up like that and obviously carry the team on his back essentially while everyone was supporting, I think was just really well rounded from them. And you know, the streak continues, the lab streak continues for them.
Yeah, I think, 14 in a row now coming in from W7M, so looking extremely dominant on this map. You, in hindsight, got to question FaZe Clan for coming to a map like this, but maybe in the group stage, this is just not a team that they're able to topple. Good chance that they meet again in the playoffs, I think, because these two squads, I think, are both bound to be top 4 in South America. They both look so good right now. I can't wait for that rematch.
And like you were saying as well, the streak stays intact as well. A big thing for W7M, and someone who was definitely helping towards that was Dota's the MVP for the game. Amazing cost for this game, given the scoreline. A very good KD too, and then, you know, flawless on the entry if you just get one. But amazing stuff coming out from him here today. And I think in general with this game and the 5 ones we've had today, picking just one Predator play of the day was pretty much impossible. I feel like we've got a really early one today where we were like, okay, that's gonna be the Predator play of the day. Like, we got it early, we're set to go, and then the rest of the Playday kind of happened. So we'll have a look at the 3 Predator plays of the day, because we needed to get 2 of those in there, and then I kind of like right production to get a 3rd one in there as a honorable mention. But we'll have a look at the first one, which is Hertz's A's, all the way back from earlier today. Just a mechanical player absolutely popping off in a moment that was super important to set themselves apart against ENX here, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of one that breaks the spirit of ENX, doesn't it? Hertz just playing inside the site, very much aware of how many players are coming like from that locker side. As soon as he kills 2, he knows the rest are going to be office, so he does a great job isolating everybody on one side of the site, then moving to the other side where he can clean up these last 3 players.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing for him to understand that once the diffuser gets put down, somebody's going to try to play vert, so he catches the player running away, knows that the rest are in sight. He's able to just play this information off of his teammate who is, you know, knows that one is down in the site, and he's calling out where the Monty is. And so very beautiful play from him. I mean, you can watch his play. It's just confidence. Like, no movement was over exaggerated. No movement that didn't need to be made. Gets the first pick, instantly is looking, waiting for a push, rotates. And obviously, I hate to say it, I think leaving Nade up here was very unfortunate for ENX, just because he was able to call out the last 2 players in sight. As soon as Hertz had this information, he got this pick, he knew the last 2 players were going to be caught up, and there was nowhere else they could go.
Yeah, there's aces to be gotten in so many different ways, but to do it here in that post plan, and then a 1vx as well, like you were saying, to have that constant stream of information be fed to a player like Hertz, it's something you can't allow yourself to have as an opposing team here. Now, that was our one play of the day. We'll have a look at the other ones as well, because, you know, when we're talking about a second one, just coming fresh out of the game that we just saw, we already touched upon it just quickly, but Handy's Ace was absolutely amazing as well. We have to highlight that one in the way that you just said. He barely even moved inside of IT, let the players push him, and just with sheer mechanical skill was able to win out these gunfights, especially that final kill. I know we've seen it, so it's not necessarily just a spoiler, but that final kill, just a quick peek, the mechanicals in that one, absolutely insane, Foxy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation where this is what players live for, obviously. He doesn't move from this spot. You just have to look at exactly where everyone's coming from. It's almost like an aim simulator, but it was absolutely in succession, one after the other. I mean, he's just holding his angles. He gets the first pick on the player in rafters. He hears a guy jump out the window that he's going to be pushed from behind. And then he sees the bullets, just pre-fires the door angle. I mean, absolutely like well-placed precision shots. Beautiful off the sound cues too.
Perfect. Honestly, think Handy's one of those guys that you just can never underestimate. Retaking the position on top of the defuse kit too. Not a common spot for a defender to sit once that breach is open, but he knows he's got the defuse kit, so why not? Go sit on top of it, see how many you can get.
Yeah, that was good stuff. So kind of, we already had 2 Predator play of the days, and then somewhere halfway through the day, this insane play by Ace happened. And I told production, I asked him, like, please, can we have that as well? Even if it's just an honorable mention. The importance that that round had, especially when you think about the scenario back there, that game was about to go into overtime. Ask pops off like that in the 1v2, and that gets them those 3 points. So with the importance of this honorable mention of the Predator play of the day, I felt like it needed to be included for this one here, because once again, the way we just look at this, pulling out the pistol there, getting that nasty 1-tap, and then this one as well. I love seeing that group hook after it as well, Jesse. You could just see how much it meant for them, and those 3 points are so welcome.
No, 100%. This is a real game changer, not just to win the game, but also I think going forward for Black Dragons, you get your 3 points against Los now, and playoffs, something that was looking nearly impossible at the start of the week, is now absolutely doable. It's in your hands. You've just got to have a strong super week. This is going to give them a massive boost of momentum. It's a beautiful mechanical shot to hit that long-range headshot in the dark, and then the second on Arthur too. I mean, we could talk for days about how brilliant that was from Ask, but the significance, I think, cannot be understated for what this could do for BD's whole season.
I don't think people understand how hard that is. Usually, if someone's pulling out the revolver, it's almost a done deal. I mean, you got one shot. Usually, you're going for the body. And from that distance, he hits the headshot into Master and then turns and just body shots the other player because he knows he's low. I mean, that is an insane play because I couldn't count on one hand how many times I've seen somebody clutch with a revolver.
Yeah, very good stuff coming out there. Now, for one more time today, we'll have an interview. We're joined by Paolo to ask him some questions about that final game that we just saw here on the broadcast. A very good game that we were treated to, so I'm happy to hopefully hear from him soon, but it seems that he has now gone, and we can't ask him some questions, so that's very unfortunate. I would have loved to hear how he felt after, especially those last 3 rounds, with the ace, the way everything has gone that way, but when we're looking into the future, I mean, we can look at the games that we have for next week, because especially when we focus our attention to that and knowing how close we're getting to closing out this group stage, whether the games that we have coming up, I mean, I'm looking at next Saturday, I'm looking at games like FaZe versus Los, looking to see what Los can do after what happened today. I'm looking at a game with Loud and W7M. I mean, with how W7M showed this week, that's going to be a really tough cookie for Loud coming out there. And then the importance of the top 6 fight with the last game, Foxy, Black Dragons and Liquid, crazy.
Yeah, I mean, completely agree. I completely agree. When it comes to the games that are coming up, I mean, you got to be stressed if you're one of the teams that lost today. I mean, 9Z, obviously, they're cooked. Black Dragons, with how Liquid looked today, it's a very scary situation to go up in that matchup. Loud, if you're every single one of these matchups, all of the teams, I think, are going to be sweating bullets getting into it, trying to keep their heads level while they play one of the favorites. I think the closest matchup for me would probably be ENX and IP. I know Loud W7M is the match of the day, but after how Loud played today, I think I just have to go with ENX and IP. I think that one will be probably the most anticipated, exciting one to watch. But who's to say? Maybe we'll see an underdog take a win today or next week.
Yeah, honestly, talk about underdogs taking wins. Don't forget, Furia have qualified to playoffs already. And in the interview, Fleepox said, we're going to keep playing the same 2 maps we played all stage long. So maybe there's an outside shot for 9Z. It'll be a tough game against maybe the best team in the region. But the stakes are set up that there's a chance there.
It helps him, I guess, with a little bit of prep. I mean, there's only 2 maps, so I guess that series could potentially go to. But as we said, we have Paulo joining us again for the interview to speak to him after that game. Paulo, congratulations on the points coming out from this game. You guys have had an amazing week, but this game must have been a little bit closer than the one yesterday was.
Yeah, definitely. I think we had a way better week of preparation for this weekend. So yeah, I think it showed up at the games. So we were playing really well. Communication way better than the other days.
Yeah, amazing. Congratulations, Paula. I just want to ask you, obviously, when you guys are up match point and FaZe starts to come back slowly round after round, Handy gets a big ace. How do you guys stay level-headed, not to stress that, oh my God, we might let this game go to overtime?
Despite everything, we are playing FaZe. They are a great team. We know that they can come back. They can play in rounds like each individual spec, like against you. They are like amazing players. It's the same for us. So I think like it's a mutual respect, you know. So both teams knows that it can happen. So it doesn't matter too much. We knew that we were leading 6-3, so yeah, sometimes it's stressful to lose a few rounds on a row, but yeah, it was just a match that we were like focusing on the next round. So yeah, we weren't thinking about it. We were just like trying to figure out what was going to be better in the next one.
Congrats, Paulo, on getting those big 3 points today against such a tough opponent. You guys ended up on Nighthaven Labs today. Were you surprised at all that FaZe wanted to take you to this map? I know it's an extremely strong map for your team. And what is it about this map that you think is so good for W7M?
I think it's a map that before I joined, they already played so well and they were really comfortable. And it's also one of my favorite maps, so yeah, it was like a mix of both things. So right now we are just playing really comfortable, and it doesn't matter. I think who we are facing. I think it's probably our best, one of the best maps. So yeah, just feeling every
Follow coach. Well, Paul, I'm glad you're a fellow Nighthaven Labs enjoyer because I feel like sometimes we're in the minority and people just don't seem to enjoy this map, but I'm glad you do. Now, talking for the future, it's going pretty good for W7M. Is there anything you want to say to the fans that are supporting you guys in hopefully the road to top 2 as well?
Yeah, of course. Want to thank everyone that's cheering for us, that's watching our games, that's always like send messages for us, and go buy W7M bundle, of course. And that's it. Like, just want to thank everyone. My wife that's home. And that's it.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for your time, Paulu, and enjoy the 6 point. A very good week for you guys, and best of luck with next week as well.
Thank you very much. See you guys.
All right, see you, Paulu. Of course, you know, having to shout out the skin there, very important. We know these players have to talk about that so much at the end because it does really help these players as well, buying those bundles and supporting them in the game. Now, looking at the Playday as a whole, we've already discussed it a little bit. It's getting really close in the scoreboard with these teams that we're looking at, especially with the middle. These last days, Jesse, I know, you know, you're joining us today for the group stage, but you won't be here for the remainder of the group stage. I'm sure you're going to be watching the rest of the games, though, because we need to know how this is going to end with the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. It is anybody's guess who's going to get those last couple of playoff spots. We have a couple teams that we're pretty confident, you know, FaZe, Furia, W7M all look like in a very strong spot to get those spots. But in the middle of the table, it is the complete open season. You never know who's going to come out on top. Super week for South America is going to be crazy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you could definitely go in and theory craft and see which team has the easiest bracket. And obviously, you know, for top 6, it's really going to come down to the wire. But that's the exciting part about the regular group stage is being able to watch and not know and be suspense. And not only for top 6, but obviously the battle for top 2, because top 2 gets you that advantage. In the playoffs, you get to just play one best of 3. If you win, then you make it to the Munich Major. If not, then obviously if you're not in top 2, then you have to go through 2 upper brackets, assuming you win both. So obviously it makes it that much easier if you're able to claim that top 2 spot. So yeah, we'll have to see. W7M, I mean, their schedule is looking pretty free, I'm not gonna lie. So they keep playing like they played today. They're definitely gonna get top 2.
Yeah, I like to ask about, you know, the next matches that the players are coming up. But when I'm looking at a schedule for W7M, it says Loud, Black Dragons, and Lows. I'm like, yeah, I think they can figure that out themselves, how they're feeling about that game that they've got coming up. So I don't feel the need to ask about that one. No, certainly other teams have harsher or more difficult ways of making it to the top 6. But we've already talked to you about the games that will be happening next week. It's crazy to think that there's only 3 more Playdays of the group stage left. 2 of those will be next week, Saturday and Sunday. Before that, though, there's plenty of seats to keep you entertained. We've got the EML coming up on Monday and Tuesday. There's the NAL as well. There's a bunch of APL days intertwined between as well. So for this, it'll be it for us today, and we'll see you again next week, Saturday. Same time, same place. Have a good rest of your day.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!